Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with peace taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. After all, they had system blocks. They could build their own path out whenever they needed. Tsunade and Kiri just rolled their eyes at his paranoia and went off to shower. Afterward, they used the money Ryuji had given them to buy a ton of food and beer, preparing for a small feast. Ryuji didn't care. He kept laying down gunpowder until nightfall before finally returning to their steel shelter, walking across the floating blocks, to have dinner with Tsunade and Kiri. Lying on his soft bed, gazing at the starry sky through the window, Ryuji felt an overwhelming sense of peace. Even though beneath them lay a 30-meter deep abyss, he'd never felt so content. One more day tomorrow. Maybe I can look for a quest at the police station or something. In America, police stations should have heavy firepower, right? Plus, I could probably improve that underground emergency shelter some more. Clutching his hopes for the future, Ryuji drifted off into sleep. And then, just as the clock struck midnight, a sandstorm began to blow outside. Chapter 30, a harsher reality. The steel house might have been safe, but it sure wasn't comfortable to live in. So, with energy to spare, Ryuji got up early while the two women were still enjoying the comfort of sleeping in. He figured he'd go take care of a certain physical problem of his while they were still lost in their dreams. Sometimes being this strong really came with its own set of troubles. Moving quietly, he got up, washed up, and strolled lazily toward the merchant woman's room, planning to properly enjoy her company again. After all, she really was surprisingly good. But just as he was approaching, a sudden gust of scent-laden wind swept past, forcing Ryuji to squint his eyes and instantly clearing whatever drowsiness still lingered in his mind. Sandstorm? That was his first half-asleep thought. But then, something in his survival instincts screamed at him. His expression shifted instantly as he turned his gaze toward the opposite side of the pit, the very one Tsunade and Kiri had dug out before. And in the next second, any trace of desire within him vanished completely, replaced by a bone-deep chill that spread throughout his entire body. Because what he saw was zombies. Endless zombies. Far away on the cliffs, the undead staggered and shuffled along, moving ceaselessly in a single direction, and there were no fewer of them than the last time. If anything, there were more. And this time, with his enhanced vision, he could see even further into the distance. Zombies. Still more zombies. Shoulder to shoulder. Step by step. An unending flood stretching beyond the horizon. All marching relentlessly forward. He slowly turned, scanning the surrounding wilderness. Every direction. Nothing but zombies. A vast, boundless ocean of the undead. Overhead, the pale moon hung in a sky tinged with yellow-brown, the swirling sand turning day into something like twilight. Ryuji stood there, mouth slightly open, so stunned that he didn't even notice the sand blowing into his mouth. He just stared. And stared. This day? Isn't his supposed to be the 6th day? A terrible thought clawed its way into his mind. Pulling up his system screen, he stared blankly at the blood-red number 6 displayed there. After a long moment of silence, he finally accepted reality. Without saying a word, he turned toward the merchant's room. But this time, he didn't go there for pleasure. Instead, he stripped away all the steel frames he'd previously traded her, bought the last 7 grenades she had left, and quietly closed the door behind him as he left. Then, he made his way back to their steel shelter. By the time he returned, Kiri and Tsunade had just finished getting dressed and were about to step out to wash up. But Ryuji stopped them. Without a word, he pointed toward the world outside. Kiri's jaw fell open in shock. Tsunade simply sat down hard on the ground, her face drained of all color. There were too many of them. Far, far too many. They'd considered the zombie tide that Ryuji had mentioned before. They'd imagined waves of zombies crashing in like the sea, but they had never, not even for a second, expected things to be this extreme. To be exactly as terrifying and exaggerated as Ryuji had warned. These zombies. Kiri swallowed hard, her hands trembling slightly. At last, she understood why Ryuji had been so obsessed with traps and fire attacks. With this sheer scale, she could shoot until the end of time with her revolver and still never wipe them out. Where did they all come from? And didn't you say they wouldn't appear until the 7th day? Her voice was low, barely above a whisper. Even though she knew that unless they shouted at the top of their lungs, the zombies wouldn't notice them. She still instinctively tried to make herself quieter. How would I know? Ryuji ran his hands over his clothes, subconsciously searching for a cigarette. He was panicking too, there was still so much he hadn't finished preparing. He still had so much to do. Calm down, Ryuji. We're here. It was Tsunade who spoke, her face pale, but her tone steady. Being at a safe enough distance from the zombies had allowed her to recover some strength. And besides, judging by what you've told us and the number of zombies we can see, they shouldn't be able to break through to us. For now, cover the windows with whatever you can find. I'm going to rest for a bit, then barricade the door. Ryuji took a deep breath and immediately acted on Tsunade's words, using whatever he could to block the window facing her. It wasn't until quite a while later that Tsunade managed to recover enough strength to summon solid blocks of iron with her reality warping ability, sealing the main door shut completely, leaving the zombies no chance of forcing their way in. The 3 of them hid inside the house in complete silence. Ryuji and Kiri kept watch by the window, while Tsunade sat by the bed, staring unblinkingly at the iron barricade blocking the door, terrified that, in the very next moment, some blood-soaked monster would come crashing through. Silence filled the air like a suffocating fog. Every second felt longer than the last. None of them wanted to risk a fight unless absolutely necessary, not Ryuji, not Kiri. If we open fire now, we'll just get swarmed and drowned in these monsters, won't we? Kiri muttered quietly as she wiped down her pipe rifle and the revolver Ryuji had given her. She had been excited when he handed her the revolver. For her, it was a huge boost to her combat power, allowing her to fight with much greater freedom. But now, looking at the situation outside, even the revolver felt useless compared to a machine gun. Give me 2 more machine guns. I'll see if there's any way I can modify them after I materialize them. Without a word, Ryuji silently crafted 2 more crude pipe machine guns and handed them over. Kiri didn't hesitate. She immediately activated her ability, materializing them to study their structure. But after a while, she simply closed her eyes in frustration. There wasn't much to modify. In fact, after materialization, these makeshift guns were even weaker than the ones produced directly through the system. At least the system-generated ones didn't jam or fall apart. They didn't have issues with firing speed or accuracy. But once materialized, these improvised guns were practically guaranteed to break apart, and their accuracy was absolute garbage, no rifling, no stabilization, they couldn't hit the broadside of a barn. With a helpless sigh, Kiri set the guns aside, mentally preparing to experiment later, maybe switching rapidly between reality mode for shooting and system mode for reloading might work. Or vice versa. She couldn't test it now, but there was one thing she was absolutely certain about: when it came to using a revolver, her reloading speed left the system's auto-reload in the dust. She could reload all her bullets in a fraction of a second, less than 0.4 seconds, to be exact. But for Ryuji, the system's reloading was clearly faster than his own hands. Watching Kiri's frustrated expression, Ryuji knew immediately that these crude modifications weren't worth it. He sighed softly and continued watching the slow-moving tide of zombies outside, and the blood-red glow beginning to spread across the moon in the sky. Wait a minute. If he remembered correctly, the blood moon wasn't supposed to turn red this quickly. Ryuji's heart sank. If the blood moon's arrival was accelerating with each wave, if the timing was coming earlier and earlier, would the 7th wave be a permanent, full-day blood moon? The very thought made Ryuji's hands tighten into fists. He stared at the moon above, slowly, steadily being dyed red, while time inched closer and closer to noon. And sure enough, by noon, the moon had already turned half red. Even worse. The zombies outside had grown faster, noticeably more agile, more aggressive. Ryuji fell silent for a long time. This process was 3 hours faster than last time. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly to himself. Why is it that only bad omens like this always come true? Chapter 31, Corpses like a tidal wave. Given the terrible situation they were in, no one really had any expectations for lunch anymore. Especially Tsunade, even though Ryuji had still prepared food for her, it took her over an hour just to finish a single piece of bread. As for why they didn't cook anything over a fire, the reason was simple. None of them wanted to risk drawing the attention of the zombies before the blood moon officially rose. If the undead discovered them early, it could force them into a desperate fight before they were ready. The cold canned meat and water did little to lift anyone's spirits. In fact, it only made Ryuji feel even more tired. But no matter how drowsy he felt, he didn't dare close his eyes, not with the blood moon rising much earlier than expected. Falling asleep now would practically be suicide. Compared to him, Kiri was doing much better. Though she'd never experienced a scene quite like this, the seasoned gunslinger's nerves were far steadier. She ate calmly while keeping an eye on the distant movements of the zombie horde. Unlike Ryuji, Kiri found herself deeply curious about where exactly all these zombies were going. After all, they were heading in the same direction she and Ryuji had traveled before, yet they had never seen this many undead along the way. It was baffling. What puzzled her even more was how the zombies avoided the sheer cliffs they couldn't cross. Something about that didn't sit right with her. If the zombies could see the cliffs and choose to avoid them, then wouldn't their current hideout have been discovered already? But if they couldn't see the cliffs, then how did they instinctively know not to try and cross them? This world really is full of mysteries. Kiri muttered as she absent-mindedly toyed with the revolver in her hand, her sharp eyes still observing the pitted, scarred canyon beneath them, a terrain made even more treacherous by the crude explosive traps Ryuji had set up. These zombies didn't have weapons or any special abilities. Even if there were thousands of them, at best it was comparable to facing a wave of Kalat soldiers. And Kiri had faced down waves of Kalat soldiers more times than she could count. These zombies had no siege tactics, no ranged attacks, there was nothing about them that frightened her. And yet, chewing on the tasteless canned meat, Kiri still couldn't help but ask, how did you survive last time? Ryuji shook his head. Honestly, he wasn't even sure himself. To this day, he still felt like climbing onto that gas station roof was a miracle in itself, let alone surviving a horde of zombies this size. But one thing was certain, whatever experience he had from last time was useless here. This time, everything was different. Last time, the blood moon didn't rise this early. And the zombies didn't move this fast. I don't know, Ryuji admitted. After I climbed onto the gas station roof, I was pretty much on the verge of passing out. When I woke up again, it was already the next day. Maybe the fire burned the zombies to death. But honestly, I have no proof. Kiri nodded thoughtfully. She remembered clearly that when they'd arrived back then, the ground had been littered with charred corpses. If that was the case, it did explain a lot. Even if she didn't know why the bodies had disappeared later. At least it gave them a clue about how those zombies had been wiped out. So that's why you piled up all that wood and fuel down there, huh? Glancing at the stacked firewood and the powder-filled traps below, Kiri gave a small nod. She wasn't really expecting an answer, she was just making conversation to ease Ryuji's nerves. Yeah. I just don't know if it'll actually work. Maybe I should have added even more fuel. Ryuji muttered while his eyes never left the sky. The red stains creeping across the moon were spreading, little by little, inch by inch. He didn't dare bet on tonight being normal. Based on how these kinds of games usually went. Something worse was definitely coming. His grip tightened around the gun in his hand, clinging to whatever little sense of security it provided. But soon, Ryuji found another way to distract himself. He began filling empty cans with gunpowder, lining them up one by one. With no grenades at their disposal, this was the best he could come up with, makeshift bombs that might, at the very least, help ignite the wooden traps below. As for how to set them off, Ryuji wasn't foolish enough to believe these would function like real grenades. He just hoped they'd be good enough to start some fires if nothing else. Unexpectedly, Kiri came over to help, pulling out some scrap paper to fashion crude fuses. The fuses wouldn't let them light the cans and throw them like proper grenades. But if they tossed them into an already burning area, they'd ignite and explode just fine. And even without fire, Kiri was confident she could shoot the cans midair with her revolver to trigger them. And so, the two of them continued working, building their little arsenal while keeping a close eye on the zombies below. As the blood-red light of the moon intensified, the zombies grew more agile. And far more perceptive. Several times, both Rigi and Kiri were nearly spotted while peeking out to observe them. If they hadn't quickly ducked back, they might have already been swarmed. Time crawled by. Eventually, when hunger gnawed at them again, they allowed themselves to nibble on a bit more food. And then, under Rigi's watchful gaze, the moon turned completely red. Instantly, every zombie within sight, and even those they couldn't see, let out a monstrous howl. Bathed in the blood-red glow of the moon and the swirling desert sands, they snapped their heads toward Rigi and Kiri's position. Their faces twisted into grotesque snarls, rotting flesh illuminated like demons from hell. As if obeying some primal instinct, the entire horde moved as one, spinning around and charging straight toward them. Gone was the clumsy, shambling gait from before. Now, they sprinted with terrifying speed, faster than any Olympic sprinter, a horrifying wave of death crashing down on them. The zombies that had once avoided the cliffs now threw themselves down without hesitation. The first wave shattered their legs upon impact, crushed beneath the stampede that followed, but still, they came. More and more. Unstoppable. As they surged forward, a green light pulsed within their bodies. Rigi saw it clearly. Their eyes, their mouths, even their arms began to glow with an eerie green radiance. The yellow sands of the wasteland were instantly swallowed by a tide of blackened flesh. Kiri's instinct took over. She pulled the trigger, her voice sharp and commanding. Open fire. Without hesitation, Rigi squeezed his own trigger. Under the guidance of the system's targeting assist, the machine gun in his hands roared to life, spitting a deadly stream of fire and lead. Bullets tore through the charging zombies, blasting apart limbs, ripping through rotting flesh, and dropping dozens of them in moments. But it didn't matter. 20 zombies down. 50. 100. In the face of this endless tide. It wasn't nearly enough. Don't panic. Wait until they're directly below us before throwing the Molotovs. And don't light them yourself, I'll ignite them with a bullet. Kiri shouted instructions to Rigi as she kept firing steadily. With her extraordinary shooting skills, every shot she took cleanly burst open a zombie's skull. She wasn't flustered, not by the zombies, at least, but she was worried about Rigi accidentally lighting a Molotov too early and failing to throw it properly. It was obvious from one look that Rigi lacked any formal combat training, and this wasn't the time to take that kind of risk. Got it. Rigi took a deep breath, carefully put the Molotov back in his bag, and like Kiri, kept shooting at the oncoming horde. Zombies fell one after another under their fire. But it wasn't enough. The two of them couldn't form an effective suppressive line of fire, and with only 15 rounds per magazine, the constant need to reload was a deadly disadvantage. They could only fire for 2 or 3 seconds before spending another 2 or 3 seconds reloading, far from the uninterrupted barrage they needed. That was the real reason the zombies could keep pushing forward relentlessly. If they had even 2 modern machine guns, Rigi and Kiri could have set up a proper wall of lead and fire, shredding the swarm before it even got close. Gunfire echoed through the canyon, relentless but ultimately futile. No matter how hard Rigi and Kiri fought, it felt like trying to hold back the tide with their bare hands. Below them, the sheer number of dead zombies was starting to form a grotesque, immobile mound. But the fresh zombies just kept coming, climbing over their fallen comrades, clawing at the earth beneath Rigi and Kiri's position, desperately trying to dig their way up. It was clear, these monsters weren't just charging blindly. They were trying to dig their way through to reach them. Rigi and Kiri exchanged a grim look. No words were needed, they were thinking the exact same thing. Bad. Very bad. If the zombies managed to tunnel through the dirt piled around their fallback route, their last retreat would be completely cut off. Damn it. These things are like cockroaches. Kiri cursed bitterly, her frustration spilling out as she glanced at the unending waves of undead charging toward them from the distance. It was absurd. No matter how many they killed, more just kept coming. It was as if every zombie in the world had suddenly sensed their location and was converging on them. Molotovs. Now. Grinding her teeth, Kiri gave the order. Without hesitation, Rigi hurled 2 Molotovs out of the window. The moment they were about to hit the ground, Kiri drew her revolver and fired. Bang. 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 6 sharp shots. To Rigi's amazement, not only did the Molotovs ignite midair, casting a wall of blazing fire across the advancing zombies, but 6 zombies also had their heads blown apart at the same time. In the blink of an eye, Kiri had already reloaded, shouting at him again. Throw more. 2 isn't enough. Rigi didn't hesitate, he grabbed Molotov after Molotov, hurling 12 more into the sea of zombies. Kiri's revolver blurred with motion, shooting each one midair, turning the canyon below into a hellish inferno. The once dark battlefield was now ablaze, the flickering flames casting horrifying shadows over the twisted, snarling faces of the undead. XP notifications blinked rapidly at the edge of Ryuji's vision, but he had no time to care. Using the fire's illumination, he kept firing, killing any zombie that approached. Shoot. Reload. Shoot. Reload. His body moved mechanically, on pure instinct. He'd lost track of how many rounds he'd fired, how many times he'd patched up his battered pipe gun, but one thing was clear, it wasn't enough. There were still too many zombies. The pit was filling with them, and the horde from afar showed no sign of thinning out. His mind was slipping into a daze, dulled by exhaustion, stress, and the endless noise, gunfire and the howling of the dead blending into one constant roar. But then, the ground shook. Ryuji snapped out of his daze just in time to see a massive explosion in the distance. Zombies were hurled through the air like rag dolls, iron spikes whipping past like deadly projectiles. Some even clattered against their metal barricades. For a brief moment, the relentless horde thinned out, the burning zombies igniting others in their fall. That explosion reignited Ryuji's fighting spirit. He spun around, firing passionately once more, mowing down any zombie that dared approach their steel wall. But just as he was lost in the rhythm of shooting down another 100 zombies, disaster struck. One zombie, perhaps through sheer luck or desperate strength, grabbed onto a steel plate embedded in the dirt wall as it died, yanking the metal sheet loose as it fell. Ryuji froze. He and Kiri had long known this moment would come, that the zombies digging would eventually tear down their makeshift defenses. But seeing their escape route truly breached right in front of him still sent a surge of cold terror through him. Without thinking, he began hurling bottles of gunpowder, one after another, at the approaching zombies, trying desperately to stop them. The explosions were weak, barely enough to topple 3 or 4 zombies at a time, most only producing a burst of bright sparks before setting nearby zombies on fire. Seeing this, Kiri didn't try to stop him. She simply kept firing in grim silence, covering him as he poured every last one of their makeshift bombs into the abyss. But it was useless. No matter how many improvised explosives Ryuji threw, nothing fundamentally changed. Sure, more zombies were killed, but their corpses only became stepping stones and shields for the ones behind them. Another half-hour passed. Through the constant bursts of gunfire, Ryuji could clearly see it. Another steel plate had been pried open. Then a third. A fourth. And with each new plate, the zombies were getting faster at tearing them apart. By the time the 6th steel plate was lifted, some of the zombies had already squeezed through the dirt walls, starting to destroy the fortress from the inside. Ryuji kept throwing out makeshift bombs, but it felt more like the last act of desperation, the frantic struggle of a doomed man. And after tossing out every single explosive they'd made, their worst fear still came true. The emergency escape tunnel beneath their feet finally collapsed. Steel plates and dirt came crashing down, and the zombies, who had almost reached their steel shelter, suddenly dropped 3 to 4 meters as the ground beneath them gave way. But instead of relief, a chill seeped deep into both Ryuji and Kiri's hearts. Because now, they could see it, a slope made entirely of zombie corpses and broken earth was steadily forming, leading directly to their shelter like a grotesque ramp. Ryuji glanced at the time, not even 10 o'clock. With a bitter laugh, he pulled out the last of their Molotov cocktails. Seeing the endless tide of monsters surging in from the distance, Kiri took a deep breath, then silently picked up one too. There was no chance of stopping them anymore. Fortunately, when Tsunade built this shelter, Ryuji had insisted she didn't expose a single system-placed block, so even now, at least their steel house could hold a little longer. Molotovs rained down, one after another, splashing fire across the zombie-covered slope. This time, they didn't hold back at all. Ryuji even threw out a bag of gunpowder. Kiri's mouth twitched at the sight of the sack scattering black powder through the air. Even in this kind of hell, she could still force a laugh. This really is one hell of a world. With those words, she casually pulled the trigger of her revolver. The bullet pierced the sack midair, and in an instant, the black powder burst into a cloud of fine dust, then caught fire from the already burning flames below, igniting into a rain of fire. That blazing rain lit up the Molotovs they had thrown, setting off a chain of explosions that bathed the canyon in a demonic glow, like a hellscape of crimson lotus flames. The firestorm was more intense than anything they'd managed before, illuminating the entire canyon like it was daytime. Seeing this, Ryuji didn't hesitate to throw out the rest of their gunpowder, and in a final act of madness, even tossed most of their wooden planks into the inferno. Wood and gunpowder scattered across the battlefield. But even this blazing hell couldn't stop the zombies' advance. They charged through the fire without hesitation, stomping through the flames, their bodies igniting but never slowing. Until finally, the first zombie reached their steel shelter. Its rotting arm slammed against the thick steel plates with a deafening bang, snapping on impact, but the creature didn't care. It simply raised its other arm and smashed it down too. Another useless limb hung limply, and then it threw its entire head against the wall. Throughout it all, Ryuji and Kiri never stopped shooting. Round after round, they kept the zombies from reaching through the firing slits, until after barely 10 minutes, they were forced to give up. Dead zombies piled up against the firing holes, blocking their line of fire. Reluctantly, they sealed the slits and sat in the darkness, listening helplessly to the relentless pounding of decaying limbs against their steel walls. Thud. 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 Without a way to see outside, all they could do was listen. And then, the sound spread. Higher. Closer. Until even the ceiling above them echoed with the pounding of zombie fists. This really is hopeless, huh? Kiri couldn't help but speak. Ryuji, silent, set down his gun, and quietly handed her a grenade. If their shelter broke, this was worth more than any bullet. Save it for later. Thanks. Kiri accepted the grenade with a small, mischievous smile. Not that anyone could see it here, in this darkness. And then, silence. But in that silence, Ryuji suddenly heard something strange. Soft sobbing. And a low, almost insane groans. Confused, he turned toward Kiri, only to realize the sound wasn't coming from her. It was coming from Tsunade. Chapter 32, Waiting in the darkness. Ryuji took out his lighter and flicked it gently. A small flame the size of a bin instantly lit up the dark space around them, casting its warm glow over their little corner of the world. Normally, they'd just sleep through the night without much fuss. If there was an emergency, they'd simply light a fire or something for illumination. There wasn't much to do at night anyway, no entertainment, no distractions. So up until now, Ryuji never really bothered to prepare any modern lighting tools. After all, compared to everything else they were facing, the inconvenience of moving around in the dark felt like a trivial problem. In the dim firelight, he could see clearly, Tsunade, of all people, the one who should be the least afraid of zombies, was curled up in the corner, hugging her head, trembling uncontrollably. Her long hair had fallen down to cover her face, hiding her expression from view. And though the constant howls and pounding of the zombies outside drowned out most sounds, Ryuji could still faintly hear it. Tsunade was crying. No doubt about it. Crying in sheer, overwhelming terror. Ryuji had no idea what triggered this reaction from her, but before he could put away his lighter, Kiri spoke up beside him. Probably claustrophobia, she said casually. People with hemophobia often have it too. Back where I'm from, lots of soldiers caught it. After spending too long trapped in trenches or shelters, staring at the corpses of their friends and family. They just broke. I don't know what Tsunade's been through, but it's probably something like that. Ryuji stayed silent, just nodding quietly as he closed his lighter. But Kiri didn't seem willing to let the atmosphere sink completely into oppressive silence. She turned to Ryuji, her voice breaking the tension. Hey, what kind of person were you before all this? Ryuji blinked, glancing toward where Kiri sat in the shadows. At that moment, she flicked on her own lighter, a faint orange glow illuminating her face. I mean, she continued, who knows what's waiting for us out there? If we're gonna die together, shouldn't we at least know a little about each other? That way, at least we'll know who we're dying with. What we've been through. Besides, just sitting here waiting is boring as hell. There was no trace of her usual grin now, only a slightly awkward grimace. After all, no one could feel cheerful while trapped in a tiny space surrounded by countless man-eating monsters. Me? Ryuji chuckled faintly. Nothing special. Just an ordinary guy. Grew up in a peaceful country. Made it to my 20s without even getting married. Then, out of nowhere, I ended up here. Met a girl named Irina Kiri. And sent her back home during the last zombie horde. That's about it. He played idly with his lighter. Eventually, Kiri let hers go out too. The metal had grown too hot to hold. Really? She asked. That's all true? It is. Though honestly, I find the whole thing pretty ridiculous. Ryuji leaned his head against the cold, creaking steel wall. Thanks to Tsunade's solid construction work, even with the zombies hammering away outside, the tightly welded steel pipes showed no signs of loosening. In fact, the constant pounding only seemed to make them fit together even more snugly. Why ridiculous? Kiri asked, puzzled. Because anyone willing to do that kind of thing with me must have felt something for me. And without exception, every one of them came from a world far better than this one. If I really cared about them, the only thing I could do for them was to send them back home. Ryuji took a deep breath. Like Irina. Her world is incredible. People there can cook meals so delicious they feel almost like aphrodisiacs, without adding anything weird at all. To someone like me, from an ordinary world, it was downright unbelievable. As he spoke, a trace of longing crept into his voice. He truly missed Irina, that vibrant, gentle girl. Sure, she could be tsundere-like in her manga appearances, but most of the time, she showed him her softer, more vulnerable side. To Ryuji, Arena had always been utterly adorable. In her world, even disputes could be settled through cooking battles, whoever made the better dish won. And Arena's god tongue could detect the subtlest flavors in any meal. In a world obsessed with cuisine, her talent shone bright. But here, that ability is completely useless. A burden, even. He sighed again. So, during the last blood moon, when I realized we couldn't possibly hold back the horde, I sent her away. To be honest, after doing that with her and discovering my ability, my first instinct was to hide it. Because surviving alone in this world is just too damn exhausting. Rigi shuddered at the memory. The early arrival of this blood moon, and the zombies that were even stronger than last time, terrified him far more than any supposed master of dimensions power. He had no desire to stay in this hellhole. Unfortunately, he couldn't cross over to any other world. Without leveling up that ability, there was no way for him to travel to another dimension. And even if he tried to force it, both Kiri and Tsunade could easily overpower him. I see. Kiri murmured, lighting her lighter again, casting a gentle glow over the cramped space. I think I understand you a little better now. To be honest, she'd never thought too badly of Rigi. She just found him suspicious, like he was always hiding something, always scheming. But now, feeling his hesitation and frustration, she finally believed him. As for me, Kiri continued, I told you before, didn't I? Just an orphan whose parents were killed by Calamity. Grew up, fought back, killed them right back. Nothing special. She snapped her lighter shut again. After all, it was precious fuel for future fires, wasting it now would be stupid. Instead, she pulled out 2 glass bottles. Speaking of which, I've got some leftover beer here. Want some? The taste is kinda weird, but honestly, it's really good. Her voice was lively again, full of that unyielding energy of hers. Rigi felt something cold and solid pressed into his hand, a bottle filled with liquid. Then Kiri tugged him to his feet. Come on, she grinned. Let's go have a drink with Tsunade. Chapter 33, A Relationship Built on Being Needed. Kiri was, without a doubt, a passionate and cheerful girl. Aside from today, Rigi could hardly recall a time when he'd seen her anything but upbeat. It seemed only in situations like this, where despair clung to every breath, would she ever show a serious expression. But now, as Rigi flicked his lighter and cast its small flame into the darkness, he caught sight of something unexpected. Kiri was smiling again. Seeing the sour look on Rigi's face, she grinned and casually pulled him down to sit beside Tsunade. Then she set a cup of alcohol next to Tsunade and waved Rigi off with a teasing little gesture. Come on now, no need to mope like that. We can't do anything about it anyway, right? Rigi blinked, a little stunned. If he remembered correctly, those were the exact same words he'd once said to Arena. And now, they were being thrown right back at him. It left him with a strange, indescribable feeling. Yeah. I guess when you're powerless, the best you can do is make friends with despair. He let out a hopeless laugh. His life, after all, had always been hanging by a thread, whether it was surviving an infection, enduring that first blood moon, or simply clawing his way through weakness and danger step by step. It wouldn't be surprising at all if he died here tonight, inside this steel fortress crushed by an overwhelming zombie horde. No point worrying about it. If there was a chance to fight back, he would fight. If not, well, then he'd laugh and drink until the end came. After all, what else could he do? Cheers. Kiri raised her glass with a bright grin. Rigi couldn't help but smile as well, clinking his cup against hers. Only Tsunade sat there, still trembling, her arms wrapped tightly around herself as if Rigi and Kiri were nothing more than ghosts haunting her fading sanity. The two of them drank cup after cup, wiping out what little beer they had left, all while the snarls and clawing of zombies outside their walls never ceased. It probably wasn't the smartest thing to do, but in this situation, who could blame them? The metallic thudding of zombies bashing against the steel walls echoed endlessly. But after a while, even that began to fade. No more tearing sounds. Just howls and an occasional scraping or gnawing noise. The last spark of light in their dark little shelter flickered and died. Rigi and Kiri both knew what that meant. The zombies hadn't given up. It was simply that the undead had completely encased their hideout. The ones closest to the walls were buried under the weight of countless others, crushed and immobilized beneath the relentless swarm. All they could do now was scratch weakly at the steel around them, jaws snapping uselessly, creating little more than noise. And then, even that noise began to fade. Only distant howls remained. Rigi's nerves slowly began to relax. Exhaustion washed over him, and with the warmth of the alcohol dulling his mind, he slumped down near the door, the most vulnerable spot of their shelter, ready to react the moment anything happened. He and Kiri kept chatting, aimlessly jumping from topic to topic, the differences between their hometowns, strange foods they missed, whatever crossed their minds. Nothing important. But the words filled the silence, filled the darkness. At some point, Tsunade seemed to calm down a little too. She picked up her glass and quietly leaned over, sitting closer to them without saying a word. She just sat there, listening silently to their conversation, sipping the unfamiliar taste of this world's alcohol. Ryuji had to admit, the beer in this so-called 7 Days to Die world was pretty damn good. Strong, sure, maybe a little too easy to get drunk on. But hard to complain about that now. If he wasn't someone who disliked drinking, he probably wouldn't have held back at all tonight. In that suffocating darkness, amidst the tense, almost fragile atmosphere, the sounds of the zombies outside grew quieter. And quieter. At first, Ryuji thought it was just his own exhaustion dulling his senses, causing the noise to fade as sleep tried to pull him under. He quickly splashed cold water from his inventory onto his face to wake himself up, but soon realized it wasn't just his imagination. The zombies really were getting quieter. A glance at his watch told him it was already past 4 in the morning. Time had slipped by without him noticing. Leaning against the cold steel wall, Ryuji held his breath and listened carefully to the world outside. Aside from a few distant growls and isolated roars, the frantic clawing and pounding from earlier had all but disappeared. Even so, he didn't let his guard down. He didn't move to check outside. He simply stayed right there, sitting against the door, quietly waiting for the sunrise. Kiri did the same. She leaned against Ryuji's shoulder, silently keeping watch over the spot most likely to be breached, the door. But the longer they sat there, surrounded by darkness and silence, the heavier Ryuji's eyelids became. No matter how hard he tried to chat with Kiri, to stay alert, the exhaustion from lack of food and rest gnawed away at him. Damn it. With a grimace, he splashed bottled water onto his face again, rubbing his temples to clear his foggy mind. The water helped a little, enough to snap him out of his daze. But just as he shifted, trying to adjust his posture, he realized something surprising. At some point, without him even noticing, Tsunade had curled up and fallen asleep in his arms. When he moved slightly, he was immediately aware of a softness pressing against him. Tsunade wasn't tall, petite, really, but her figure was, well, impressive. And that combination created a sensation that was impossible to ignore. How should he describe it? Overwhelmingly soft. Just having her leaning against him made it feel like something was about to explode. In fact, something was about to explode. He hadn't noticed it earlier because he'd been too dazed from exhaustion. But now that he was awake and painfully aware of that excessive softness. Yeah. Somewhere down there, his body was reacting far more honestly than his brain wanted it to. Despite being dead tired, certain instincts apparently had no intention of going to sleep. It was like that part of him had gained a 5-fold power boost, along with 10 times the stamina and endurance. Seriously. What a disaster. Ryuji sighed helplessly, lighting his lighter to get a better look. Tsunade's face, even stained with traces of tears and fear, looked unexpectedly peaceful in sleep. Carefully, he wrapped an arm around her shoulder, not out of desire, but to give her a little more warmth, a little more security. Then he leaned back against the door once more, continuing his silent watch for morning to come. Still, he didn't forget to glance over at Kiri. At that moment, Kiri was fiddling casually with her revolver, spinning its chamber with practiced ease. Noticing Ryuji's gaze, she gave him a playful smirk. What's wrong? One's not enough for you? I meant, maybe you should rest too. I already got a little sleep earlier. Ryuji's words were sincere. He had accidentally dozed off for a bit, and now, well, given the circumstances, there was no way he was getting any more sleep tonight. Seeing the exhaustion on Kiri's face, he figured he might as well offer. To his surprise, Kiri's grin widened. The next thing he knew, this tall, beautiful woman lightly stepped over the barricade they'd set up by the door and landed gracefully beside him. Well, if you're offering, I won't say no. After all, Kiri leaned in with a teasing lilt, even a big sister like me wants to lean on someone every now and then. Chapter 34, Tsunade's breakdown. Kiri still reeked of sweat and blood, an unpleasant smell to be sure, but to Ryuji, her soft and elastic body was more than enough to make him feel a fleeting moment of pleasure. Along with a bit of pain. Because Tsunade's current position was, frankly, awkward. She was lying prone in his arms, which meant her toned stomach was pressing right against Ryuji's lower abdomen, leaving his sword pointed directly at her navel. Her head was resting on his chest, and in this perilous situation, all it would take was the slightest movement from her, and Ryuji's precious dagger would suffer a catastrophic blow from her overwhelming strength. In other words, the moment Tsunade woke up, she'd instantly notice his little reaction. And in fact, Ryuji could already feel the tip of his heroic blade nudging firmly against her belly button. But Kiri didn't care about any of this. Since Ryuji had promised to keep watch, she relaxed completely and quickly fell asleep. As for whether Ryuji might do anything improper, Well, she already planned to properly do those things with him later anyway. Might as well add a little romance to this messy apocalypse, something to look back on fondly someday. After all, a wandering gunner like her was all about romance. It was unnecessary. But for Ryuji, this situation was pure torture. Not long after, Kiri's soft breathing turned into distinct snores, loud enough to irritate his ears. And it was at that moment, amidst the noise, that Ryuji realized something terrifying. Tsunade snores too. But tonight, she wasn't snoring at all. The instant that thought crossed his mind, he felt something cold, terrifyingly cold, clamp down on his sword. At the same time, another hand lightly pressed on Kiri's body. Her snoring cut off instantly. Her restless sleep turned eerily peaceful, like a baby. And then, Ryuji felt something sharp and cold sensation against the hilt of his sword. A chilling voice broke the silence. Was what you said true? Ryuji froze. He knew exactly what that was. A kunai. Damn it, she'd been faking sleep all along. But why the sudden hostility? He had no clue, but one thing was certain, until Tsunade was done with whatever she wanted to do, there was no way Kiri was waking up. Even so, Ryuji forced his voice to stay steady. What are you talking about? It's useless, Tsunade's voice sounded hollow, but with an odd trace of guilt. Kiri's body might be special, but she's still human. Chakra doesn't affect her much. But it's enough. I put her into a deep sleep, she won't wake for at least 6 hours. Ryuji didn't care about that. All he could focus on was her hand. So damn soft. Not at all like a battle-hardened ninja's hand. Ha. You're excited again, Tsunade murmured, a trace of bitter amusement in her hollow voice. When I first met you, that part of you was completely normal. Even showing signs of decline from aging. But now, it's so full of life again. A faint green glow filled the dark room. Ryuji's heart skipped a beat. It was chakra. Medical chakra glowing in the palm of her hand. I don't know if you're the mastermind behind all this, Tsunade whispered, but I just want to know one thing. Her empty gaze bore into him. Can you really send a woman back home after sleeping with her? Under that green glow, Ryuji hesitated. I'm not sure, he confessed. Sending someone back requires energy. A full 1,000 points. With Arena, it worked because I genuinely loved her, so our connection generated that energy. But with you guys, I don't know if it'll. Before he could finish, the kunai was at his throat. So you were lying to us? Because I honestly don't know. Tsunade fell silent. Ryuji felt his scalp tingle under her hollow gaze, lips trembling faintly, clearly struggling to hold herself together. But in the end, she grabbed his collar, pulled him close, her empty eyes staring deep into his. I don't care anymore. If you can't send me back, I'll kill you. Wait, I really. Before he could finish, she slammed him down onto the bed. And then, warm lips crashed into his. A clumsy kiss. A desperate kiss. Tears dripped onto his face. It was painfully clear. Trapped in darkness, tortured by the stench of blood, the endless roars of zombies, and her own hemophobia, Tsunade had reached her limit. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. She kept whispering those words, but her actions were anything but gentle. With trembling hands, she cut through Ryuji's clothes without hesitation, then grabbed his sword, desperately trying to press it against herself. She just didn't want to stay here any longer. Not in this suffocating darkness, surrounded by the stench of blood, the endless roars of the undead, the sound of flesh being torn apart, or the splash of blood hitting the ground. Unlike Ryuji and Kiri, Tsunade's senses were far too sharp. Where they only heard the distant howls, she could hear everything, every detail of the carnage outside. She could hear the flow of zombie blood, the ripping of flesh, the grotesque sound of organs spilling out, and the sickening noise of zombies gnawing on the corpses of their own kind, all of it, clear as day in her ears. And this nightmare repeated itself again and again. Endlessly in the dark. Tsunade had always been terrified of blood, but now, trapped here in this hellish place, it felt like she'd been dragged back to the battlefield of the Shinobi World War. In her mind's eye, it wasn't mindless zombies clawing at the barricades, it was Dan. It was Nawaki. Torn apart, mutilated, dying all over again right in front of her eyes. Their broken bodies slammed again and again into the fragile shelter around her, calling to her, blaming her, asking why she couldn't save them. The overwhelming stench of blood robbed her of any last shred of self-deception. There was no safety here. No escape from her guilt. No escape from them. And so, without the time for self-treatment, no reassuring words from a child of destiny, in this moment of utter darkness and fear, Tsunade, whose hemophobia had reached its breaking point, snapped completely. Yet even as she clutched Ryuji's sword, trying to drive it into her own vulnerable body, Her hands were trembling so badly her aim was all over the place, scraping against his waist and thigh, making Rigi flinch from the sharp pain. In the end, unable to bear it any longer, Rigi seized a brief opening, grabbed Tsunade's hands, and forcefully flipped her down onto the bed, pinning her beneath him. Chapter 35, The Hemophobic Ninjutsu. What exactly are you trying to do? Rigi had pinned Tsunade down, but he hadn't lost his mind. Taking advantage of someone in this state would just be way too much, even if his body was pretty much on the verge of exploding right now. But the real problem was, if he actually went all the way, but didn't gain any energy points from it, meaning he couldn't send Tsunade back, then without a doubt, he'd be completely screwed. Forget about surviving peacefully after that, just not getting smashed into a meat patty by one of Tsunade's punches would already be considered lucky. So, without hesitation, Rigi tried to pull his hands back. He wanted to slap Tsunade across the face a couple of times to snap her out of it. But then, he suddenly felt a sharp pain down below. Looking down, he saw Tsunade had jabbed a finger right at the base of his most vulnerable part. His whole body froze. And the next second, an unbearable surge of intense heat exploded from within him, like white flames gushing out uncontrollably, splashing directly onto Tsunade. Rigi was speechless. Tsunade's voice was still hollow, anxious, and utterly detached from reality. Did you get energy points from that? Get your damn energy points, my ass. Rigi could feel a force within him desperately pushing him to keep firing, to keep going, and sure enough, his body obeyed. Without a doubt, this had to be some kind of medical ninjutsu from the ninja world. Why you? Shaking uncontrollably, Rigi could barely squeeze out a single word to condemn Tsunade. But before he could even finish, she pressed him down onto the bed again. He clearly heard the sound of the bed frame cracking beneath them. His body dropped down through the broken boards, and so did Tsunade. And in that moment, Rigi's sword slid right through that wild, golden forest, almost, just almost, reaching that soft, warm entrance. He could feel it, feel exactly how Tsunade's most delicate place was like. It was so close. But just as he was about to enter, the combination of extreme tightness and Tsunade suddenly dropping her weight down caused him to painfully miss the mark. It was like trying to drive a stick into dry, hard-packed soil, only for the stick to violently snap or split from too much force. That's exactly what Rigi felt was happening to his poor little brother right now. He gasped hard, only to feel a soft, warm hand suddenly holding the tip of his sword. That gentle warmth enveloped him completely, and the next instant, under the combined effect of pain and stimulation, another uncontrollable burst of white fluid erupted from him again. Is this working? Like this? How about this? Tsunade's voice was still hollow, but Rigi forced himself to take a deep breath, doing everything he could to keep his mind clear in this messed up situation. Then, raising his head, he looked straight at her and spoke. If you really want to kill me, please, just toss me into a horde of zombies. Don't do this to me. He was dead serious. If death was inevitable either way, honestly, he'd rather be bitten to death by zombies. This was just plain torture. One day, he swore, he'd find a way to pay her back for this. For a long moment, silence hung in the air. And then, finally Tsunade's voice came again. It didn't sound quite as hollow this time. Sorry. And in the next instant, under Tsunade's guidance, Rigi's sword finally parted that thick golden forest and slid into an incredibly warm, tight space. Getting inside wasn't easy at all. It reminded him of Arena's. But no, this was even harder. It was just too thick. Arena's body, while full and beautiful, still had room left to mature. But there was no doubt about it, the Tsunade before him was already a fully ripened fruit, both in body and mind. When Rigi felt the thin membrane inside resisting him, he froze for a second. But after thinking about it, he didn't say anything. After all, Tsunade's ex-boyfriend had died before ever doing anything with her. Honestly, that poor guy really got the short end of the stick. But it also led to something else. Sorry, it's stuck. Tsunade whispered with a low voice, then suddenly pressed her body down. That reckless movement not only tore at her own body, causing a sharp pain and fresh blood to flow, but it also made Rigi's blood pressure skyrocket. Are you kidding me right now? What do you take me for? At that moment, Rigi couldn't help but feel extremely annoyed. And just when he was about to say something, Tsunade's body suddenly froze. Rigi, still waiting for her next move, could clearly feel the trembling running through her body. The tight, warm walls around him began to shiver uncontrollably, clenching and pulling at him like they didn't want to let him go. It was obvious, Tsunade's body had long since craved this. But, why did she suddenly stop? Rigi was still confused when it finally hit him. Hemophobia? A brief silence hung in the air. Then, Rigi let out a breath and took the initiative. You. Seriously, what the hell is wrong with you? Ah. No. Blood. As he flipped her over, he suddenly felt something yank hard on him, nearly pulling him out completely. The mix of blood and other fluids splattered onto Tsunade's body, making her shriek and collapse back onto the already shattered bed. Flicking open his lighter, Ryuji was greeted by the sight of Tsunade curled up, her snow-white thighs tightly pressed together, arms wrapped around her head and chest, staring at him in sheer terror, and at the blood splattered across her flawless skin. That scene nearly made Ryuji laugh in disbelief. You're the one who forced this whole situation. And now you're the one paralyzed in fear? Who do you think I am, some kind of saint? Even saints get pissed off. With both his mind and body boiling over thanks to Tsunade's crazy antics, Ryuji wasn't in the mood to hold back anymore. The most important step had already happened. At this point, whether or not he wanted this was no longer the issue. Because once Tsunade snapped out of her episode, she would absolutely pull some more insane stunts. And if he had no say in this either way, then he might as well take control himself. Ryuji grabbed Tsunade's trembling ankle, dragging her helpless body toward him. Then, slowly, his fingers slid over the very place he had just tasted but hadn't fully enjoyed, leaving faint smears of blood on his fingertips. You wanna play rough with me, when you can't even handle your own blood? What's the point of pretending to be tough? He pressed that stained fingertip onto Tsunade's forehead. Her shivering intensified. Without hesitation, Ryuji grabbed her leg, caught her trembling hand, and pulled the frozen Tsunade up like she weighed nothing, tossing her back onto his bed. Curled up on her side, Tsunade hugged her head like a terrified child, all because of her own blood. Ryuji stood there, lighter in hand, staring at those flawless, trembling thighs. At her absurdly voluptuous curves. He thought for a second. Then he reached out, and ruthlessly grabbed her soft, full chest, thought for a while, then directly grabbed her nipples. Then pinched hard. Chapter 36, No Escape from the Battlefield. The moment Tsunade's pink nipples was pinched tightly by Ryuji's frustrated hands, he used too much force, almost making it come out of her clothes. Her originally beautiful and perfect-shaped breasts deforming under his hands. His grip wasn't gentle at all, not like how he would treat Arena with calm and reason, but rather fueled entirely by pent-up irritation and stress that had been building inside him for days. Her clothes could no longer contain her, and under his intense squeeze, part of her softness escaped its confines. Normally full and elegant, Tsunade's curves were now misshapen and overwhelmed in Ryuji's hands. Even Tsunade, despite her fear of blood and mental chaos, couldn't help but let out a small cry of pain from his unrestrained aggression. And Ryuji, after finally touching what he had only dared to look at before, couldn't hold back the bitter words that burst from his mouth. You really just parade around in clothes like this every day in front of me? What, you don't see me as a man at all? As soon as he finished shouting, he let go of her soft flesh and gave her a hard slap across her chest. Instantly, a ripple of motion surged across her body, waves rising and falling, forming a breathtaking sight impossible to ignore. And on the untouched side, the firm peak of her chest proudly stood out in sharp contrast. Ryuji sneered coldly, pinching the now hard tip with clear intent, confirming without a doubt that Tsunade's body had long been ready, regardless of what her mouth said. After giving it a hard twist, he abruptly let go, only to follow it up with a firm slap on her rear. Another wave of snowy softness trembled beneath his hand. By now, the lighter in Ryuji's hand was scorching hot, but he didn't care. He brought it down near Tsunade's thigh, letting its faint glow illuminate everything clearly, letting both of them see that now quivering entrance. And the unmistakable traces of wetness steadily dripping out. Ha! Another slap followed. You slut. Looks like you've been waiting for this all along. Ryuji was genuinely angry. Bathed in the dim glow of his lighter, he grabbed Tsunade's supple body again, pulling apart her folds that were almost stubbornly resisting him, before pressing himself against her entrance. The first attempt failed. But the second time, without hesitation, he pushed in deeply. The lighter fell from his hand as Ryuji fully embraced the incredible sensation enveloping him. Every thrust felt like driving a sturdy stick into wet, tightly packed mud, so soft and yet so overwhelmingly constrictive. Every withdrawal demanded he fight against a resistance thicker and more viscous than tar. In a word, exhilarating. Arena's youthful body certainly held its own kind of sweetness, pure and delicate, but compared to Tsunade, it lacked a certain depth. With Arena, Ryuji found joy. But with Tsunade? All he felt was the urge to vent. To punish. He didn't care about her pleasure. Again and again, he pushed deeper, clearing away the resistance in this uncharted path, determined to reach her furthest depths. If it felt this tight for him, Tsunade must have been torn between pain and a pleasure she couldn't resist. But before he could fully reach the end, Tsunade's body trembled violently, not in fear, but in raw, feminine climax. Ryuji immediately felt a warm surge enveloping him, the tight passage becoming slicker and smoother in an instant. But He could tell, it wasn't just natural lubrication. "You're this sensitive, huh?" Rigi sneered and continued his relentless assault. If he had looked closely at Tsunade's face at that moment, he would have seen her eyes rolling upward, overwhelmed. Her natural sensitivity, combined with the situation, left her completely at his mercy. Every time she thought she was about to come down from the high, Rigi's next deep thrust would send her right back into overwhelming ecstasy. And worst of all, she could feel it. Rigi was only getting faster. And no. Wait. Tsunade's pleading voice was soft, almost pitiful. She knew she had made a mistake, that her earlier anger and lack of control had led her here. But Rigi had no intention of stopping. She started this war. She crossed the line first. How could he stop just because she was afraid now? Rigi wouldn't accept that. None of the fire burning in him would accept that. And so, his next thrust was the fiercest yet, finally reaching the very end. Tsunade's head snapped back violently, her reaction far exceeding even Arena's most intense moments. The reason was simple. In a normal world, a woman's nerves were mostly concentrated in the front, the back? Rarely, if ever. But this was the world of Naruto, where the body's cells were twice as dense as that of an ordinary human being. Naturally, their nerves were far more sensitive, far more responsive. Even though Tsunade had some supernatural abilities, able to heal wounds or smash mountains with a punch, her body, in its essence, wasn't much different from a normal human woman. Which meant, what would normally be mild stimulation for someone like Arena, was 10 times as intense for a ninja like Tsunade. The overwhelming sensation made Tsunade instinctively stick out her tongue, trembling all over. And just as Rigi's had reached that sacred, life-bearing place of hers, he finally understood firsthand what it meant to deal with a real ninja. When he tore away her clothes, rough and direct, grabbing at those perfect curves that one hand could barely grasp, Tsunade's body retaliated instinctively. Rigi hadn't even gotten the chance to savor the moment properly before, in the very next instant, he reached his limit and dumped his cum inside her. And that wasn't all. Despite having already devoured his flame, her body refused to let go, continuously stimulating him, relentlessly squeezing him, until it felt like she was milking every last drop stored within him. Rigi gritted his teeth, holding on to Tsunade's absurdly soft and grand form, trying desperately to pull away, only to find himself utterly trapped, buried against her plush curves and smooth, muscular thighs that drove his senses into overdrive. And in order to escape this deadly entrapment, he had no choice but to release his cum recklessly, emptying the last of it. By the time he finally managed to retreat from the pussy, Rigi's legs were shaking uncontrollably. Tsunade lay collapsed before him, utterly defeated, while the so-called warrior his little brother could barely stand, overcome by an unfamiliar sense of emptiness. Lighting his lighter, he looked down at Tsunade's trembling form, curled up on the bed, her body still twitching subconsciously. Rigi couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. This woman. Terrifying beyond belief. But, Rigi casually took out some leftover grilled meat from his inventory, preserved perfectly thanks to his item storage function. He took a savage bite, the warm food dropping into his empty stomach, and soon enough, the weakness and exhaustion began to fade, transforming rapidly back into raw power. Less than 10 minutes later, just as Tsunade, her night vision helping her barely recover from that devastating ordeal, slowly opened her eyes in fear, Rigi's hand once again seized her perfectly shaped rear. And on his face, was that same empty, soulless smile she herself had worn not long ago. Then, like a valiant warrior facing down an ancient dragon, he spoke words full of grim resolve. A true warrior never flees the battlefield. Chapter 37, Ninja. Endure it. Under Tsunade's terrified gaze, Rigi once again pushed himself deep into her body. She could feel every inch of herself, already hypersensitive, being forced to accept that overwhelming sensation all over again. Her trembling legs had long since lost their strength, leaving her no choice but to helplessly endure his relentless assault. This time, Rigi didn't hesitate at all. Right from the start, he drove fiercely into Tsunade's core. That intoxicating softness engulfing him sent a shiver of excitement through his mind. With every thrust, a lewd sound echoed between them, slick and messy. The thick essence he had poured inside her earlier hadn't spilled out, instead, it pooled deep within her most sacred place, endlessly stimulating her from within. It was almost as if her body had instinctively begun preparing itself, urging her very being to fulfill its most primal role. As a result, what had once been welcoming and yielding was now tightening, clenching down with an intensity that gave Rigi a completely new and thrilling sensation every time he thrust forward. Please. I beg you. Stop. I was wrong. Tsunade gasped between sobs, her voice hoarse from exhaustion. Right now, the only thought left in her dazed, overwhelmed mind was to plead for mercy. It was too much, the stimulation was too intense, too unrelenting. Just when she thought she'd been granted a moment's peace, Rigi would mercilessly drag her back to the peak once more, leaving her utterly defenseless. Tears began to gather at the corners of her eyes. But Rigi didn't see, and even if he did, he wouldn't have cared. Not when her body, like a desperate octopus, clung to him so fiercely that even if he wanted to pull away, he doubted she'd let him go easily. TCH. This woman's body really is. The sensation was beyond words. Tsunade's insides felt almost unreal, impossibly tight, impossibly hot, like an overstuffed sausage ready to burst. If one were to pierce it with a sharp enough point, the delicate casing would tear apart, releasing the searing, pent-up filling within. And right now, Tsunade's trembling body was that sausage, while Rigi was the unforgiving skewer driven straight through her. Every movement inside her was slick and effortless thanks to the obscene amount of heat and moisture, but trying to pull out? That would be nearly impossible. Tsunade's heavy, bouncing breasts swayed wildly beneath him with every rough thrust. It was almost a pity that there wasn't enough light for Rigi to fully admire the mesmerizing sight, so, naturally, he reached out to seize them directly. They were far too large to grasp with just one hand, irresistibly full and soft. Rigi groped the base of one mound with one hand, while his other hand teased the tip, savoring the contrast in texture. Lowering his head, he plunged deep into her body while greedily taking one of her hardened peaks into his mouth, suckling and biting without restraint, while his free hand twisted and kneaded her other breast without mercy. Eventually, with a final, brutal thrust, he poured another scalding flood of heat deep inside her, leaving Tsunade's eyes rolling back completely. This time, she collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut, trembling all over, struggling just to breathe. Her mind had shut down completely. All she could do was gasp desperately, like a fish stranded on land, her body convulsing in the aftermath. But Rigi wasn't done. Even as he pulled out, slick and drenched in their combined fluids, he noticed just how utterly flooded her insides had become. With a casual press on her lower belly, he heard a lewd squelch as something spilled out from within her. Tsunade's body jolted violently, her back arching high off the bed for a few seconds before she finally collapsed, completely spent. She didn't even respond when Rigi pinched her sensitive peaks again. Grabbing her chin, Rigi turned her face toward him, only to realize she had lost consciousness entirely. Her head lolled limply as he shifted her, confirming his suspicion. TCH. For a woman with such an outrageously lewd body, you sure are fragile. Rigi clicked his tongue in mild disappointment. Not even close to Arena's endurance. Seriously. She was a fully ripened woman, but just 2 rounds and she was already like this? What the hell was that supposed to be? Even so, after releasing twice, though Rigi's body was still brimming with energy, at least his sanity had started to return. And that was when he finally noticed something. Something that had quietly changed without him realizing. The ominous red glow in his vision, the one marking the cursed night, had vanished. The date had turned back to white. It was already the next day. And the time? 6 a.m. Seeing this, Rigi silently reached for his gun. Carefully, he tried moving the barricade blocking the steel hatch. And in the very next moment, what greeted his eyes almost made him doubt reality. The zombies were gone. Not completely, of course. The charred corpses, the ones they'd killed with fire and weapons, still littered the area. But aside from those, every last one of the undead had mysteriously disappeared. Even the mountain of rotting bodies, the ones that had piled up around their steel shelter, the ones crushed or buried by their own kind, had all vanished without a trace. All that remained were strange, blood-stained yellow cocoons scattered across the ground like abandoned refuse. This world getting weirder by the day. Rigi scanned the surroundings, then instinctively glanced up at the sky. The blood-red glow staining the moon was gone, completely erased. The moon itself was fading behind the clouds. And beyond that, sunlight had begun to seep over the horizon, its warm glow slowly illuminating the battlefield reeking of blood and smoke. The blood moon's over? Rigi wasn't entirely sure. But at least for now, he couldn't see a single moving corpse. At the very least. Beneath this steel shelter, the suffocating wall of undead had disappeared. He took a few steps back, deciding it'd be better to wait until Kiri and Tsunade woke up before doing anything else. And that was when he noticed, Kiri was still fast asleep, completely at peace. Thanks to him opening the barricade a little, the first rays of dawn now poured into the dark shelter. That golden light shone directly onto Tsunade's utterly ruined body, still covered in streaks of white filth. Especially between those parted, powerless legs. From deep within her ravaged body, thick white fluids were still slowly dripping down her pale, flawless thighs. They slid along the curves of her shapely calves, over her delicate feet, and finally dangled from her crimson-painted toes. One drop at a time. Unfortunately for her, Tsunade wasn't like those merchant NPCs who could just reset themselves with a quick conversation. Which meant Ryuji's gaze fell, naturally, onto those massive, obscene breasts of hers. Chapter 38, Busted at dawn. Ryuji adjusted Tsunade's position, angling her just right so he could admire that beautifully broken expression on her face, the very picture of collapse beneath golden sunlight. The dust floating in the air shimmered clearly in the sunlight, forming a glowing pillar that gave Tsunade an almost divine glow, holy, even. Unfortunately, Ryuji wasn't in the mood for holiness. Without hesitation, he cupped her soft peaks and slid his so-called heroic sword into that deep, magnificent valley those two glorious mounds created. It wasn't the same as the softness of flesh inside, but still, the sensation was unexpectedly good. It wasn't about friction or pressure, it was the raw visual, the overwhelming stimulation of the senses. Tsunade's blank expression, her sleeping face lost in bliss, the morning sunlight pouring down. All of it combined to give Ryuji a wicked little thrill, the kind of thrill you get sneaking around in the early morning, doing something forbidden before the other person wakes up. That forbidden excitement made him slow down unconsciously, savoring every second as he admired Tsunade's beautiful face. The silky smoothness of her skin, the way pressure changed depending on how he pressed or squeezed the soft curves. Everything was perfect. Just as Ryuji was about to lose himself again, to fall completely into that peak of indulgence, click. A cold, unforgiving pressure pressed into his lower back. And a voice, calm but ice cold, cut through the air like steel. Care to explain what the hell you're doing? I'm all ears. It was Carrie. At some point, without him realizing, she had woken up. Ryuji froze like a man struck by lightning. The fire he was about to release somewhere else ended up erupting straight onto Tsunade's face, blocking both her mouth and nose completely. But with the cold barrel of Carrie's gun pressed against his back, Ryuji had no choice but to raise both hands in surrender. If I said she made the first move, would you believe me? Do I look stupid to you? Carrie scoffed. Please, she'd already set the boundaries beforehand. There was no way Tsunade would have made a move out of nowhere. Ryuji felt utterly speechless. At that moment, Tsunade slowly opened her eyes, those same eyes now smeared with a certain sticky aftermath. Her eyes narrowed dangerously. Yeah, go ahead and shoot him. Carrie bonked Ryuji on the head with a steel pipe she was holding. 7:00 a.m. So. It really was her who made the first move? Unable to stand the stuffy air inside their steel-walled shelter, Carrie sat outside, staring at Ryuji, who was currently tied up like a roast pig, and at Tsunade, who'd already showered and sat calmly beside him. She scratched her head, visibly irritated. So what the hell happened? Tsunade tilted her head back, gazing at the morning sun. Before lowering her head quietly. My hemophobia acted up way too severely. I lost control of myself. She sighed deeply. Once her sanity returned, she was fully aware of just how stupid her actions had been. But what's done was done. No use crying over spilled milk. So yeah. Even if he acted all smug about it, technically, he's innocent. Ryuji said nothing. Right now, it was 2 against 1, and both women could flatten him if they wanted. The smartest move? Keep his damn mouth shut and stay as invisible as possible. Carrie crossed her legs, leaning back with a frustrated sigh. TCH. Looks like I'll have to wait a while longer, huh? Just when I was still hesitating a little. Her original plan had been simple, tease Ryuji a bit, do some missions together, build some chemistry, have a few drinks. Then, naturally, roll straight into bed. But Tsunade's sudden ambush had completely thrown a wrench in that plan. Not that Carrie minded them hooking up. But there was one thing she absolutely refused to accept. She wouldn't do threesomes. So if she was going to sleep with Ryuji, it would have to be after all this mess settled. Still. Curiosity gnawed at her. How'd you two even do it? Carrie asked bluntly. Huh? Tsunade froze for a moment and looked at Carrie in confusion. I mean, I've seen you two together plenty of times, but I'm really curious. Just how did he manage to make you pass out? Given the difference in strength and stamina between the two of you. Even if he went all out and drained himself dry, there's just no way he could exhaust you to that extent, right? Carrie looked genuinely puzzled. After all, Tsunade's stamina was unquestionable. As for Ryuji, sure, his physical abilities had improved a lot thanks to that weird leveling system of his, but at the end of the day, he was still nowhere near Tsunade's league. Tsunade's breath caught in her throat. The corner of her mouth twitched slightly. She could tell exactly why Carrie was so grumpy about this whole situation. She was pissed at Tsunade for forcing herself on Ryuji. And she was pissed at Ryuji for having the audacity to act all smug afterward. But as for Carrie's question, Tsunade really didn't know how to answer it. She wanted to say it was because Ryuji's nerves were just so much duller than hers, maybe not even half as sensitive, so he wasn't as overwhelmed. But there was absolutely no way she could say that out loud. Well, you see. That's She coughed awkwardly, dodging the question entirely. Still, she didn't complain about having her body taken or anything like that. As annoyed as she was with Regi's cocky attitude, she also knew full well that she'd been the aggressive one here. She had no right to attack him for it. Besides, since she'd already come this far, wouldn't it be a waste not to see if this could really send her home? Doesn't look like she wants to talk, Carrie said, smiling sweetly as she casually raised her revolver. In that case, why don't you two show me directly? I'd love to see exactly how it's done. A chill ran down both Regi and Tsunade's spines. This wasn't just irritation anymore. This was serious irritation. How about we don't do that? Tsunade forced a dry laugh. But since things have come this far, I suppose I do need to test whether I can actually go back or not. After all, there's still some risk involved. Don't worry, until you've gathered enough energy to return as well, I won't leave. Tsunade's mouth twitched again. She was annoyed, sure, but she couldn't deny that when Regi went after her, it did feel surprisingly good. Still, she wasn't exactly into exhibitionism. Regi. Can someone, anyone, ask for my opinion here? And speaking of energy, Regi opened his system interface and immediately noticed something different. Skills, Master of the 7 Days to Die World Dimension, 12%, Endless Traveler LV1, 35%, Energy, 75.75 points. Regi blinked. With Arena, just once had gotten him a full 100 points. But Tsunade. Once, twice, 3 times. And he'd only gotten 25 points per time? And it even looked like the Endless Traveler skill required energy from 2 partners to activate. Regi thought for a moment and quickly understood. The reason was simple. He and Tsunade didn't have any real emotional connection. Sure, her feelings had exploded during their moments together, but none of that emotion had actually been directed at him personally. So getting less energy from her kind of made sense. But that also meant it would take at least 40 times to gather enough energy to send Tsunade back. Regi couldn't help but feel a little happy. If Carrie's situation was the same, then these 2 girls, who couldn't refresh their equipment or supplies, would have to stay and tough out another blood moon with him. Great exclamation mark. Not having to face the next blood moon alone was honestly the best news he'd heard all day. Still, speaking of the blood moon, maybe it was about time for new teammates to arrive? As that thought crossed his mind, 2 glowing spheres of light suddenly appeared around them. In the next moment, with a flash, 2 new figures materialized before their eyes. One was a red-haired girl in a school uniform, her figure jaw-droppingly voluptuous. The other was a blonde girl, clad in a shining silver breastplate over flowing white silk garments. The moment they arrived, the blonde girl stepped back nervously, glancing around warily. Meanwhile, the redhead scanned her surroundings with curious eyes, pausing when she noticed the bound-up Regi, and the 2 tense women beside him. Then, with an almost playful glint in her eyes, she raised a finger to her crimson lips. Huh? Chapter 39, The Newcomers. How interesting. The red-haired girl narrowed her eyes, clenching her fist slightly, and immediately felt a wave of weakness wash over her body. Not only that, but the magic within her had been suppressed, no, more like forcefully restrained by some kind of power. Or perhaps by the very laws of this world itself, reducing her strength to that of an ordinary human. Even when she instinctively tried to summon her demonic wings, she found it difficult, as if even the strength of her wings wasn't enough to tear through her clothes. But the most crucial problem was, she should have been in the safest place in the entire underworld, not in this bizarre location. Just moments ago, she had been catching up with her older brother, the current Lucifer of the underworld, inside his grand castle. Yet in the blink of an eye, she was here. This wasn't just some random teleportation trick. Her brother was without question the most powerful being in the underworld. Even the god of the Bible himself, in his prime, wouldn't have been able to teleport her away right from under her brother's nose. Which meant, her sharp gaze instantly fell upon the blonde girl who had appeared alongside her, emerging from the same sphere of light. Despite the fact that the blonde girl appeared frightened, the red-haired girl could sense an extraordinary amount of magical power from her, a power that, without any external suppression, was now rapidly and recklessly expanding, almost like revenge against whatever had been holding it back. Even in its current state, that magic easily rivaled that of a lower-class demon. If she wasn't the only one being suppressed in this place, then this blonde girl must be subject to the same restrictions as well. What terrifying potential. And she smells pure. Definitely a virgin. The red-haired girl licked her lips slightly, eyes gleaming with curiosity and amusement. Looks like an innocent little thing too. If there's an opportunity later, maybe I should consider making her my servant. Of course, these thoughts flashed through her mind in the span of a second. To Regi and the others watching, the red-haired girl merely froze for a brief moment before calmly turning her gaze toward them. Good day, everyone. I am Ryaz. I apologize for the sudden intrusion. But might I trouble you to tell me, who exactly was it that brought us to this place?" As she spoke, her eyes swept over the surrounding area, particularly pausing on the remains of the corpses littered across the ground. Her brows furrowed ever so slightly. She could feel the presence of the dead. Yet something about them felt strange. Too uniform. It was as if these dead bodies, from their souls to their physical forms, were all identical. Ryaz Greenery? Ryuji blinked in surprise. That name sounded weirdly familiar. Something about a breast dragon emperor or whatever? He vaguely remembered hearing about it somewhere. But honestly, he'd never actually watched that anime. Back when he still watched shows, he was more into Sword Art Online or Attack on Titan. Old school series like this one? Never really been his thing. He only knew there was someone like her, a red-haired, well-endowed benefit queen type of character, basically the kind of heroine who practically threw herself at her followers. Apparently, this anime was filled with girls who were easy to sleep with. Beyond that, he didn't really know much. Oh right, there was also something called Campione. He had seen the name pop up countless times in novels, and he was pretty familiar with the characters, but the truth was, he'd never actually watched it. He didn't even know what this so-called Erika looked like. But yeah. She does have one hell of a figure for a fan service character. Ryuji stared at Ryaz's outfit. It was practically designed to highlight her curves, a perfect display of that incredible body. Aside from not being overly revealing, this was already pushing the limits of how suggestive an outfit could get. Not to mention, this girl herself had this kind of inherently suggestive aura. She practically radiated that energy that made guys want to overthink things. And so, out of respect for her figure and her vibe, Ryuji had a subtle, very manly reaction down below. Still, he really wasn't interested. He already had enough trouble on his hands with Tsunade and Kiri. "Oh? You know me?" Ryaz had sharp instincts. She caught onto his reaction immediately and gave him a curious look. "Not exactly. I just happen to know of someone named Ryaz." Ryuji shook his head. It wasn't like he knew her personally. He hadn't even seen any jinchai or fan art of her, didn't even know what she really looked like. So how could he say they knew each other? "I see." Ryaz didn't press further. "As for your question, we're not really sure either," Kiri chimed in, casually waving her hand. "We all just got dropped into this place out of nowhere too." "Is that so?" Ryaz frowned slightly at that answer. She subtly tried to activate her magic, only to find herself unable to cast anything. She clearly remembered how to chant. And yet, somehow, she just couldn't. It was like the knowledge was there, but the power wouldn't follow. A conceptual suppression? She silently took note of that, then kept her smile as she asked another question. "Then, do any of you seniors have any advice for me? Also, Ms. Blonde over there, I get the feeling we're in a similar situation. May I ask your name?" The blonde girl flinched like a startled cat. But under Ryaz's amused and slightly knowing gaze, she eventually gathered herself, puffed out her chest proudly, though still a little shy, and answered, "My name is Lux. Liuxana Crown Guard, from the Crown Guard family of Demacia. Could anyone tell me where in Runetra this is? And is there a way to go back?" "Lux? The Lady of Luminosity? The one who built Mage's Soul Stealer as a support? Riot's once beloved daughter, now completely power-corrupt and abandoned Lux? Just what kind of messed-up criteria was this world using to drag people in?" Ryuji gave Lux another look, and that tiny flicker of reaction in his eyes did not go unnoticed. Not by Ryaz. Not by Tsunade. Not by Kiri. Back when Tsunade and Kiri first told him their names, they had noticed the exact same thing, a barely perceptible change in Ryuji's gaze. But back then, Ryuji had been a total wreck, so neither of them felt like probing further. This time, though, it was different. That subtle reaction, barely noticeable to the average person, was more than enough to trigger alarm bells for people like them. Tsunade, a professional ninja. She might not have been the best at intel work, but has the necessary foundation to become a Hokage. She knew the basics. Kiri, a battle-hardened gunslinger. Reading people was second nature for someone like her. Ryaz Greenery, a little demon princess. The only one here who didn't notice was Lux herself, still nervously watching the others with a mixture of tension and curiosity. For now, Kiri shrugged, the only method we know of to maybe get out of here is to sleep with this guy. She casually pointed at Ryuji. Though whether it actually works or not? No idea. Aside from that, I got nothing. My advice? Stick with us. This world's seriously messed up. There are walking corpses everywhere, and I guarantee the rules here are way different from anything you're used to. Supposedly, there's a zombie outbreak every 7 days, But in reality, the warning signs start showing up around day 6. Day 7's just when things get completely out of hand. Welcome to hell, newcomers, Kiri said with a smile. Chapter 40, The Cautious Newcomer's Hell. Raya scoffed inwardly. If this really was hell, that'd be perfect? Going to hell for her would feel no different from going home. Unfortunately, this place was definitely not hell. So, if there really is some mastermind behind all of this, the only possible suspect would be him? Raya turned her gaze toward Ruji, voicing her suspicion aloud. Yeah, and the crazy thing is, this information actually came from him, Kiri replied with a wry smile tugging at the corner of her lips. We still haven't been able to figure out if he's telling the truth or just making things up. After all, this world is pretty bizarre. Honestly, it wasn't strange at all for Raya to be suspicious. Kiri had the exact same reaction the first time she heard Ruji's explanation, assuming he was the mastermind behind everything. That possibility still hadn't been ruled out. After all, for all anyone knew, Ruji's behavior could be an elaborate act. Kiri's initial plan had been simple: if it turned out he was lying, she'd beat the hell out of him, knock some sense into him, and if that didn't work, shoot him dead. If there was really a way to return home, it wouldn't even matter whether or not Ruji was the mastermind anymore. But then Tsunade's unexpected reaction threw everything into chaos, making the situation even harder to read. I see. Raya nodded. To her, Ruji didn't seem special at all, just an ordinary human, no matter how she looked at him. But she couldn't rule out the possibility that he might be some ancient entity in disguise either. In fact, Tsunade was thinking along similar lines. The only one not caught up in this line of suspicion was Lux, who had been quietly listening at the side. That kind of method. Lux's face turned bright red as she finally understood what they meant by having sex. While she wasn't completely ignorant of such things, the thought of actually doing it herself made her cheeks burn uncontrollably. Well, I don't really think it's something you guys need to worry about too much. It's just a personal ability of mine, really. Forget it. The more I explain, the more suspicious it sounds. Ruji sighed helplessly. He had known from the start that revealing his special ability would lead to this exact situation. But if he wanted to actually sleep with Tsunade and Kiri, and harness the power of his skill Endless Traveler to escape this world, he needed a legitimate reason to get that close to them. No matter how he looked at it, honesty seemed like the best approach. So, can you guys let me go now? I want to take on some quests. Without getting stronger, there's no way I can uncover the secrets of this world. And Kiri, you've leveled up a bunch too, haven't you? See if you can accept quests now. Ruji glanced at his status screen. He had reached level 70, but compared to level 50, absolutely nothing had changed. No new unlocks, no new powers, just the same old him. Huh? Kiri blinked, then quickly pulled up her own status window. A moment later, she grinned and pointed finger guns at Tsunade. Tsunade, looks like I can take on quests now too. Hey, Ruji, you were right. I'm already level 54. This damn system really does unlock stuff based on leveling up. Maybe we really can go home if we just keep leveling. Kiri's words made the newly arrived girl's eyes light up with hope. But Tsunade just shook her head. Whether leveling up could lead them home or not had little to do with her in the short term. With her hemophobia, fear of blood, she couldn't exactly fight zombies like Ruji and Kiri could. Sure, she could dig to gain EXP, but that was way slower than killing zombies during a blood moon. Plus, digging randomly could easily lead to disaster. I gotta test just how amazing these skill points really are. Kiri chuckled and allocated 2 skill points into agility. The next moment, her expression changed. She swiftly spun the chamber of her revolver, then drew and fired in one fluid motion. Staring at her hands in amazement, she whispered, "Incredible. I really am 20% faster." Kiri was stunned. With her muscle memory fully restored from all the zombie hunting, her reflexes and finger dexterity were already at peak performance, and yet just 2 skill points had taken her to a whole new level. Looking down at her own hands, Kiri couldn't help but break into an excited grin. As a ranger, a class of gunslingers obsessed with pushing their limits and chasing after power, the moment there was a way to grow stronger, of course she'd go after it without hesitation. As for whether that power came from some mysterious external source, rangers didn't care about stuff like that. Hey, what a strange little power. But pretty damn useful. If I can bring this back with me, maybe I really could go for the title of the strongest ranger. Kiri's face practically lit up with excitement. It wasn't that she was obsessed with power for power's sake, it was just that things weren't looking good for her comrades back in her own world. So if possible, Kiri hoped that when she eventually returned, she'd be strong enough to protect them. Honestly, I feel like you're better suited to chasing the title of world's greatest merchant scam artist. Ryuji silently grumbled to himself. Meanwhile, Ryaz and Lux looked even more lost, exchanging confused glances. They honestly had no idea what was going on. And Kiri? She was already completely immersed in testing out her new powers, darting around, flipping through the air, moving with explosive speed as she got used to this unfamiliar strength. Yeah. It didn't look like this crazy woman was going to calm down anytime soon. As for Tsunade, Ryuji glanced at Tsunade, who was sitting there with her head lowered, saying nothing at all. Very naturally, he turned his gaze to the two confused ladies. If you don't mind, how about I explain things to you from here? Even though he was still tied up, Ryuji casually extended his invitation. That would be most welcome. Raya smiled at him. Thank you very much. Lux, ever so polite, quickly followed. It took Ryuji about 30 minutes to explain the situation of this world to them, everything they had discovered so far, the terrifying blood moon hordes of the undead, and the unique properties of various items found here. So, in short, this is a terrifying world. What's worse, the intervals between blood moons might be getting shorter. Honestly, the timing of your arrival couldn't have been worse. Ryuji pointed at the ruins of the nearby town, now reduced to rubble, and the area around the store that was filled with giant craters. That's why, if you're willing, you're welcome to stay here with us, work with us, and survive together. If not, that's fine too. As long as you don't show hostility towards us or interfere with us, you're free to go wherever you like, we won't stop you. He repeated the same offer he once made to Tsunade and Kiri. Both Ryaz and Lux nodded, indicating their understanding. However, after hearing Ryuji's explanation, Ryaz looked at this rather plain-looking man, plain, at least, by the standards of devils and angels, and showed him a brilliant smile. If this world is really that dangerous, then I'll join you. Smiling, Ryaz extended her hand. Whatever she was truly thinking, though, remained known only to her. Lux looked between Ryuji and Ryaz, hesitated for a moment, then nodded as well, though she didn't dare extend her hand for a handshake. I'd like to stay too. Once Ryuji was untied by the two of them, he shook Ryaz's hand briefly, gave it a gentle shake, then released it. At the same time, he nodded to Lux. Welcome aboard. Ryuji smiled warmly. And then, he pulled out two pickaxes and handed one to each of them. Ryaz stared at the tool in her hands, her expression one of sheer disbelief. Then let's start by having you two work as miners. That's right. In Ryuji's eyes, two bright new labels had just appeared above their heads, Laborer +1. Chapter 41, The Strong Newcomers. That's right, manual laborers. For now, that was all Ryuji expected from them, plain and simple workers. Nothing more. After all, no matter how he looked at it, these two girls clearly didn't trust him one bit. Forcing them to do anything beyond basic labor would only backfire, they'd never agree to it. Well, anyway, you're free to explore this world if you want. I can turn you into players right away and provide you with some basic weapons. But if you prefer, you can also become players on your own by killing enough zombies. It's all up to you. Ryuji spread his hands casually, giving them the freedom to choose. There's no need to waste your experience points on me, Mr. Ryuji, Ryaz replied calmly, without a hint of hesitation. I can become a player myself. That said, I'll still focus on my current job, helping everyone build up the fortress. Ryaz spoke decisively, making her stance perfectly clear. She didn't plan on wasting any time. Sure, it was necessary to gather intel on this new world, but that was something she could do on her own, quietly, later. No need to get distracted now. Besides, as a member of the Greenery family, even if her powers were currently being suppressed, Ryaz was confident she could handle most situations without much trouble. But voluntarily accepting something directly from Ryuji? That she would avoid for now. Because in this bizarre world, there were just too many strange and ridiculous things that could hurt her in similar ways. Alright then. What about you, Lux? Me? Lux scratched her head, looking a little troubled. After furrowing her pretty brows for a moment, she finally spoke up in a slightly embarrassed tone. I guess I'll go with the same choice as Miss Ryaz. I think I can be of some help too. She reached out her hand. Here, she felt much more at ease. Even though there was still this indescribable pressure weighing on her, Lux could feel something inside her gradually awakening. And so, she pointed her finger forward. In an instant, a beam of light, as thick as a water barrel, blasted out from her fingertip, striking a distant tree. The huge tree, thick enough that two people would have to join hands to circle it, was instantly burned through before the beam pierced further, slamming into a giant boulder behind it. And then, the next moment, boom. The massive boulder shattered into pieces. Or rather, It was incinerated by an overwhelming heat, before crumbling apart. Rigi. Seriously, what kind of ordinary person like me has the qualifications to stand on the same playing field as monsters like these? Even Ryaz raised an eyebrow, realizing she had underestimated Lux. But at the same time, her desire to recruit Lux into her own peerage only grew stronger. If it weren't for this strange and unfamiliar environment, she would have invited Lux to become her servant right then and there. As for Lux herself, she was completely shocked by her own power. Sure, she'd used magic before. But this level of power? This was definitely a first. She stared dumbfounded at the devastation she'd caused, mouth agape, unable to believe this was something she had done. Ryaz couldn't help but chuckle softly. Lux's current reaction was all too familiar, the look of someone newly awakened to their own overwhelming strength, struggling to come to terms with it. Ryaz had plenty of experience dealing with someone like this. So without hesitation, she walked over to Lux's side and extended her hand gently. "Looks like you and I are the same type of person, Lux-san." And then, right before Lux's surprised eyes, magic circles began appearing around Ryaz. In the next moment, countless fireballs surged towards the already burning grass and the remnants of the trees. Boom. A storm of smoke and flames erupted. The already devastated land was now completely reduced to rubble and ashes. Rigi. He couldn't help but have a terrifying thought. If the first zombie horde was calibrated to challenge just him and Arena, then now, with monsters like Ryaz and Lux joining his side, just how ridiculously powerful would the next zombie horde become? Or maybe he was just overthinking things? No. Given his luck so far, wasn't this kind of thing basically guaranteed to happen? Rigi could feel a sharp pain in his stomach. When did he become the obvious deadweight in this party? Actually, now that I think about it, that was probably already the case ever since the second wave of newcomers. If Tsunade didn't have hemophobia and all those mental issues holding her back, this world would be basically easy mode for her. And with Kiri backing her up, they could probably wipe out most threats with ease. So I guess I've been nothing but a mascot character since that point, huh? Still, it kinda felt good though. Well, then, you two go ahead and do whatever you like, Ryuji said, spreading his hands in resignation. Since it had come to this, he might as well let these two big bosses do as they pleased. After all, if things actually came down to a fight, his side was clearly the weaker one. But for surviving through the Blood Moon? This wasn't a bad thing at all. Then we appreciate your understanding, Ryaz responded with a smile, doing her best to maintain her composure. Truthfully, she'd already pushed herself to her limits. The suppression from this world was just too intense. Right now, she could barely use even 1% of her power. Her gaze shifted slightly toward the silent blonde woman, the one called Tsunade. From the moment she laid eyes on her, a sharp sense of danger had been screaming in her mind. This woman could kill her. Easily. That sense of warning was what stopped her from trying to seize control of the situation from the start or acting recklessly. Well then, thank you for your generosity. Without sparing Ryuji much attention, just an ordinary human in her eyes, Ryaz didn't bother considering his thoughts at all. The fact that he sneaked a glance at her chest? Completely beneath her notice. After all, they came from two completely different worlds. Instead, she gently grabbed Lux's hand, pulling the confused girl aside to start exploring the area. As for mining? Please, she was the heir to the Grimory family. Manual labor was out of the question. Watching their figures disappear into the distance, Ryuji turned back to look at Tsunade. Yeah. They're pretty amazing, huh? He said, mostly just trying to fill the awkward silence. Tsunade let out a hopeless sigh, staring at this very ordinary man. You don't need to worry about what happened yesterday. That was my mistake. Shaking her head, she stood up. But since it's already happened, there's nothing more to say. Even if I made that decision in a moment of panic, it was still my decision. I'll keep doing that with you until you've gathered enough energy to send me away. But I'd like you to give me a rough estimate. How many times are we talking about here? And how long is this going to take? Her voice was calm. After all, she'd already mentally prepared herself for this. About 50 times, probably, Ryuji answered honestly. Since you and I don't really have any romantic feelings for each other, the emotional energy generated is pretty low, less than a quarter of what Arena produces. So, yeah. It's going to take a lot. Tsunade was silent for a moment. Then she shook her head. I can't see the exact number. But don't make me wait too long. And with that number, she gave Ryuji a serious look. Let's do it 10 times a day. Ryuji immediately broke out in a cold sweat. But after thinking about it for a moment, he looked back at Tsunade. Are you sure you can handle that? For him, it wasn't really a big deal, as long as food supplies were sufficient, 10 times a day was doable. But Tsunade. Her face instantly flushed bright red. The moment Uji said that, it reminded her of her utterly embarrassing state from the night before, and she clenched her fist tightly. It hardened. Her fist hardened. Shut up. Just do it. A ninja is someone who endures anything. Don't underestimate me. I carry the title of one of the legendary Sannin, after all. She declared proudly, but then muttered in a much smaller voice, worst case, I'll just use my Byakugo seal. Fortunately for her, Ryuji didn't catch that last part. After saying her piece, she waved her hand, gesturing for Ryuji to go do his tasks. Alright, go handle your stuff. I've got things to do too. Ryuji nodded, but just as he turned to leave, Tsunade suddenly called out to him. Come to my place at noon. That way I can at least have some rest time. Got it. The distance between them gradually widened. Just as Ryuji was about to step through the merchant's doorway, he heard Tsunade's final words drifting over from behind him. And also, take it slow next time, I've healed. Healed? Ryuji froze with his hand on the doorframe. Healed what exactly? Chapter 42, Level 2 Quests. Ryuji's gaze couldn't help but drift toward Tsunade's walking posture, and that was when he noticed something that he had completely overlooked before. Her walking speed hadn't changed at all. Her posture was perfectly normal. There wasn't the slightest hint of stiffness or awkwardness in her movements, as if the intense battle from last night had never even happened. In other words, she didn't feel any pain. Right. Ninjas were famously good at enduring pain. And Tsunade, as a battle-hardened veteran and an elite medical ninja, would obviously have an even higher pain tolerance than most. That must be it. Yeah. That's probably it. Ryuji muttered to himself, trying to convince his uneasy heart. Then he suddenly remembered something about Tsunade from Naruto, her monstrous physical abilities. Sure, she wasn't quite on the level of Hashirama Senshu, whose cells could stay active even decades after his death, but Tsunade's physical stats were still completely absurd, practically on par with the Raikage, a man who specialized in pure taijutsu. The Raikage, after all, came from a long line of muscle-bound freaks. Tsunade, on the other hand, was a woman, so technically, she should have been at a disadvantage when it came to physical strength. But reality clearly didn't care about technicalities. Tsunade's body was in a whole different league. If anything, she was stronger than the Raikage. And while her healing ability couldn't compare to the ridiculous Regan powers of Hashirama, it was still way beyond anything a normal human could even dream of. Hashirama's recovery speed was so broken that you could literally stab him 1 second and watch him heal the next. The only reason he ever died was because he got depressed after killing his best friend, not because his body gave out. As for that whole body gave out theory. Yeah, try saying that again after looking at those ridiculous Hashirama cells. So what I felt that night wasn't just Tsunade's natural tightness, it was her subconscious strength and her passive regeneration at work too. Realizing this, Ryuji's face turned pale with shock. He had never even considered that possibility. But then a terrifying thought hit him like a truck. No. Wait. If we're talking about her hemophobia kicking in, Tsunade wasn't even using her full strength at all. Come to think of it, every time they did it, it always depended entirely on Tsunade's own limits, like when her body couldn't take it anymore, that's when he could finally finish. But now, he realized that wasn't even her real limit. Could it fall off? His dragon? Or worse, could it get ripped apart? Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. He was genuinely terrified by the thought. The difference between worlds really is horrifying. Gulping nervously, Ryuji stepped into the merchant's hut. The merchant girl, who usually could stir a bit of his primal instincts, didn't have quite the same charm today. After all, no matter how pretty she was, Tsunade's looks, body, and overall vibe completely blew her out of the water. Sure, the merchant's stillness had its own mysterious charm, but when there was a gorgeous girl who could actually move. Yeah, mobility wins every time. Let's see what missions are available today. Opening the merchant girl's mission list, Ryuji immediately noticed something off. Normally, there were always 4 missions refreshed every day. But today, there were only 3. That's right, 1 was missing. So the number of missions is actually fixed. Ryuji frowned slightly but didn't think too much of it. He still had plenty of unallocated stat points sitting there unused. His plan was to wait until he met up with Tsunade before investing them, just in case stomping points blindly might mess up his ability to complete certain missions. Better safe than sorry. But just as he was about to close the interface, something interesting caught his eye. At the bottom of the mission list, there was a little arrow icon. Huh? There's a next page? Curious, Ryuji tapped it. Sure enough, the screen flipped, and what appeared before him made his eyebrows shoot up. Every mission on this second page had a strange little vertical line marking them at the front. Not only that, The distance markers for these new missions were noticeably farther away. The earlier missions had always been within 100 meters of his current location, 200 meters at most. But these new missions? 200 meters was the starting distance. Some were even as far as 300 or 400 meters away. So all the previous missions were basically level 1 missions, huh? And now, either because I've done too many of them, or maybe because of this Blood Moon event, I've unlocked access to level 2 missions? Ryuji didn't really believe that Kiri hadn't noticed this kind of thing before. But the fact that none of these level 2 missions showed up on her map? That was all the confirmation he needed. These missions, they were exclusive to him. Only he could see them. That alone made them feel like hidden content, tailor-made for his personal growth. But as for the types of missions themselves, there didn't seem to be any change. They were still the same boring collect this, kill that, rescue someone types of tasks. Even so, Ryuji didn't need to think twice to know. The difficulty of the tasks will definitely be higher than before. However, he still bravely chose to accept the mission, and not just any mission, but another zombie clearing quest. Standing in front of a completely new ruin, he glanced at the noticeably larger building compared to the previous ones. Nodding to himself, he started the mission without hesitation and smashed open a window with a swing of his axe. Sure enough, level 2 missions were indeed tougher than level 1. The number of zombies had practically doubled. But with a machine gun in hand, it wasn't exactly a problem. He simply used twice the amount of ammo he had before and managed to clean up the horde without much trouble. But still just as poor, huh? Ryuji sighed helplessly as he rummaged around for a long time, only to come up with some duct tape and a few bottles of medicine, with questionable expiration dates at that. Aside from a few brass fittings and some canned food, he didn't find anything else worth mentioning. It was downright tragic. And seriously, in a game that's clearly modeled after American survival horror, how the hell is there such a shortage of guns? What kind of nonsense is this? Grumbling, he started pushing along the only halfway decent thing he'd found, an old bicycle that still looked rideable. He figured that once he got back, he could try repairing it at the trader's crafting bench. At the very least, it could serve as a temporary mode of transport. But just as he returned to the camp, he caught sight of Kiri coming back from her own mission. And in her hands, an AK-47. Ryuji froze. Before he could even say anything, Kiri came running over like a gust of wind, her voice full of excitement. Ryuji. Ryuji. Look what I found. Without waiting for a response, Kiri practically shoved the AK into his hands. Ryuji stared blankly at the assault rifle, then stared even harder as Kiri, like a magician, suddenly pulled out another gun seemingly from thin air. For a moment, he was speechless. But for the sake of his pride, he had to at least ask. Did you get these from a mission? Ryuji knew that completing missions could sometimes reward weapons. But for him, it had always been things like iron arrowheads or painkillers, nothing remotely close to a proper gun. The best thing he'd ever gotten was a Molotov cocktail, which, granted, had been pretty useful. Beaming with pride, Kiri raised her hand like she was shooting an invisible gun, then brought the AK up to her cheek and planted a loud kiss on it. And as she lowered her hand again, yet another gun, this time an SMG, appeared out of nowhere. Yup. I told you I went out to do a mission, right? The moment I walked in, I found a weapon bag. And guess what? Inside there was an AK, an SMG, a shotgun, and a whole bag of shotgun shells. Then when I went to turn in the mission, that lady trader even gave me another AK. As she finished speaking, the MP5 in her hands morphed instantly into a pump-action shotgun. Ryuji could only stare in stunned silence. He quietly covered his face with one hand. He thought for a moment, then looked up at the sky. Finally, he turned back to Kiri, his expression filled with deep confusion. Finally, he turned to look at Kiri. Does this even make sense? He really couldn't believe it. Kiri went out on her very first mission. And somehow came back with a whole arsenal of weapons? Meanwhile, he had been scavenging and fighting tooth and nail this whole time, and this was all he had to show for it. And seriously, why did a level 1 mission reward her with an AK? What about him? After doing so many missions, risking his life again and again, all he got was a pile of useless junk? Ryuji felt a wave of dizziness hit him. Sure, he'd never been lucky enough to win any free drink kind of prizes in real life. But this was a survival game world. Did they really need to slap him in the face with this kind of brutal luck up here too? Weren't all those other Isekai protagonists supposed to be walking luck gods? Why was he so cursed? Maybe you just didn't search carefully enough? Kiri shrugged nonchalantly. Tell you what, I'll go with you next time. Who knows how much good loot you've missed just because you're so careless. Oh, and by the way, I found a level 2 mission. And there's this new share quest option I want to test out. Ryuji nodded silently. Truth was, he also wanted to test something. Earlier, when he checked the quest interface, he'd noticed a new option too, Share Quest. He wanted to see if sharing a quest meant both players could get the rewards. So the two of them headed over to the trader to turn in their mission. This time, the reward was painkillers and a heat insulation modules. As always, Ryuji picked the painkillers without hesitation. But sadly, even with a level 2 mission, the extra reward turned out to be just a single skill point. Ryuji accepted another level 2 mission. Together, they quickly headed to clear out the police station entrance. Fast in, fast out. Fast to finish the mission. And fast to stare in disappointment at the absolutely pathetic loot. What the hell are you, exactly? Kiri finally couldn't hold back anymore. After searching the entire police station, all she managed to find were 2 moldy hamburgers. Meanwhile, he, after flipping every drawer, cupboard, and locker in the building, ended up with exactly 2 bottles of mineral water. Don't ask. Ryuji's face was as dark as the bottom of a burnt pot. In every possible sense, black as soot. Chapter 43, Ryuji's misfortune treatment. Ryuji returned to the store with an utterly dark expression. Even Kiri, who had been grinning all the way, finally started to restrain herself, mostly because the low-pressure atmosphere around him was almost suffocating. It was so bad that she genuinely felt like he might just snap and start shooting at any moment. Still, every now and then, she couldn't help but let a chuckle slip out, clutching her aching stomach from holding back her laughter for so long. But the moment they arrived back at the store, Kiri completely lost the ability to laugh. She stared at the massive M60 machine gun that had magically appeared in her hands, then glanced at Ryuji, who was now holding a heavy metal axe. The atmosphere grew awkward. Kiri looked at Ryuji. Then at the unmoving, utterly expressionless merchant NPC, like a cold statue carved from stone. She just couldn't help but blurt out, "Do you two have some kind of personal grudge or something?" Because seriously, how else could she even begin to explain the glaring difference in their treatment? He was silent for a second. Then replied flatly, "In a way. Yeah, you could say that." He glanced at the female merchant, inwardly convinced that this NPC absolutely did not have a soul. His reasoning was simple: even someone like Tsunade, who barely had any emotional connection with him, could still generate a tiny trickle of energy points just by being around him. But this NPC? After all this time working with her, not a single speck of energy feedback. Nothing at all. Which could only mean one thing: the merchant probably had no emotions whatsoever. Of course. His terrible luck wasn't just limited to quest rewards. It extended to pretty much every other aspect of this godforsaken world. But whatever, that's not important right now. He shook his head, exhaling slowly. So what if I'm unlucky? At least you're getting good stuff out of it. What really matters is, were you able to get skill points too? That was his biggest concern. Luck was fickle, uncontrollable. But skill points? Those were real power. Huh? Yeah, I got 1 point. Is that because I shared the rewards with you? Kiri scratched her head awkwardly. Ryuji shook his head. Nope. I only got 1 point too. Even when I did it solo, it was still just 1 point. Looks like these missions have a shared quota. The tasks the merchant gives out aren't individually counted for each player. There's only a limited number available. Which means... He narrowed his eyes, already calculating. Doing quests in a party is by far the most efficient strategy. Without wasting another second, he took a deep breath and grabbed another level 1 quest. Alright. Let's go again. There was absolutely no way he was cursed. No way his luck was just that bad. It had to be because he hadn't done enough missions yet. That's right, this was clearly a numbers game. Kiri watched him march off with that desperate for hope expression plastered on his face. She carefully followed behind him, quietly praying that he wouldn't just explode from frustration midway through. 10 minutes later, Kiri was sweating bullets. Ryuji had stopped talking entirely. And not just because level 1 quests had stopped giving out skill points to him altogether. No, it was because, once again, Kiri had looted another M60 machine gun. And Ryuji? He got a book. A tattered, half-burned copy of Wasteland Survival, Psychological Self-Adjustment Handbook. As for the rest of his reward? A bag of rusty nails. At this point, Kiri was genuinely terrified he was going to shoot her in the back. I think luck probably balances out in the end, right? She stammered, trying desperately to find some kind of comforting words. Like, maybe I'll be super unlucky later or something? I mean, I was born in a lawless wasteland after all. She desperately tried to come up with something, anything, to comfort Ryuji. But he just silently reached out, took the M60 machine gun from her hands, and unloaded the entire thing into the merchant right in front of him. The deafening roar of gunfire echoed in the tiny store. Sparks flared wildly from the muzzle, illuminating the sharp lines of Ryuji's face with every flash. But the scariest part? The female merchant was still smiling. Not a single bullet could so much as scratch her. The clinking sound of empty shells hitting the floor was the only response he got. Finally emptying the entire magazine, he exhaled a long, heavy breath. Then, wearing the calmest, most serene smile imaginable, he turned around and picked up another mission like absolutely nothing had happened. "All right. I'm good now. Let's go." Carrie, who had been hugging the wall this whole time just to avoid catching a stray bullet, could only nod weakly and follow behind him, step by cautious step. And then, Ryuji's nightmare officially began. Task after task, run after run. Whenever Kiri was the one to accept the quest, the inside of every building was practically overflowing with supplies, food, components, even fully functional workbenches just sitting there like gift-wrapped presents. But when it was his turn, absolute wasteland. Empty. Desolate. Dead zones. In fact, some of the rooms he had already been through before. After Kiri accepted the task in those same rooms, he was suddenly able to find several fully intact rifles lying around like Easter eggs. By noon, when they finally met up with Tsunade, what she saw was a completely hollow, dead-eyed Ryuji. "What the hell happened to you?" Tsunade stared at him, who looked like he had lost every shred of his soul. She couldn't help but ask. It wasn't that she cared that much about Ryuji personally, it was just something about his current state was honestly kind of terrifying. Sure, she could probably twist his head around like a bottle cap with one hand if she wanted to. But fear wasn't about logic. Fear was fear. "I'm fine," Ryuji replied listlessly. "But can I borrow your lap for a second?" He was exhausted. He had never realized until now that the reason he and Arena had struggled so damn hard to survive all this time wasn't because life was harsh. Wasn't because the world was cruel. No. It was because he was just that unlucky. Huh? Tsunade stared at him like he'd lost his damn mind, crossing her arms impatiently. "Don't think just because we slept together that you can pull this kind of weird crap with me. Nothing happened between us, got it? Even if we went to a hospital for a full checkup, I, Tsunade, am still 100% pure." She declared her stance with absolute finality. She didn't want to catch feelings. Plain and simple, they were from two completely different worlds. Even if Ryuji was her first, it didn't mean she was going to fall for him. And besides, she wasn't going to stay in this world forever. They were destined to part ways eventually. Best to keep things simple. Help each other out. No messy emotional entanglements. No weird labels. "I'll buy you a drink." He pulled out a few beers he had scavenged from a nearby room and set them down in front of Tsunade. Then, using an excuse so childish even a kid wouldn't buy it, he tried to explain himself. "Besides, this is, building atmosphere. You wouldn't really want me to go at you like crazy, dozens of times, without any mood, right? A little drinking, a little vibe. Maybe if the mood's right, I'll be able to gather more energy when we do it. After all, emotions matter in things like this." Even as Ryuji said it, he didn't quite believe it himself. He could only feel the irony of his own situation. The ability that required the deepest emotions to activate had ended up in the hands of someone like him, someone least suited for emotional attachment. "You're serious?" Tsunade narrowed her eyes. "Dead serious." Tsunade sighed in defeat. "Fine. But remember, I'm only doing this because of the alcohol." Watching Ryuji's pitiful, almost puppy-like expression, even someone as tough as Tsunade couldn't quite harden her heart completely. She crouched down, laid out a few wooden planks on the floor as makeshift seating, and sat cross-legged. Honestly, she didn't really want to go along with this. Even her former lover, Dan Kato, had never asked her for something like this. Letting Ryuji use her lap like that felt strangely guilty. But faced with that miserably exhausted look in his eyes, she gave in. "Much appreciated." Ryuji walked over with the beer. Tsunade didn't hold back. She grabbed the beer and the food he handed her, opened the bottle with ease, and started drinking without giving him another glance. Even so, she still left her lap available for him. Even Arena never let me rest on her lap like this," he mumbled with a wry smile. Muttering things that were bound to annoy her, Ryuji shamelessly laid his head down on Tsunade's lap, expecting to stare up at the blue sky. Except, there was no blue sky. What filled his vision instead was something much more magnificent. Soft. Round. Warm. And faintly fragrant. Honestly, just looking at those was enough to lift his spirits more than anything else had lately. The kind of view that could heal a man's soul. Ryuji started. "I'm not in the mood to listen to you whine," Tsunade cut him off flatly. Still, he continued like he didn't hear her. "I've come to realize Maybe I'm just really unlucky. Everything with Arena was such a mess. We almost died so many times. Maybe it's because of me. And thinking about that really sucks, you know? Tsunade didn't respond. Because, truth be told, she understood that feeling all too well. Ryuji probably would have wallowed in that gloom a little longer. If not for the very distracting view gently swaying above him. That perfect, snowy white softness right in front of his eyes made it absolutely impossible to stay depressed. Almost without thinking, still staring at the sky above him, he reached up and grabbed one of those magnificent treasures from underneath. Then gave it a squeeze. Tsunade, who had actually been feeling a little moved, even sympathetic a moment ago, froze. A shiver ran through her body from chest to heart, then straight up to her head. What followed was pure, burning embarrassment mixed with rage. You sure don't look depressed to me. She practically ground her teeth as she spat the words out. Ryuji, completely shameless, started sliding his hand further under her clothes like it was the most natural thing in the world. Come on, what kind of man could stay depressed when something like this is right in front of him? No matter how unlucky I am. If I get to touch these whenever I want, I'm already winning at life. He meant every word. Bad luck? Frustration? Despair? All that could be cured by boobs. Of course, this was probably the kind of thing only a man at rock bottom would dare to say out loud. Meanwhile, not far away, Carrie, still diligently working on crafting and repairs, suddenly felt a very bad premonition creeping up her spine. Chapter 44, Tsunade's inner conflict. Why do I suddenly have this ominous feeling? Like I'm going to be endlessly tormented by some ridiculously unlucky guy in the future? Maybe even die because of it? Carrie frowned deeply. That feeling just now, it wasn't ordinary unease. It was the same sharp instinct she'd always had on the brink of death. Every time danger approached, that sixth sense had saved her life. But this time was different. It wasn't the feeling of dying in battle. It was the terrifying premonition of being humiliated in some unspeakable way. And then dying from it. And the source. The source was close. Damn it. Don't tell me there's even more trouble coming our way? Setting down the mechanical parts in her hands, Carrie wiped her brow. She'd been working on repairing a small engine, hoping to fix the cement mixer that Uchiha had dragged back. But that awful chill running down her spine made her pause. She slowly scanned the area around her. And then, her sharp eyes caught sight of something unusual in the distance. Two figures were moving through the trees, sneaking along cautiously. Carrie quickly pulled out her handmade binoculars. Through the lenses, she recognized them immediately, the two new girls they'd met earlier that morning. They were heading straight for the nearby town, the same one they had raided last time. So, they didn't believe us after all, huh? Carrie sighed. It looked like those two thought they could handle whatever danger lay ahead on their own. Hope they make it back alive. After watching them disappear into the distance, she shook her head and turned back to her work, tightening a bolt on the engine. Meanwhile, back with Ryuji. Things weren't exactly peaceful either. He was still shamelessly lying across Tsunade's lap, casually kneading her soft, full breasts like he had every right to. The worst part? Tsunade's body was starting to react against her will, growing warm, her heart pounding with a complicated mix of shame and guilt. Guilt. Toward Dan. Toward the man she once loved. But seeing Ryuji's ever-growing smug grin, Tsunade finally snapped. Without warning, she raised her fist, and brought it crashing down on his head. Bam. Oh. What the hell was that for? He sat up, rubbing his head in frustration. He glared at her like he was the victim here. Tsunade's eyebrow twitched. You idiot. I said you could rest on my lap, not grope me like some pervert. Her voice was sharp, but there was the faintest trace of embarrassment underneath. This was supposed to be a lap pillow, something couples might share quietly. Not whatever this had become. TCH. Ryuji clicked his tongue in annoyance, still rubbing his sore forehead. He could tell from her face that if he kept pushing his luck, he'd really get it this time. But give in completely? Hell no. Fine. No touching it is. He didn't hesitate at all, he laid his head back down on Tsunade's lap like it was the most natural thing in the world. But just as Tsunade was about to come up with another excuse to drive him away, her body suddenly shuddered violently, and the beer in her hand nearly spilled. Because, a wave of hot breath had slipped through her clothes, directly washing over that sensitive place between her legs. And not just that, Ryuji's breathing had clearly grown heavier, the warm airflow brushing against her in a way that made her whole body jolt with unnatural sensitivity. Tsunade's eyes widened in shock. Ryuji, however, was focused on something completely different. Tsunade's body was interesting. With Arena, even with the cleanest hygiene, there was always the faint, inescapable scent of a living body. That was just how humans were unless they never sweat, Never secreted anything. But Tsunade? She was different. She smelled sweet. No joke, sweet. Specifically. Like honey. He was honestly stunned. He hadn't noticed this before. Last time, he'd been too caught up in the softness and the overwhelming physical sensation to pay attention to anything else. But now that he had a moment to focus, he realized even Tsunade's saliva had tasted suspiciously sweet. Overly sweet, almost unnaturally so. And not only that, the texture had felt thicker, heavier, almost syrupy. He was sure of one thing: if this wasn't diabetes, it could only be due to her bizarre physical constitution. Without hesitation, he took another deep breath, deliberately, and sure enough, that honey-like fragrance flooded his senses once more. But this time, as he focused even more closely, he caught a faint, underlying scent beneath the sweetness, a uniquely feminine pheromone that belonged to Tsunade alone. This wasn't some perfume. This was Tsunade's natural scent. Subarashi. Riji's eyes lit up. He never thought he'd encounter something this fantastical outside of some wild erotic novel, and yet here it was, real, tangible, right in front of him. Even more thrilling, just from a few heavy breaths and a little teasing with his warm breath, he could feel it. A sudden, mysterious dampness spread across the fabric, soaking through her loose clothes, clinging to her curves, making her already enticing figure even more clearly outlined before him. And that wasn't all, the scent intensified. He couldn't help himself. He stuck out his tongue. The moment he did, boom. Tsunade, already trembling all over, instantly snapped. Her entire body went rigid, and with a burst of strength, she shoved him away like he was some terrifying monster. Staggering back several steps, she stood there, glaring at him with wide, disbelieving eyes, face flushed bright red. You. What the hell do you think you're doing? Tsunade instinctively hugged her chest, squeezing her legs tightly together, her heart pounding like crazy. She was one of the legendary Sannin. A Kunoichi who had faced death countless times. And yet right now, faced with this absurd, shameless situation, she was reacting no differently from any ordinary woman, no, perhaps even more flustered, because unlike most Kunoichi, she'd never once experienced something like this. Although Tsunade was one of the legendary Sannin, when it came to matters like this, her reaction was no different from any ordinary woman. In fact, precisely because she was one of the Sannin, and had never experienced anything like this before, her reaction was even more intense. After all, her teammates were either perverts who'd rather use transformation jutsu to seduce enemies themselves than let her step in, or people who treated her like a precious treasure. Her status and lineage as the princess of the Senju clan meant her superiors, even her own teacher, would never let her beauty be used for certain purposes. And then there was her former lover, a careful, reserved man from a small, respectable family. Facing someone like Tsunade, the so-called princess of Konoha and the Land of Fire, he treated her like fine glass, never daring to cross any boundaries. Which led to one simple truth. Despite being the famed and experienced Tsunade, when it came to actual hands-on experience in this field, she was completely hopeless. Aren't I just doing what needs to be done? Ryuji casually wiped his mouth, giving Tsunade a regretful look. He was this close to tasting it. Damn it. Wait, why does this feel like I'm acting like some desperate simp? Shaking his head to clear the thought, he got up and began walking towards Tsunade. As he moved, he started to close off the space around them with wooden frames, a makeshift barrier for privacy. You're the one who called me over, you know. I was planning to take it slow and help you relax first. But you seem to be really resistant to all this. If that's the case, it's gonna hurt. Between a man and a woman, it wasn't just about diving straight into action. There was teasing, there was build-up, there was trust and relaxation. Especially for a girl's first time, if the guy was too big or too rough, the whole process would be slow, difficult, and painful. Back during the Blood Moon, things between him and Tsunade had been more about raw emotion, instinct, and survival, forcing their way through despite everything. But now, in a calm setting, he didn't want Tsunade to go through that kind of pain again. Besides, if she didn't relax properly, even his mortal body would suffer for it. Tsunade knew all this. She really did. But even as she opened her mouth, hesitating, the words that finally came out were forced and stubborn. No way. We are not doing any of that stuff. If we're going to do this, then hurry up and get it over with. After all, you gain energy based on how many times you release, right? Wait. She's even counting how many times I finished? Ryuji was speechless. Then sighed in helplessness. All right, if you insist. He walked up to Tsunade, watching her conflicted expression, the way she looked like she might punch him any second. Remembering what Kiri had said earlier that morning, it all suddenly clicked. Originally, it was supposed to be Kiri who tested him. But now, it was Tsunade herself standing here. "You really are one troublesome princess, huh?" Muttering under his breath, he pulled out a cloth strip and handed it to Tsunade. Without a word, Tsunade took it and tied it over her eyes, completely blocking her vision. Then, with Ryuji's gentle support, she slowly lay down on the wooden frame he'd set up. He didn't tease her any further. Instead, he quietly reached for the strings of her pants, loosening them little by little, revealing her long, shapely legs, smooth, fair, and full of feminine charm. And between them, a delicate, glistening garden was gradually releasing a sweet, tempting fragrance, clear and syrupy like honeyed nectar. And judging from the texture, yeah, pretty much sugar syrup. Unfastening his own belt, he positioned himself, carefully trying to push inside. His tip touched that impossibly soft entrance. And then, it didn't go in. At all. It was like slamming into reinforced steel. No joke, this wasn't tiger clamp level tightness. This wasn't even vice clamp tightness. This was straight up hydraulic brass tight. Staring at Tsunade's visibly tense and nervous expression, Ryuji couldn't hold back his deadpan comment. "If I force it like this, I feel like something's gonna snap, you know?" Chapter 45, Building Intimacy. Ryuji's deadpan comment made Tsunade's body jolt violently. In the next moment, her face flushed an even deeper red as she yanked the blindfold off and glared at him with an expression full of frustration and embarrassment. "What the hell do you expect me to do then? In the end, you just wanna lick it, don't you? You pervert." The corner of his mouth twitched. Wait a damn second. Wasn't it her who escalated things to this point? And now she had the nerve, no, the audacity, to act like this was all his fault? Unbelievable. Completely backwards. But above all else. "Sorry, I have touched it already, now I'm really not in the mood to go licking around there anymore." As soon as those words left his mouth, the atmosphere froze. Tsunade's brownish red eyes widened in shock. Her generous chest visibly heaved as she sucked in a sharp, furious breath. Ryuji's danger instincts kicked in instantly. He twisted his body just in time, and a split second later, Tsunade's fist came crashing down right where he'd been standing. Boom! A violent gust of wind from the impact obliterated the wooden frame he had set up. And not only that, a crater had been punched clean into the ground where her fist landed. He stared wordlessly at the devastation for a second. Then slowly turned his gaze to the sulking, head-hanging Tsunade. For just a brief moment, his expression completely froze. And then, it twisted into a wildly exaggerated look of disbelief. Without saying another word, Ryuji grabbed Tsunade by the collar and roared in utter disbelief. "Are you trying to kill me?" Of course he was acting this cocky, simple logic really. If Tsunade actually wanted him dead, no matter what face he made, he'd be a corpse either way. So screw it, might as well go out swinging. "Shut up, you bastard. Saying crap like I touched it already, so now I don't feel like licking it. Who the hell asked you to lick me in the first place?" Tsunade wasn't about to back down either. She grabbed his collar right back, glaring fiercely at him, though the bright flush on her face totally betrayed her whole calm and collected act. She was embarrassed and furious, plain as day. Bullshit. Who the hell likes licking a guy's dick? I have perfectly normal tastes, okay? Ryuji roared right back, absolutely not losing this shouting match, while Tsunade just grew even more pissed, yanking harder on his clothes and barking her next line with savage energy. "Huh? Normal tastes, my ass. Did you forget what you were doing with my boobs earlier? And don't even get me started, if Kiri hadn't woken up, you were totally about to do weird crap to my mouth too, weren't you? And now you're acting all high and mighty like you didn't want to? Please. Put your hand on your heart and tell me, what exactly were you planning to do to my mouth this morning? And the best part, don't act like you didn't already finish on me either." Tsunade's accusations hit hard. Sure, he felt kinda guilty, mostly because yeah, that had been his plan. But surrender? Apologize? Never. What the hell are you talking about? Complaining about things that didn't even happen. And besides, all of this happened because of you. If you hadn't butted in out of nowhere, I'd be off enjoying some perfectly adult fun with Kiri by now. But unfortunately for Ryuji, he was arguing with Tsunade. The moment she sensed that tiny flicker of guilt in him, her expression immediately shifted to one of supreme confidence, like a cat toying with a mouse. A cocky grin tugged at her lips, though her face was still bright red, clearly held together by nothing but sheer stubborn pride. "Haha. You dumbass. Your heartbeat just skipped a beat. You're totally guilty, huh? Huh?" Ryuji instinctively flinched, wanting to pull away, but that damn mouth of his just wouldn't shut up. Who the hell could tell that kinda thing? "Oh yeah? Then explain why you suddenly," but right then, bang. Bang. 2 gunshots rang out, sharp and sudden. A bullet whizzed right past both their faces, close enough to slice off a few strands of their hair. The two of them instantly fell silent. Slowly, they both turned their heads, only to see Kiri standing right beside them at some point, her expression clearly irritated. In her hand, her revolver was still trailing thin wisps of smoke. As Reggie froze in place, Kiri casually pulled out a bottle of clean water from her inventory and tossed it at their feet. Her face remained expressionless as she spoke in a cold, commanding tone. "Wash up. Then lick each other clean. Hurry up. I want to see how exactly this whole energy transfer thing works." I said, "Do it?" As her words echoed out, so did the gunshots from her revolver, firing rapidly into the ground near their feet as a warning. Reggie and Tsunade exchanged a long, silent look. Then, with a stiff expression, he slowly raised his hand. Would it be alright if you looked away? I'm kind of nervous with you staring like that. Might not be able to perform properly." For a moment, the entire area fell into an awkward silence. Kiri's face twitched slightly. Then, with a frustrated tch, she abruptly turned away. So troublesome. Fine, but hurry it up. I don't have all day." Practically fleeing the scene, she jogged away with suspicious haste. Watching her retreating back, both Reggie and Tsunade fell into thoughtful silence. Was she embarrassed? Tsunade rubbed her chin, voicing the thought on both their minds. "Probably," he replied, glancing down at the bottle of water Kiri had tossed them. Honestly, now that things had gotten to this point, washing up didn't seem like that big of a deal anymore. And, well, truth be told, he was a little curious about this so-called oral technique thing. The female merchant from before was totally useless, stiff as a board, no skill whatsoever. Not to mention, the angle was all wrong. Completely unsatisfying. Absolutely no good. So, with a helpless expression, he awkwardly made a 6 with his right hand and a 9 with his left, bringing them together in front of him to form a crude gesture that symbolized exactly what he was suggesting. "Should we just go along with it?" Tsunade stared at him in deadpan silence. Then silently raised her fist. "Okay, I get it." Reggie nodded seriously. "That still leaves us with one major problem though. What are we supposed to do about this?" He gestured downwards, very clearly referring to the unfortunate evidence of his, physical predicament. That was probably the biggest issue between them right now. Without a word, Tsunade pulled out a knife. Reggie instinctively took a step back, alarm bells blaring in his head, but before he could properly react, he felt the sharp sting of a blade slicing across his shoulder. Warm blood immediately began to flow from the cut. And just like that, Tsunade slumped down, collapsing onto the wooden frame nearby, her body shaking from the pain. Staring down at the bleeding wound on his shoulder, he really wanted to ask why she didn't just cut herself instead, but reason told him very clearly, if he dared voice that thought out loud, she'd probably beat him until even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Her body had already gone completely soft, there was no need to further provoke her mind. Tsunade had lost all ability to resist. Her pale, powerful legs were now sprawled helplessly over the wooden frame. He gently ran his hand along her firm, shapely thighs. Compared to those so-called slender model legs, Tsunade's legs might seem a little thick, but only when you actually touched them with your own hands could you truly understand just how incredible this soft, solid feeling really was. The balance of muscle and fat was nothing short of perfection. Once again, Ryuji approached that mysterious and enticing pussy. Thanks to the sunlight this time, he could clearly see the thick natural barrier guarding the entrance. But unlike before, he didn't rush. Instead, he moved carefully, gently loosening Tsunade's clothing, revealing her helpless body, before leaning in to bite lightly on that bright, strawberry-pink bud. A gentle nibble. He had long since realized that Tsunade was extremely sensitive, yet she unexpectedly enjoyed a little pain mixed into the pleasure. For him, it was a matter of mere moments to tease and play with her body, casually brushing his fingers against that delicate symbol of the garden. And just like that, as if responding instinctively, sweet nectar began to well up, her body starting to move on its own. Ryuji dipped his finger into that nectar, bringing it to his lips, and was immediately struck by the subtle sweetness and Tsunade's unique scent. It wasn't as sweet as honey, but somehow, it tasted remarkably similar. And strangely, that made it even more arousing. Yet as the thought flickered through his mind, an absurd question suddenly surfaced in his brain. Wait. Does this count as cannibalism? He shook his head hard, tossing the ridiculous thought aside, focusing instead on the matter at hand. Without hesitation, he slowly pressed forward, step by step, carefully tearing through that thick natural barrier. No. To be more precise, once he entered a certain point, it wasn't just him pushing forward anymore. It was Tsunade herself, subconsciously pulling him in, forcing him to tear through the final layers of defense. Terrifying. He had only just realized this when Tsunade's body, already fully engaged, began moving on its own, gripping him tightly, guiding him deeper inside with that soft yet impossibly strong inner pull. Sticky. Tight. Relentless. Even with his usual pace and strength, within just a few minutes, in this unbelievable environment, Ryuji was driven to his limit and finally released his cum in a sudden burst. Far stronger than anything that had happened in the morning. Ryuji was acutely aware of this fact. So when he looked down at Tsunade again, what appeared in his eyes was genuine fear. But there was no way he was going to admit defeat here. Because even before he reached his limit, Tsunade had already been pushed far beyond hers, drifting once more into that dreamlike morning trance. Grinning confidently, he casually grabbed one of her magnificent beaks, stuffed a piece of grilled meat into his mouth with his other hand, and asked her cheerfully, "Ready for the next round, Tsunade? Got enough stamina left?" After all, with all this food stocked up, how could he possibly be afraid? And then. Chapter 46, Something Unusual You're Not Worth Playing With. Looking at Tsunade, Ryuji couldn't help but complain straight to her face. And honestly, he had every reason to. He was this close to winning their fight. But then. Tsunade had activated her yin seal. The chakra she had stored instantly restored her stamina. And since chakra was a combination of physical and spiritual energy, it even refreshed her mind. What came next was just plain ridiculous. She might not have been the most skilled fighter in this situation, but she sure was tanky. To make things worse, every time Tsunade used the chakra from her yin seal, all the damage he had inflicted would heal right back up, and the paths he painstakingly carved open would revert to their original state. It forced him to waste an enormous amount of energy and focus just to redo everything again and again. And for someone like Ryuji, a human from Earth with very real physical limits, there was only so much he could do. He couldn't exactly just keep stuffing his face with food forever to keep going. In the end, he was utterly defeated. Not because of lack of skill, but because Tsunade was cheating. "That's not my fault, you're just too weak." Tsunade shot back without hesitation. Of course, there was no way she'd ever admit that the real reason she activated her Byakugo seal was because she couldn't stand the idea of Ryuji looking down on her. Not a chance. "You totally just didn't want to lose, huh?" He pressed again, unwilling to let it go. "Shut up." Tsunade barked, a little flustered now. She quickly turned her head away, refusing to look at him. Instead, she went back to digging at the ground, trying to make sure they could last longer the next time they fought. Ryuji didn't push her any further. He only said all that for a reason. My energy points went up again. Staring at his status, he fell into a brief silence. Because just now, when he and Tsunade had done it, his energy points per round had increased from 25 to 30. He could feel the difference. And after going at it 10 times in total, he had raked in a full 300 points. At this rate, even considering the strain on his waist and body, it wouldn't take him long to gather enough points to send Tsunade back. More accurately, to take away that special first-time sensation of hers. Sure, for Tsunade, it wasn't like she couldn't recover from it. But there was no denying that, after being sent to heaven by Ryuji so many times, she was starting to develop some very complicated feelings toward him. Especially since, at heart, she was still a pretty traditional woman, which only made those feelings even messier. If Ryuji were actually in the Naruto world, if he were Shinobi, or maybe even some wealthy landowner from the Land of Fire, he figured he might have been able to find a way to marry Tsunade by now. Unfortunately, this whole situation was just way too special, a bizarre scenario leading to a bizarre relationship. Even if he was willing, there was no way she would be. Should I tell her or not? Swinging his pickaxe, he pondered that question quietly. Sure, Tsunade's body was amazing, unbelievably comfortable and ridiculously useful, and he had to admit, he was definitely reluctant to let her go. But one thing was clear. Keeping Tsunade trapped in this world forever just for his own desires was honestly kind of cruel. Letting out a long sigh, his stamina and nutrition drained after their earlier exercise, Ryuji rubbed his grumbling stomach and glanced up at the sky helplessly. Man, I hope next time they send me someone a little more casual. Rya's Greemery looked casual, but that was only because she treated people with value that way. As for Ayuksana, well, she was basically a pure and innocent little princess. Doing those kinds of things with her. Yeah. That'd probably be pretty hard for her to handle mentally. Although I know it's kind of scummy, having a few girls from a more normal everyday world would really help me level up my skills faster. Scratching his head, he let out another sigh. But then, something else occurred to him. Speaking of which, where the hell did those two newbies run off to? He was genuinely curious. And funny enough, while he was wondering about the newbies were also cursing his name. Damn it. This is nothing like what that guy said it would be. Ryaz narrowed her beautiful eyes, staring at the scene before her. What greeted her wasn't some easy starter zone battlefield, but an endless swarm of zombies, their bodies oozing with ominous green energy, their eyes glowing a terrifying yellow. Ryaz was panting slightly, feeling both exhausted and helpless. After all, when she and Lux had first left Uchiha's camp, her original plan had just been to use her flight magic to take Lux sightseeing, to explore the surrounding area a little. But that plan had fallen apart almost immediately. First off, the mana consumption for her flight magic had suddenly skyrocketed to an absurd level. And worse, the moment they ascended into the sky, flocks of grotesque zombie birds began swarming toward them from God knows where. No matter how many times she raised a magic shield to protect herself and Lux, those monster birds just kept hurling themselves at them without hesitation, sacrificing themselves, over and over, to drain her mana little by little. Sure, Ryaz's magic recovery rate wasn't bad. But the endless nature of the attacks, the sheer persistence of the birds. It was wearing her down fast. In the end, she barely managed to fly 5 or 6 kilometers before she was forced to land here, inside this old factory beneath them. Why? Because there were just too damn many zombie birds. The longer she stayed in the air, the more of them appeared. At first, she hadn't thought much of it. But by the time she realized something was seriously wrong, the sky above had already turned pitch black from the sheer number of them. Honestly, her landing barely qualified as a landing, it was closer to an emergency crash. She'd wanted to find a safe spot where she could finally wipe out the aerial threats. But while she was still in the sky, she noticed something else. This supposedly abandoned canning factory was still running. And so, convinced she caught Ruji lying through his teeth, she landed immediately with Lux in tow. And then, things had gotten real bad. Zombies. Endless, nightmarish waves of zombies. The moment she blasted open the front gate with a fireball, after finding the doors mysteriously locked from the inside, an unrelenting swarm of undead began flooding out from every corner of the factory. And these things weren't normal zombies either. They were berserk. Insane. Crammed together so densely that there wasn't even space to breathe between them. Damn it. What the hell is up with this factory? Ryaz cursed as she unleashed another massive fireball, blasting a huge crater into the horde and sending dozens of zombies flying through the air like burning debris. Her sharp ears could hear it clearly, the factory was still running inside. Which could only mean one thing, if there were people in there. Whoever was controlling this place absolutely wanted them dead. But right now, with her mana nearly drained, there was no way Ryaz could risk taking to the skies again. Not like before. Not unless she wanted to burn through the very last of her magic and leave herself completely defenseless. Even though her strength wasn't exactly weak, even she had to admit. Right beside her, Lux was panting heavily, leaning on her staff for support, staring in fear at the monstrous horde charging toward them, trampling over the corpses of their own fallen like mindless beasts. Seeing this terrifying scene, Lux took a deep breath and turned to Ryaz, her voice trembling but determined. Miss Ryaz, I can cast one more spell. She had already unleashed several powerful bursts of blinding light. And while each cast had managed to annihilate scores of zombies, it was like scooping water from a flood. Endless waves of the undead just kept pouring out from within the factory. Every time she cleared a path, more would come flooding in. Ryaz gave a firm nod. Staring at the massive rotting bodies practically piling on top of each other, she gritted her teeth. Retreat. That was the only option left. As much as it bruised her pride. Staying here until her magic ran dry would be suicide. Alright, get ready. We're going to take to the sky again and get as far away from here as possible. If that bastard wasn't lying, these zombies should stop chasing once we get far enough away. Wait for my signal to cast your spell. Once more, she raised her hands. The familiar glow of her barrier and flight magic surrounded them, lifting their bodies into the air. Lux immediately felt herself becoming lighter, but at the same time, Ryaz's face grew visibly paler. With a grunt of effort, Ryaz hurled a fireball toward the factory gates, blasting a temporary opening through the swarming dead. Without wasting a second, she darted forward, soaring up into the sky, straight into the waiting flock of zombie birds overhead. But this time, she didn't even try to fight them. All she focused on was speed. Breaking through. Escaping. And as she finally burst through the cloud of shrieking, clawing undead birds, both she and Lux couldn't help but widen their eyes at the sight below. Zombies. A little sea of zombies. Endless, uncountable hordes of the undead were pouring out from the factory like a ruptured dam, surging out in every direction. They were roaring, shrieking, desperate to chase after her, but unlike the zombie birds in the sky, these ground-bound monsters couldn't follow for long. Once Ryaz flew a certain distance away, they began to slow. Then stumble. And finally, like puppets with their strings cut, they stopped altogether. Some wandered aimlessly for a moment. And then, one after another, they turned back, shuffling back toward the factory. Thank goodness. Any closer, and I really would have brought disaster down on us. Ryaz finally let out a sigh of relief. Glancing back at the vast swarm of zombie birds still chasing after them like a dark cloud blotting out the sky, she managed a faint smile toward Lux. "All right, Miss Lux, it's your turn." "Got it." Still unaware of Ryaz's true identity as a devil, Lux gave a firm nod. She raised her staff high above her head, and in an instant, the raging power of light began to surge within her chest. In the next heartbeat, that searing torrent of light exploded outward, blasting straight through the relentless flock of undead monstrosities chasing them. Ultimate Flash. Chapter 47, The Extraordinary Power. With side effects, bonus, a blinding torrent of light tore through the monstrous flock behind them, disintegrating those twisted zombie birds into nothing but ash. With the pressure eased for a brief moment, Ryaz finally allowed herself to slow down a little, giving her time to recover some of her drained magic power. Unfortunately, that relief was short-lived. Even more of those monstrosities were already swarming toward them. Meanwhile, back on the ground, Rigi. He was busy checking the loot bags scattered all over the place. That's right, the very same bags that had dropped when the zombies were killed. There had been too many corpses lying around earlier in the day, so he didn't bother with the loot right away. After finishing up the day's tasks, and fooling around with Tsunade for a while, he'd nearly forgotten about them entirely. It wasn't until nightfall, when he was just about ready to call it a day, that he finally remembered. And once he started opening those bags, he was completely stunned. Bandages? A medical kit? And 100 rounds of ammo? Right there, right in front of him, was a small mountain of bandages and first aid kits. And even bullets. This was way too generous. Did my bad luck finally wear off? But just as he was marveling at his incredible haul, Kiri, who had wandered over out of curiosity, suddenly let out a cry of disbelief. A mixer? Wait, why the hell would a zombie be carrying around a mixer? Was fixing mine earlier completely pointless then? And what's this, a bicycle? Seriously? And over 600 refined steel ingots? How were these zombies even lugging this stuff around? Grumbling the whole time, she fished a mixer and a bicycle straight out of one of the loot bags, cursing under her breath as she tossed the now empty sack aside and reached for another. Oh, now this makes sense. A level 5 M60? Now that's what I'm talking about. Rigi. Jackpot. She gleefully waved the heavy machine gun in front of him like a trophy. Rigi, meanwhile, looked down at his own modest pile, a few med kits, a bunch of bandages, and a pitiful little stack of 100 bullets. He was speechless. To be fair, this was already considered pretty lucky by normal standards. But Kiri. That damn loot goblin. It's fine. Lucky people burn out fast. Lucky people burn out fast. He kept repeating the words like a mantra, trying to console himself. And just when he was almost convinced. Hey, Rigi. Come here for a second, look at this. Kiri's voice rang out again. Hearing Kiri call out, he thought she was just trying to show off again. He was already preparing his signature fake smile, ready to humor her, but when she placed a book in front of him, he froze. This book was clearly out of place in this world. Its title was simple, Mind's Eye. Mind's Eye? Rigi subconsciously read the title out loud, but then instinctively turned his gaze toward Kiri, squinting suspiciously. You lacking a mind or something? Is that why it gave you this book? But Kiri only gave him a sly smile, casually pulling the bolt on her newly looted level 5 M60 machine gun with a clack. Don't think I can't understand your snarky little jokes just because you're speaking Chinese. I get what you're implying. If you dare throw shade like that again. She raised her fingers like a pistol and tapped them lightly against his forehead. I'll serve justice right here and execute you, you filthy perv. TCH. Rigi clicked his tongue, annoyed, and turned his attention back to the book's description, and the moment he read it, he completely froze. Mind's Eye, harness your mind to perceive all things. Increases your chance to evade attacks, making it harder for enemies to hit you. Enhances your ability to focus and observe what you are doing. This is an entry-level skill for mastering wave energy. Upgrading this skill increases both your evasion rate and the precision and range of your perception. Press E to activate. If it had just stopped there, Rigi would have assumed it was a typical skill book from this weird zombie-infested world of 7 Days to Die. But the mention of wave energy, that was something completely different. That term didn't belong to this world. It belonged to Kiri's world. Which meant Kiri had killed zombies from 7 Days to Die. And somehow managed to loot an item from Arid Continent, her world. What the hell is going on here? Rigi stared blankly at the book, utterly dumbfounded. You haven't seen something like this either? Kiri looked at the conflicted expression on his face, clearly puzzled, and finally asked him directly. To be honest. No, I really haven't. Ryuji took the book out from his inventory and handed it toward Carrie. But instead of taking it, she just raised another book in her hand with a sly grin. There were only 4 of these that dropped. That one's yours now. Ryuji blinked, then could only shake his head helplessly. Whatever you say. He looked down at the Mind's Eye skill book in his hand, hesitating whether or not to use it. But before he could come to a decision, Carrie suddenly clutched her head and staggered toward him like she was about to collapse. Instinctively, he reached out to catch her, but his hand accidentally slipped right into the open gap of her low-cut outfit. And then smoothly slid even further inside. If he hadn't reflexively grabbed onto something, namely, a perfectly handful-sized part of Carrie's chest, she would have probably just face-planted right onto the ground. But she didn't even seem to care about that right now. Clutching her head, she groaned in pain. Damn it. It hurts. Ryuji was still frozen in awkward shock when Carrie suddenly shot back up like nothing had happened, except to smack his hand away, hard. You. That freaking hurt. She didn't hold back at all either. Ryuji felt like his arm had just been whipped, and instinctively pulled his hand back. Unfortunately, that motion made her hiss in pain again. Careful, you idiot. Can't you pay attention? Huh? Ryuji stared at her blankly, still trying to process everything, while she instinctively reached up with her other hand, rubbing at her sore chest. As she massaged the spot, she couldn't help but complain. Geez, don't you know how rough your hands are? And why the hell were you squeezing so hard? Carrie couldn't help but complain out loud. I just used that damn book and got a little dizzy, but thanks to you, I screamed out in pain. Don't go thinking everyone's like Tsunade, okay? And before you two finish up whatever that is between you, don't you dare touch me so casually. She shot an annoyed glare at Ryuji. Sure, she didn't really care about him fooling around with Tsunade and then coming to her afterward, but together? No thanks. And seriously, how did Tsunade even tolerate those hands of his? Yeah, that's kinda hard to avoid. I am doing manual labor every day, after all. Ryuji scratched his cheek awkwardly and withdrew his hand. Working hard all day long had left his hands covered in thick calluses. And right after finishing work? It'd be a miracle if his grip didn't hurt. Washing up usually helped a bit, though. I get it. I've just never had someone grab me like that before, Carrie grumbled. Anyway, word of advice, if you're planning to use that thing, wait until you're about to sleep. The side effects are insane. My head's still spinning. She gave her temple another light tap, her beautiful brows furrowing for a moment before turning to the next loot bag. But before moving on, she still offered him a brief explanation. But yeah, everything in these books is real. It does work. When I used it, I felt this strange power flow into me. Like I was going through some brutal training montage or something. Not that it matters much for me. Then her expression turned even more exasperated. And get this, when I tried to use skill points to level it up, it literally said, unable to upgrade. Conditions unknown. Please explore on your own. Seriously, what kind of crap system is that? So, you unlucky bastard, stop looting stuff randomly. Leave it to me. Waving him off, Carrie bent down and started digging through another bag. It was clear she was hoping to score more useful loot. Ryuji glanced at her, then looked down at the Mind's Eye skill book still in his hands. After hesitating for a moment, he took a deep breath, and completely ignored Carrie's warning. Because unlike her, he knew exactly where this thing came from. This wasn't just some random game item, this was a piece of transcendent power from her world. A prerequisite for stepping into that extraordinary realm. And there was no way he could suppress the excitement burning inside him. Without any hesitation, Ryuji laid down right there on the ground, and firmly pressed the imaginary E key in his mind. The moment he pressed E, a wave of dizziness slammed into his brain. Countless fragmented memories exploded in his mind like a flood. He felt himself thrown into endless darkness. He was attacked again and again by terrifying, shadowy enemies, mysterious figures emerging from the pitch-black void, cutting through the air with deadly precision. The only way to survive was to feel. To sense danger before it struck. To dodge, purely by instinct, by sharpening his perception of the world. Over and over, he dodged. Over and over, he failed, cut down mercilessly time after time. He didn't know how long he struggled there. Didn't know how many times he died. But eventually, he got it. He grasped that feeling. That delicate, almost ethereal sensation, of perceiving the world not with his eyes, but with his heart. And then, he woke up. His brain was still spinning, his whole mind groggy, like he was half drunk. As he slowly lifted his heavy head, vision still blurred. He noticed countless black dots floating in the sky above him. And off to the side, Carrie had just finished unzipping another bag, completely unaware of what he'd just gone through. It was obvious now, crystal clear. Even though it felt like he'd just endured an eternity of brutal training in that darkness. In the real world, only an instant had passed. He staggered to his feet, swaying a little. His head was still spinning, his vision slightly blurred, and his balance unsteady. Clearly, unlike Kiri, who had bounced back in just a few moments, he wasn't recovering anytime soon. At this rate, he'd be lucky if the dizziness wore off in half a day. And it made him painfully aware of one undeniable truth. Even with skill points, the gap between him, an ordinary man, and those real extraordinary people like Kiri, was still absolutely enormous. Chapter 48, The Woman Who Brings Monsters Few. Rubbing his temples again, Ryuji finally felt a little better, though his head still felt burning hot. There was no doubt, this was definitely a side effect from that skill book. Hope this won't shorten my life, he muttered with some concern. But honestly, even if he had to do it all over again, he wouldn't hesitate to use it. The reason was simple. Now, as long as he closed his eyes, he could easily sense the direction of the wind around him, as well as anything moving within 3 meters. It was a strange sensation. The bigger or faster something moved, the easier it was for him to pick up on it. Of course, this wasn't some almighty ability. Strictly speaking, he had only just learned the skill. What it allowed him to do was to vaguely feel the presence of things nearby, to notice when something was approaching quickly. Very vague. He could only sense something was there, that was all. Ryuji didn't know how much this skill enhanced someone like Kiri, who already possessed extraordinary perception abilities. But for him, it was nothing short of amazing. Because he could clearly feel that, ever since learning this skill, his reaction speed had improved, especially when he closed his eyes and focused. His ability to dodge and respond became noticeably sharper. If he invested his next skill points into agility, his speed might become terrifying. But the most important thing, this was all power granted by the 7 days to die world system, meaning that others could obtain it too. And if they were naturally stronger than him, they could easily surpass him. That realization left him feeling a little dejected. He couldn't help but open his system interface once again. So seriously, what's the point of my own golden finger? His system seemed practically useless. Aside from telling him this was all part of some war for dimensional control, it hadn't explained anything else. And of the 2 abilities listed under his skills, 7 days to die, Master of the Dimension was clearly from this world. As for Endless Traveler, who knew if that came from here or somewhere else? In short, it was useful. But right now, utterly powerless. However, Level 1 skills, 7 days to die, Master of the Dimension, 32%, Endless Traveler, LV1, 35%, Energy, 495. It's already gone up to 32%. But I didn't feel anything at all. Ryuji stared at the progress bar for Master of the Dimension, tongue clicking in disbelief. All he'd done was survive the zombie horde here. Did that really count as exploring a dimension? Or was this world exactly like he'd guessed, a place where the difficulty kept rising the longer you stayed? What really bothered him, though, was that level 1. He had absolutely no clue how to level it up. If leveling up meant killing monsters, then what was going on? He'd killed so many zombies already, but that level bar hadn't moved at all. Still, deep down, he had a feeling. If he could just figure out how to raise that system level, if he could break past this barrier, he'd finally obtain the extraordinary power he dreamed of. What a giant pile of mysteries. Shaking his head, he stopped overthinking and turned his gaze toward Kiri. Watching Kiri pull out ridiculous items one after another from her inventory, he honestly couldn't help but feel jealous of her absurd luck. But at the same time, if she didn't have that kind of luck, would she have ever survived the chaos of that lawless zone she came from? Probably not. Leaving Kiri to her treasure hunting spree, he headed toward where Tsunade was working. When he found her, Tsunade was busy forging iron pillars and system blocks near their base. Her hands never stopped moving. She wasn't adding anything else to their already well-built floating house. Instead, about 5 meters out from the edge of the floating platform, she had begun constructing a tall, solid wall, intending to completely encircle their home. This was the kind of thing only Tsunade could pull off easily, because only she didn't have to worry about falling off the edge. Tsunade worked fast. By the time he arrived, Tsunade had already finished constructing the basic framework. All that was left was to fit the iron pillars into place one by one, gradually building a solid fortress. Sure, it might not be enough to completely stop an overwhelming tide of zombies. But at the very least, it would buy them precious time before the horde reached their doorstep. When Tsunade noticed Ryuji approaching, she finally paused, leaping lightly down to his side. She pointed toward the trader's territory in the distance, a place where system blocks couldn't exist, and began explaining her plan. I'm thinking of using my brute strength to nail down some steel plates, building a platform all the way across to the trader's zone. Once that's done, we can build a roof over everything. That way, those zombies won't be able to pile directly on top of this floating house anymore." She smirked faintly. "It'll ease everyone's nerves a little, not having corpses hanging overhead. And it'll make the defense line way more stable. We won't have to worry about them attacking us from above." There was a hint of emotion in Tsunade's voice. Just a few days ago, she'd been terrified this entire floating house might collapse. Truth be told, Ryuji and Kiri had all been haunted by the same fear. That's why Tsunade had decided to tackle the problem head-on. She'd even repaired the underground base tunnel that had been dug through during the last attack, sealing it off completely this time with a more straightforward, reinforced design. According to her plan, any zombies wanting to reach their floating home would first have to dig through 3 layers of solid steel plating. Only then could they even begin to threaten the house above, or the new underground defensive structures she'd secretly been working on. "Thanks. Honestly, who knows what we'll run into next?" Ryuji nodded approvingly as he examined the sturdy foundations Tsunade had laid out. But just as he was about to say something else, a sudden, indescribable sensation swept over his entire body. It was primal. It was instinctive. Danger. Ryuji's instincts screamed. Without hesitation, he whipped his head around toward the source of that ominous feeling, only to see a grotesque vulture, stripped of feathers and skin, diving straight at him. Its razor-sharp talons were aimed right at his eyes. Acting purely on reflex, he yanked a machine gun from his inventory and unleashed a burst of bullets. In an instant, the monstrous bird exploded into a cloud of blood and shredded flesh. But it wasn't over. Far from it. His eyes narrowed. In the distance, beyond the trees, an enormous shadow was rising. No. Not just one. A whole flock of those hideous, skinless vultures was surging out of the forest, heading straight for them like a black tide. And that wasn't all. Even the clouds overhead looked wrong. A zombie horde on the ground, and now a vulture swarm from the skies? Cursing under his breath, he didn't waste a second. He rushed over to Tsunade, who had collapsed from shock, slung her over his shoulder, and roared at the top of his lungs. "Kiri! Get back here. We've got company." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the deep, thunderous roar of an engine erupted behind him. Before he could even process what was happening, a figure shot past him like a bullet, leaping clean over his head on a motorcycle. That's right. A motorcycle. Ryuji stared, utterly dumbfounded. "You've gotta be kidding me. She can even pull that out of nowhere?" Kiri landed the bike with ease, dust kicking up around her in true wasteland-style flair. Without missing a beat, she whipped out dual machine guns and unleashed a storm of bullets, not at Ryuji, but right behind him. He didn't even need to look. He could feel the swarm of vultures closing in. "Get inside!" Kiri shouted. Providing cover fire, she backed toward the floating house while he carried Tsunade through the entrance. As soon as they were in, Kiri slammed the door shut behind them. Ryuji carefully set Tsunade down, then rushed to one of the firing ports to continue the defense. But just as he raised his weapon, a streak of red light blazed across the sky. Something, or someone, was crashing down not far from their base. Ryuji's heart skipped a beat, and as the dust and debris settled, 2 figures gradually emerged from within. It was Ryaz, panting heavily, clearly exhausted, and beside her stood a bewildered, wide-eyed Lux, looking completely lost amidst the chaos. And right behind them, a nightmarish swarm of zombie-like mutant birds filled the sky, blotting out the sun with their sheer numbers. It didn't take a genius to figure out what had happened. Ryaz had come here seeking help. And she'd brought hell right along with her. Chapter 49, Ryaz request. What a wonderful surprise gift this is. Ryuji couldn't help but complain in his heart. Those 2 girls had left clean and unharmed, only to come back bringing this whole disaster right to their doorstep. He honestly didn't even know what to say anymore. But right now, there was a far more pressing question staring him in the face. Should I save them? He tightened his grip on the M60 machine gun that Kiri had scavenged earlier. The weight of the solid weapon gave him some much-needed reassurance. But charging straight down there? That would basically be suicide. His hesitation didn't go unnoticed. Kiri, who was crouched beside him covering one of the shooting windows, raised an eyebrow and asked curiously, judging by that look. "You're thinking of saving them?" "Yeah. I mean, they are pretty powerful. And besides, all those monsters have already come this far. It's not like this is a blood moon, who knows if they'll just leave or disappear on their own." While talking, Ryuji rummaged through their supplies and tossed Kiri a bunch of spare clothes, not exactly top-tier armor, but at least something to help block those zombie birds from tearing through bare skin. But the key thing is, their strength could be a huge help. They can do a lot of things that we can't. Anyway, I'll go out there alone. You stay here and cover me. As he threw on makeshift protection and headed towards the door, Kiri shook her head and shot him a look. You serious? My combat ability's way higher than yours, you know. And besides, like it or not, you are kind of special. Ryuji nodded without hesitation. He was the one insisting on saving them. There was no way he'd ask Kiri to risk her life for that. Besides, the sooner he moved, the safer it would be. Hesitate too long, and things would only get worse. There's still Tsunade here, someone has to stay behind to protect her. And if something unexpected happens, at least with you here, this place won't fall into total despair. Kiri snorted coldly but didn't argue further. Instead, she tossed a small pouch to him. There's a motorbike inside. You know how to use it. He didn't waste any time, every second was precious now. He burst out the door, pulled the motorbike from the storage pouch, and in one smooth motion, swung himself onto the seat, revving the engine. Behind him, Kiri was already open firing without hesitation, her precise shots picking off the zombie birds diving down toward Ryuji one by one. That's right, in just this short span of time, zombie birds had already started swarming their position too. Twisting the throttle, he sped forward on the motorbike, charging straight toward the dirt slope, their usual route for climbing in and out of this giant pit. It was steep, dangerously so, but with his current strength, handling the bike was no problem at all. Meanwhile, Ryaz and Lux, who had crash-landed nearby, weren't exactly idle either. Though Ryaz was practically out of magic power, she still managed to barely hold up a defensive barrier, shielding them from being instantly torn apart by the ravenous crows. Lux, on the other hand, gritted her teeth and struggled to lift Ryaz's curvy body onto her back, desperately staggering toward Ryuji's direction. But no matter how hard she tried, without the same monstrous physique her brother possessed, there was simply no way Lux could outrun danger in time. Thankfully, Ryuji had arrived. Revving the motorbike like a charging beast, he managed to reach them just before the dense tide of zombie birds behind could catch up, but even so, the scene before him sent chills down his spine. The zombie birds were frighteningly close now. Any more delay and there was no doubt, they'd all be ripped to shreds right here. But there was a problem. There was absolutely no way he could get both of them back on the bike in time. Glancing at the endless horde of incoming zombie birds, then back at the exhausted Lux and Ryaz, Ryuji gritted his teeth and shouted toward Kiri, who was still covering him from above. Kiri, get back inside. Protect yourself and Tsunade. I've got my own plan. Kiri visibly froze for a split second but ultimately followed his command without argument, retreating into the building. Don't you dare die out here. I'll cover you as much as I can. With that, the suspended door slammed shut behind her, but the gun ports above burst into a hail of muzzle flashes, Kiri's covering fire lighting up the sky. Ryuji didn't waste a single second. Without hesitation, he whipped out his iron shovel and began furiously digging into the ground beneath his feet. Dirt and rocks flew in all directions as, right before Ryaz and Lux's astonished eyes, he quickly carved out a pit large enough for a grown person to fit inside. What the? Lux's jaw dropped in disbelief, while Ryaz instantly understood what he was planning. Glancing at the swarm of zombie birds closing in, now less than 100 meters away, and listening to their ear-piercing screeches that seemed loud enough to tear through the sky, Ryuji roared at the two girls. Jump in. Now. Without hesitation, Lux grabbed onto Ryaz and leapt into the pit. The very moment they were down, he withdrew his motorcycle back into his inventory space, pulled out a small pouch, and, upon landing, quickly opened it. From within, he retrieved a hollow steel block. Seeing that chunk of metal slam heavily onto the ground while the terrifying bird horde rushed at him like a black tide, Ryuji gritted his teeth, hoisted the steel block over his head, and immediately jumped down into the pit himself. In an instant, the pit was sealed shut, the three of them now buried underground, save for the half-exposed steel block poking above the surface like a crude bunker lid. Thank God. I maxed out my strength stat back when I was fighting Tsunade. Bracing the hollow steel block with all his might, something that easily weighed 3 tons, Ryuji's arms felt like he was holding up a full-grown adult with only his bare hands. The sheer weight nearly sent him crashing down, which would have smashed this enormous block directly onto the two girls beneath him. But somehow, he held on. With the power of the 7 days to die system flowing through him, he managed to support something that, under normal circumstances, should have crushed him instantly. Outside, the ear-splitting cries of the zombie birds echoed relentlessly, mixing with the never-ending gunfire of Kiri's rifle. Yet down here, in the suffocating darkness, Ryuji didn't stop for even a moment. After all, this thin layer of dirt above their heads wouldn't hold forever. They had to go deeper. Still holding the massive steel block above his head with one hand, he quickly pulled out his shovel with the other and stabbed it into the dirt beneath their feet. With a loud crunch, the ground beneath them gave way, and the three of them dropped slightly deeper into the pit. The sudden fall forced he to hurriedly adjust his grip, straining his right arm to stabilize the heavy steel block overhead. Even so, he couldn't help but grumble under his breath. You two sure know how to make my life difficult. Now squat down. Both of you. Taking a deep breath, Ryuji waited for Lux and Ryaz to obediently crouch down. Once they did, he wasted no time opening his inventory and switching the shape of the structural frames in his crafting menu. A horizontal beam quickly materialized in his hands. With practiced ease, Ryuji installed it right above their heads, locking it into the walls of the pit. He then carefully rested the hollow steel block on top of the beam, finally allowing himself to release his aching arms with a sigh of relief. But it wasn't over yet. Without slowing down, he dug even deeper, then tunneled sideways to create a cramped underground chamber. Once the space was big enough, he sealed it off using another steel block just like before. Only then did he finally relax a little. Now, at least for the moment, they were safe, shielded from the monstrous birds above and hidden away in their hastily crafted underground bunker. After finishing everything, Ryuji finally lit a torch crafted from materials they had bought from the trader, illuminating the pitch-black underground space. This wasn't just any torch, it had no time limit, wouldn't go out no matter how violently he waved it around, and glowed steadily even in this cramped, suffocating hole. It was a standard nuclear-powered torch, perfectly suited for survival in this world. With the warm light spreading out, Ryuji finally got a good look at the two girls. Ryaz was gasping for breath, her face pale, her ample chest rising and falling like a pair of bellows, every heavy breath sending shockwaves through her soft curves, almost enough to make one's imagination run wild. But despite the tantalizing sight, her condition was far from good. Her clothes were torn, scratches marred her cheeks, and even sitting on the ground she looked like she might collapse at any moment. Lux, on the other hand, was in relatively better shape. Her face was pale as well, but she could still move freely. Even so, her body bore its fair share of wounds. It was clear, the two of them hadn't lured the zombie birds here on purpose. They'd simply been forced into a desperate escape, driven to the brink by the endless swarm. You two really are. He let out a long sigh. He planted the torch firmly into the ground, then pulled out a medical kit and some bandages, preparing to treat their wounds. As for scolding the more demanding answers, that could wait until after their injuries were dealt with. Come to think of it, this medical kit was pretty impressive. Once materialized from the system, it contained not only gauze and bandages, but also basic surgical tools, morphine, and various medicines, basically a portable emergency room. However, just as he took out the gauze and crouched beside Ryaz, ready to start treating her, Ryaz spoke up weakly. I'm sorry. We dragged you into danger because of us. Once I recover, I'll take care of this mess myself. As Ryaz spoke, she let out a rough cough. The after effects of exhausting her magic were hitting her hard, leaving her in obvious discomfort. She had indeed been overconfident. She thought that after flying Lux all the way to Ryuji's location, she would still have enough strength left to deal with the zombie birds chasing after them. But she had underestimated the horrors of this world. She thought she had a grasp on the speed at which those birds appeared. She believed that no matter how many came, there would be a limit. However, this world didn't care for logic or mercy. The number of zombie birds hadn't just increased, it had multiplied exponentially. And before she knew it, things had spiraled out of her control. In the end, she had no choice but to use the last of her magic power to accelerate, barely managing to escape the deadly swarm. Just saying sorry isn't going to cut it, Ryuji said bluntly. You're going to have to repay what you've done with action. By the way, is it safe to disinfect a devil's body with iodine? As he spoke, he took out a bottle of iodine. Before, he'd been forced to use alcohol because it was all he had, rough and painful as it was. But now that he'd found iodine, of course he would use that instead. But to his surprise, Ryaz shook her head. She lifted her delicate face, her deep blue eyes staring at him with rare, serious expression. I understand. I'll repay my debt with real actions, not just words, she said softly. But Mr. Ryuji, I have a request. Will you hear me out? Ryuji found her attitude a little strange, but he still carefully took her hand and began to disinfect her wounds. Go ahead. But don't forget the position you're in right now. I know, Ryaz nodded firmly. She took a deep breath, her expression growing even more solemn. And then, without the slightest hesitation, she spoke. Please. Kiss me. Oh. He nodded instinctively, only to freeze a moment later, staring at her in shock. Wait, what? Are you trying to seduce me? Ryaz's face instantly turned bright red. And right beside them, Lux finally processed what Ryaz had just said. She covered her mouth in disbelief, staring wide-eyed at Ryaz like she couldn't believe what she'd just heard. Panicking a little, Ryaz quickly explained herself. That's not it. It's not like that at all. I only need your life energy to restore my magic. She hurriedly clarified. After all, I can't just bring trouble to your doorstep and expect you to clean up my mess for me. As she spoke, Ryaz looked at him with utmost seriousness. Then, reaching into the valley of her chest, she pulled out a strangely shaped chess piece. As compensation, she declared solemnly, I'm willing to offer you one of my pieces. With it, I can turn you into a devil, granting you incredible power and an extended lifespan. Ryuji silently nodded, and for a brief moment, Ryaz thought he was considering it. But then, he opened his mouth. I refuse. Chapter 50, Replenishing Magic and Energy. Ryaz froze for a moment. Then, thinking back to Ryuji's earlier reaction upon hearing her name, she suddenly understood everything. Ah. I see. My apologies, that was my mistake for not explaining it clearly. She took a deep breath and looked seriously at him. What I meant was, after turning you into a devil, I would immediately form a contract with you. That way, you'd be a completely free devil, with no restrictions from me whatsoever. Since you know my name, Ryaz Greenery, you should also know that the Greenery family never cuts corners when it comes to this sort of thing. And if you're still worried, I'm even willing to sign a formal contract with you. Ryaz genuinely meant what she said. In this world, a world so harsh that even she, a high-ranking devil, was struggling to survive, turning a pure human like Ryuji into a devil actually felt like the most reasonable choice. At least as a devil, he wouldn't have to worry about things like lifespan or fragile safety. As long as he didn't act recklessly like she did, there shouldn't be any problems. But, I just don't want to become a devil, that's all. Ryuji shook his head calmly. No offense, but no matter how famous the name Greenery is, here and now, that has nothing to do with either of us, does it? His tone was firm, but not hostile. It wasn't that he distrusted Ryaz or suspected she'd treat him badly after turning him into a devil. On the contrary, he could tell Ryaz was genuinely kind, especially for a devil. She might act a little airheaded sometimes, but in terms of personality, she was probably one of the more soft-hearted devils out there. And if he did become her servant, knowing the original story, he wouldn't have to worry about his personal safety. Ryaz was fiercely protective of her own, and once she acknowledged someone as family, she would go all out to protect them. After all, in the world of high school DxD, devils valued contracts above all else. Breaking a contract was almost unheard of, especially for high-ranking devils like Ryaz. But still, first of all, he was just an ordinary person. There was nothing about him worth Ryaz cherishing. Second, he wasn't particularly interested in Ryaz herself. Even when watching the anime, he had always preferred Greyfire or Akano. And third, being a devil was, honestly, pretty inconvenient. Sure, being human might seem ordinary, even weak. But at the very least, in most worlds, among most races, being human wouldn't immediately label you as some kind of public enemy. But devils? Yeah, no such luck. There were hardly any worlds out there where devils were treated like monsters to be hunted down on sight. Right now, he didn't have the ability to travel between worlds yet. But later on? If he could just find one, hell, even half-willing, girl to sleep with, that would be all he needed to gain that ability. And when that time came, a devil's identity would only hold him back. I see, Ryaz said softly, looking at Uchi as if she'd finally understood. She realized he was just like some of her former servants, unwilling to give up their humanity so easily. And that was fine. She wasn't about to force him. After all, devil pieces were limited in number. They weren't something to hand out lightly. But even so, to her, the debt she owed him for saving her life still needed to be repaid. In that case, Mr. Ryuji, what kind of reward would you like from me? Ryuji snorted. Just follow orders properly. Do your part so we can all survive together. In a disgusting world like this, as long as you don't screw up over and over again and drag everyone down with you, I won't have a problem with you. Honestly, what reward? What was she going to offer, her body? Like hell he'd believe she'd go that far. As for her magic or whatever? He was just a regular earthling, that stuff probably wouldn't even work on him. And claiming property or territory in a world like this? Yeah, good luck with that. Trying to hoard personal assets in a scenario where cooperation meant survival was just begging to die early. Only idiots thought that way. Most importantly, he hadn't forgotten one very crucial fact. Right now, in terms of combatability, he was the weakest one here. So what else could he even ask for? The only thing worth demanding was for her to listen and not make things worse. I understand, Ryaz replied, catching the resignation in his tone. And after recalling everything he had said about the state of this world, she realized why he hadn't tried to ask her for anything tangible. I'll repay you somehow, she promised earnestly. Me too, Mr. Ryuji. Off to the side, Lux also bit her lip lightly and echoed Rya's words. But Rigi couldn't care less. Alright, enough of that sentimental crap. Save your energy for figuring out how to get out of here. Taking a deep breath, he pointed upward at the blocks of earth sealing them in. Right now, we're all stuck in the same boat. So if you've got any ideas, now's the time to use them. What he cared about right now wasn't pointless promises or emotional debts, it was surviving. Clearing out these zombie monster birds was priority number 1. Anything else could wait. I see. Ryaz gave a small nod, finally starting to understand the kind of person Rigi was. But then, after a brief pause, she looked at him seriously and asked, in that case, it's okay for me to borrow your power, right? Rigi shrugged. Nah, go ahead. As long as it doesn't hurt me or mess with my health, I'm fine with it. Honestly though, between the two of us, you're obviously the stronger one here. Ryaz smiled faintly at his blunt words filled with annoyance and indifference, and she completely understood why he felt that way. Without another word, she stepped closer, gently taking his hand and guiding it straight onto her chest. Then, I understand. Feel free to touch my body as much as you want. That's the price for borrowing your power. I'm sure you'll enjoy this, won't you? Soft. Incredibly soft, yet resilient to the touch. Instantly, a sensation Rigi had never experienced before traveled through his palm. Even Tsunade, for all her impressive figure, still had that natural softness and, to some extent, the inevitable effects of gravity. But this was different. It was standing firm. He blinked in shock, completely caught off guard by the unreal sensation. And before he could even react, a sweet fragrance drifted into his senses. Ryaz's flushed face was already inches from his own. Then, her soft, crimson lips pressed directly against his. An inexperienced, clumsy little tongue slipped into his mouth, delivering a sweet nectar-like taste that instantly flooded his senses. Almost on instinct, Rigi swallowed, and before he knew it, his own tongue entwined with hers, greedily drawing in her sweetness, craving more. At the same time, a strange heat began to rise in his body. His hand, still grasping her ample chest, involuntarily tightened its grip. Ah! Ryaz let out a small cry of pain, but she didn't pull away. Instead, she let him do as he pleased, allowing him to knead and squeeze her generous curves without resistance. Off to the side, Lux was completely stunned. She could only stand there, frozen, as the scene played out before her eyes. But then, that same sweet, alluring scent reached her nose as well. It was Ryaz's natural body fragrance, subtle yet overwhelmingly intoxicating. Lux felt her body growing hotter, an unfamiliar heat pooling within her, and without realizing it, her thighs pressed tightly together in response. Meanwhile, Rigi began to notice something strange. It felt like something was slowly being drawn out from deep within him, his stamina, his energy. He could feel his strength draining away, leaving his body weaker by the second. And yet, it didn't feel bad at all. Quite the opposite, it felt blissful, euphoric, like sinking into a dream he never wanted to wake from. But just as he was about to lose himself completely in that pleasure, the feeling abruptly vanished. Ryaz gently pulled her tongue away, breaking the kiss. She wiped the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand, her face still flushed, though she forced herself to sound calm and composed. That's enough, Mr. Rigi. I've gathered all the energy I need. If I kept going any longer, your body might have been harmed. Chapter 51, Ryaz's apology. Honestly, if he could, he really wanted to say, no problem, I could totally go another 10 minutes. But, unfortunately, his body strongly disagreed. Right now, he was completely lightheaded, his whole body floating in a dazed, dreamlike state. He could clearly feel how weak he'd become, but strangely enough, there wasn't the slightest trace of discomfort. In fact, it felt kind of nice, like drifting through a hazy euphoria. This was definitely not the usual after fun with a girl kind of exhaustion. Is the Greenery family half succubus or something? Rigi really wanted to blurt that out, but of course, there was no way Ryaz would give him a straight answer. After all, she'd just extracting off a good chunk of his life force, and thanks to that, her magic power had partially recovered. Her pale face was now flushed with healthy color, her once fatigued eyes now clear and sharp again. He, on the other hand, could barely even stand. Without hesitation, Ryaz bent down and effortlessly scooped him up into a princess carry, holding him gently in her arms. Then she turned to look at Lux, whose face was burning bright red, and asked calmly, Lux, how's your magic recovery coming along? Lux, flustered beyond belief, looked at Ryaz, took a deep breath, and carefully sensed the energy flowing within her body. Finally, she answered softly, about halfway recovered. Hearing that, a faint, almost wicked smile appeared on Ryaz's face. Perfect? It's about time we clean up this mess we got ourselves into. She turned her gaze down to Ruji in her arms, and her expression softened into something unusually gentle. Mr. Ruji. Thank you for lending me your strength. I promise I won't let it go to waste. Ryaz spoke softly, her voice full of sincerity. Ruji really wanted to reply with all right, it's up to you, but unfortunately, he didn't even have the strength left to speak. At this point, he could only let Ryaz do as she pleased. What he didn't know, though, was that at this very moment, Ryaz was quietly re-evaluating him. Looks like I misjudged Mr. Ruji. A faint, almost playful smile tugged at the corner of her lips. He's not just some ordinary human after all. As Ryaz felt the vital energy within her gradually transforming into pure magic power, even she couldn't help but feel surprised. Ruji's energy was too pure. It was so clean, so untouched, as if it had never been tainted or influenced by anything else in the world. That kind of purity made the conversion into magic incredibly efficient. The recovery speed and the resulting power were astonishing. But at the same time, it raised a troubling question in Ryaz's mind. For energy to remain this untouched, it would mean that he had grown up in an environment completely devoid of magic. And that was impossible. Magic was the very foundation of this world. Whether it was the holy power of angels or the dark energy of demons, in the end, it all originated from the same source, mana. Sure, it might take different forms or properties depending on its wielder, but at its core, it was all the same, a fusion of spiritual and physical energy. Yet within Ruji's body, there wasn't a trace of that. No signs of adapted or converted mana at all. It was as if he was a human from the very beginning of time. Untouched. Pristine. In their world, a human like that was nothing short of a priceless treasure. But those kinds of humans should have long since disappeared. Still, now wasn't the time to dwell on mysteries. Ryaz raised her hand, spreading a magic circle beneath their feet. With a surge of power, the massive chunk of earth above their heads trembled, then exploded upward, scattering in every direction. Above them, the sky darkened. A dense swarm of zombie birds hovered like a black storm cloud, shrieking hungrily. Lux. Ryaz shouted. Yes. Lux instantly understood what Ryaz wanted her to do. Without hesitation, she raised her staff high, and beams of light shot into the sky one after another. Like a lighthouse in the middle of a storm, paths of light carved their way through the endless horde of zombie birds, clearing a route toward their target, a small steel cabin completely surrounded by the monsters. Ryaz narrowed her eyes. Looks like I'll really owe him a proper apology after this. With a flick of her hand, a magic shield expanded around her, covering both Ruji and Lux, protecting them from the incoming tide of zombie birds. But of course, just because Ryaz was carrying him didn't mean she couldn't unleash absolute carnage. Magic circles began to bloom around her like flowers in full bloom. Countless fireballs and waves of flame spiraled outward from her shield, tearing through the undead birds like paper. Any monster that dared get close was instantly incinerated. And once she passed Ruji over to Lux to support him, Ryaz's fingertips began to crackle with arcs of electricity. I might not be as good as Akano when it comes to lightning magic. But after hanging around her all the time, I've picked up a few tricks. A cold, dangerous smile spread across Ryaz's face. And then, thunder roared. Bolts of lightning exploded out from newly formed magic circles, arcing wildly across the sky, striking down wave after wave of zombie birds. The current didn't stop there, it chained between targets, jumping from corpse to corpse in a deadly dance of destruction. In an instant, aside from the steel shelter she had deliberately avoided, the entire sky was consumed by flashing lightning. Countless zombie birds and the stench of burning flesh filled the air. Within several hundred meters, every infected creature had been wiped out, but even so, an endless swarm of zombie birds continued to descend from the sky like a dark tide. This is really turning into a mess, Ryaz muttered through gritted teeth. Once again, she summoned a sphere of blazing flame, hurling it into the flock. If only one of her familiars were here, this wouldn't even be a problem. He could have easily used blood magic to ignite the remnants of blood within these creatures, instantly blowing them all to pieces. But she couldn't do that. For her, taking down these monsters required far more effort. That's why she had no intention of staying to fight a war of attrition. After clearing out the immediate threats, she turned without hesitation, dashing straight toward the steel shelter and landing heavily at its entrance. Inside, Kiri had already noticed the situation outside. Without delay, she opened the door, pulling Ryaz and the others in. But the moment Kiri took Ruji from Lux's arms, her expression darkened. Without hesitation, she raised her gun, pressing it against Ryaz's forehead. Mind explaining, Kiri said coldly, why our man looks like this right now. Her tone was dangerous. More than the swarm of monsters Ryaz had brought in her wake, Kiri was far more concerned about Ruji's current state, limp, Unconscious, completely out of it. "I'm sorry," Raya said calmly, her voice neither defensive nor irritated by Kelly's hostility. "Mr. Ruji ended up like this because I drained a portion of his life force. But please rest assured, I haven't harmed his body in any way. As long as he gets some rest, he'll recover fully." She wasn't offended by Kiri's reaction. If anything, she felt guilty. "I apologize for all the trouble I've caused you," Ryaz added sincerely. "But please believe me, once I've had a little time to recover my strength, I will deal with this crisis myself." She bowed deeply to Kiri, and to Tsunade, who was trembling nervously nearby, making it clear she didn't intend to rise until they responded. Beside her, Lux bowed as well, offering a quiet apology. "TCH. You'd better keep your word," Kiri scoffed, unimpressed but willing to give them a chance, for now. She holstered her gun and dragged Ruji over to the bed, placing him down beside Tsunade so he could rest properly. Ruji, meanwhile, was completely out of it, his mind hazy, body heavy, as if all his strength had been drained away. Even when Kiri would occasionally crack open the viewing hatch and fire shots at the monsters outside, the sharp bangs didn't wake him. Before long, he'd drifted into sleep in Tsunade's trembling arms. The steel shelter fell into a heavy, suffocating silence. Kiri had no interest in talking to strangers who'd brought nothing but trouble, especially not to the woman responsible for putting Ruji in this state. And Ryaz, along with Lux, had nothing to say either, the awkwardness in the air thick enough to cut with a knife. Fortunately, Ruji didn't stay unconscious for long. Before much time had passed, his dazed mind gradually cleared, the after-effects of having his life force drained slowly fading away. What finally dragged him fully back to reality was the sharp crack of gunfire from Kiri. Only then did the small steel shelter feel like it was returning to some semblance of normal. Slowly opening his groggy eyes, he saw, illuminated by the flickering torchlight, Kiri standing by the firing slit, calmly taking shots at whatever was trying to get in. Meanwhile, Ryaz and Lux sat obediently on a pair of wooden crates, looking for all the world like school kids awaiting their punishment. Ruji blinked, shook his head a little, just to make sure this wasn't some bizarre dream. Once he was certain he really was back inside the safety of the steel shelter, he couldn't help but ask, "It's still not over?" The constant banging and rattling of the metal walls filled his ears, and glancing toward the firing slit, he could see wave after wave of zombie birds still hurling themselves at their little stronghold. He frowned. Ryaz had drained him to this extent. And she still hadn't cleaned up the problem outside? Just how many of those damn birds were there? "Ha! Not even close," Kiri snorted without looking back. "There's at least tens of thousands more out there." Seeing he awake finally put her in a slightly better mood, but judging by her face, she was still far from happy. At that moment, Ryaz finally sensed it was safe for her to speak again. "I'm truly sorry, Mr. Ruji," Ryaz said sincerely. "But it seems this world really is as strange and hostile as you described. And it clearly doesn't like anything flying in its skies." She took a deep breath, her expression equal parts frustration and helplessness. "I did some quick calculations just now. I was only in the air for a few dozen minutes, and during that short time, this world unleashed hundreds of thousands of those monstrous birds to attack me. At first, there were only one or two. But after that, every wave that came at me grew larger and faster in both number and frequency." His mouth twitched slightly. He had actually thought about building a helicopter at some point, maybe even flying one to escape during a Blood Moon event or something. After all, they did have Kiri here, and their crafting menu even listed gyroplane as an available option. But hearing this, wasn't that thing basically a flying coffin in this world? This world is just. He sighed, too exhausted to even complain properly anymore. But just as he was lamenting their ridiculous situation, a familiar notification sound suddenly echoed in his mind. His real, official system had sent him a message. He opened it absent-mindedly, only to freeze in shock at the two terrifying prompts that popped up in front of him. Warning. Your authority as the 7 days to die, Lord of the Dimension is being surpassed. Ryaz Greemery and Liuxana Crown Guard have officially surpassed your authority as master of this dimension. Ryuji's mind went blank. What the hell? Chapter 52. A sudden thought. Seeing that unexpected notification, he was momentarily stunned. But after thinking about it carefully, it actually made perfect sense. After all, those two were basically walking, talking artillery platforms. Their monster-killing speed was on an entirely different level. Just Ryaz alone, her casual fireball spell could wipe out dozens of zombie birds in a single blast. And Lux? Lux was even more terrifying. She was literally playing with laser cannons. Laser cannons, okay? With monsters packed this densely, leveling up for them was as easy as breathing. It wasn't strange at all that they had surpassed him. TCH. Good thing I never had any real interest in ruling over this broken world anyway. Ryuji glanced down at his own tattered clothes and let out a cold laugh before finally responding to Ryaz. I told you, didn't I? This world is terrifying and bizarre in every possible way. You really should have been more careful. He shook his head and decided to let the matter go. It wasn't worth dwelling on. Anyway, let's not talk about that anymore. What's done is done. But I'm sure you've noticed by now, haven't you? As your levels increase, your physical condition is starting to recover too. Ryaz nodded. Yes, that's true. I've already reached level 70, but I still can't fully regain my peak strength. Lux is in the same situation. I imagine it's similar for all of us here. Kiri nodded as well, though she didn't seem too concerned. Her own power had long since returned thanks to her stat allocations, so this wasn't something that worried her. As for Ryuji, he just curled his lip in mild disdain. Power suppression? Yeah, sorry, never felt it at all. That's right, he hadn't felt any power suppression whatsoever. But, Ryaz gently placed a hand over her chest, her expression calm. Give me about an hour to recover, and I'll be able to handle this crisis completely. Then, her crimson eyes subtly shifted toward him. Of course. If Mr. Ryuji, Ms. Kiri, and Miss Tsunade are willing to let me absorb some of your life energy, I could recover immediately. Ryuji blinked. A giant question mark practically appeared over his head. He looked at Ryaz, then turned to glance at Lux sitting quietly to the side. And then, he couldn't help but ask the obvious question. So why didn't you just absorb Lux's energy earlier? Honestly, with how chaotic things had been at the time, and with, well, certain obvious distractions, he hadn't thought too deeply about it. But now, hearing Ryaz casually mention that girls were fair game too. What was that supposed to mean? Ryaz smiled faintly, as if expecting the question. Because Lux is still a young maiden, she explained patiently. At the time, her mana reserves were already dangerously low. Absorbing her energy would have caused significant harm to her body. Since Mr. Ryuji came to rescue us, there was no need to hurt Lux unnecessarily. Then she added with a gentle look toward Lux. And besides, Lux still has her first kiss. I'd prefer to let this child keep it, so that one day, she can give it to someone she truly likes. Kiri immediately whipped her head around. Wait, what's that supposed to mean? My first kiss is still untouched too, okay? Ryaz froze, genuinely surprised. Then, incredibly seriously, she bowed her head in apology. My apologies. Seeing how close you two were acting, I naturally assumed you were a couple. Ryuji didn't say a word. He just stared silently at Ryaz, then slowly turned to glance at the completely speechless Lux sitting beside him, her expression like a crashed program. Ryaz? You mean to say? Lux's voice was tiny, practically trembling. But Ryaz just smiled sweetly, wrapping her arms around the stiff-as-a-board Lux like it was the most natural thing in the world. I still very much hope you'll agree to become one of my peerage. Naturally, I want to protect you as much as I can. Of course. What Ryaz completely failed to notice was that the very moment she hugged Lux, the poor girl visibly flinched. The look of fear in Lux's eyes was so clear, even Ryuji could see it without trying. But Lux, for whatever reason, forced herself to endure it. She didn't struggle. Didn't resist. Just quietly endured it. He could only sigh deeply. Yeah, nah. I'll pass. That kind of horrible experience? Once was enough. Sure, getting your life energy drained by Ryaz felt amazing at the time. It was beyond amazing. But afterwards? It was pure hell. The crushing sense of emptiness, the horrible craving that made him want to let Ryaz drain him again and again, it was unmistakably the mark of a devil's trick. Whether Ryaz herself meant it or not, her demonic nature, or maybe her racial skills, worked like that naturally. And now, even staring directly at that ridiculously perfect pair of, attributes, he didn't feel even the slightest bit excited. He just felt tired. Exhausted. Dead inside. So yeah, better forget about messing with that kind of thing again. This fortress can hold out for at least another hour. Just focus on recovering properly. After saying that, he casually slung his gun over his shoulder and walked over to the firing port, joining Kiri in clearing out a zombie bird swarming outside. He clearly had no intention of chatting further with Ryaz and the others. Better to focus on farming some experience points instead. While running into these zombie birds out in the wild would normally be a huge pain, the situation here, with a sturdy fortress, made these monsters the perfect exp grinding tools. As long as they left a small gap open in the defenses, those zombie birds would recklessly hurl themselves at it over and over. All they had to do was keep pulling the trigger, and the creatures would come crashing down to the earth like rain. Ryuji was killing them with great enthusiasm. Watching his experience points steadily climb, his mood gradually improved. But then, he remembered the hint from his golden finger ability. A certain idea started creeping into his mind. If I could somehow send Ryaz and Lux back to their original world, wouldn't that mean I'd once again be the strongest candidate for this world's dimensional master? The moment that thought appeared, it took root in his mind, refusing to leave. He kept pondering whether it was actually possible or not. But the more he thought about it, the more he frowned. Because honestly, he didn't care who ruled this broken world in the first place. If he could leave this scrappy world right now, he'd do it in a heartbeat. If he had the chance to leave this trash heap of a world right now, he'd take it without hesitation. Why would he waste time fighting over a title like Dimensional Master, especially when he didn't even know what real use it had? Something about all this just didn't sit right with him. He knew what being a Dimensional Master meant, he wasn't clueless. After all, Marvel and DC movies had mentioned stuff like that before, the so-called strongest being within a given dimension or world. As long as the dimension itself didn't collapse, that being would always exist. But here was the problem. Every dimension came with its own set of rules. Just like Dormammu's dark dimension, a place overflowing with darkness and corruption. Even Dormammu, the dimensional master of that realm, couldn't change its fundamental nature. That was simply the rule of his dimension. And this world? This 7 days to die dimension? How should he put it? Was he supposed to spend the rest of eternity trapped in a world overrun by zombies, surrounded only by half-broken, mindless NPCs? He'd rather die. This kind of immortality honestly felt more like a curse than a blessing. If he could leave this world and head to another, that'd still be acceptable. But what if all the other worlds were like the Ancient One, blocking outsiders, refusing to let anyone in? Wouldn't that mean he'd be trapped in this godforsaken zombie wasteland for eternity? Sure, it'd be great if someone else could come into this world too, but what if no one ever did? Something's not right. As he watched his EXP slowly approaching the next level, he subconsciously paid attention to the feeling in his heart. And the moment he leveled up, in that very instant, he felt his earlier thought about driving everyone else out and becoming the dimensional master subtly grow stronger. It wasn't a huge change, but it was unmistakably there. He could be sure of one thing, he hadn't had any emotional fluctuations during this period. Yet, right when he leveled up, his desire to possess and control this world had quietly increased. This world really is guiding us to kill each other. Ryuji's gaze landed on the 7 days to die system interface. That incomplete, half-broken game system just coldly sat there, like it had been watching everything, silently foreshadowing something. TCH. What a bastard of a world. He narrowed his eyes. And to think, he'd once believed that as long as a few superhumans appeared, survival here wouldn't be a problem. No matter how absurd this world got, the path to becoming the Dimensional Master shouldn't have been that difficult. But now, it was clear he'd been too naive. The title of Dimensional Master was nowhere near as easy to claim as he had imagined. Not like that's any of my damn business anyway. Me, a normal human, competing with those ridiculous super-powered freaks? What a joke. Adjusting his mindset, he resumed firing his gun. But just as he accumulated another half of the EXP needed for his next level up, Ryaz suddenly spoke up from behind him. Alright, Mr. Ryuji, I'm fully recovered now. From here on out, it's my turn to put on a show. With a confident toss of her crimson hair, Ryaz didn't even wait for a response from Ryuji or Kiri. Instead, she spread her arms, casting a glowing barrier that enveloped their small steel shelter. In the next moment, she boldly opened the door, revealing the endless horde of zombie birds still pressing in from all sides, their grotesque bodies crammed tightly against the tiny room. But because of the protective barrier, even with the door wide open, those zombie birds couldn't break through. Then, with a snap of her fingers, countless magic circles began to materialize around Ryaz, floating and glowing ominously in the air. Filthy monsters. Ryaz narrowed her eyes, her voice calm yet filled with killing intent. Bear witness to the reason they call me, the Crimson Princess of Annihilation. Chapter 53, The Power of a Devil. Ryaz's voice was filled with unwavering confidence. And when she stepped out of that steel shelter, walking straight into the monster-infested wilderness, that confidence radiated from her like burning flames. All Ryuji could hear from inside the shelter was the roar of explosions and the deafening shockwaves that followed. Then came the crackling of flames devouring everything in their path, the sharp scent of charred flesh filling the air. Everywhere he could see through the small window, everything was fire. The undead birds that had been swarming outside were now nothing more than fuel for the raging inferno. Their burning bodies crashed to the ground one after another, feeding the ever-growing sea of flames. If it wasn't for the protective barrier Ryaz had set up around the steel shelter, he was sure that both he and Kiri would have already been roasted alive by the sheer heat outside. And this brutal scene, went on for a full 20 minutes. Only after the waves of monsters began to thin out could Ryuji finally catch a clear glimpse of Ryaz herself. She stood calmly at the edge of the cliff, a wall of flame swirling protectively around her like a living creature. Every time one of the undead birds tried to dive at her, it would be instantly engulfed and incinerated the moment it touched her barrier. And when Ryaz casually swung her arm through the air, a whip formed of pure fire lashed out, tearing through swarms of monsters at once, sending their charred remains plummeting to the earth below. Her crimson hair fluttered wildly amidst the rising heat waves, so much so that he found it hard to tell where her hair ended and the flames began. Countless charred monster birds rained down from the sky, their blackened bodies littering the ground below. And amidst this hellish scene, Ryaz, with her crimson hair blazing like fire, exuded a dangerously seductive beauty. Bathed in rising black smoke, wings unfurled, this devilish woman wielded fire and a flaming whip like they were part of her very soul. Death and destruction danced at her fingertips, and yet, instead of fear, he found himself utterly captivated. By her power. By her beauty. By the dark allure that only a true devil could possess. "She's stunning," he couldn't help but murmur in genuine admiration. But Miss Ryaz, Lux, standing beside him, hesitated to speak her mind. Her upbringing told her that devils were evil creatures, monsters to be feared, not admired. And yet, Ryaz had been nothing but kind to her. In their darkest moment, when all seemed lost, Ryaz hadn't abandoned them. She'd fought for them, even gotten hurt protecting them. And because of that, Lux couldn't bring herself to speak ill of Ryaz. Yeah. She's a devil all right, Ryuji let out a long breath. He had refused Ryaz's offer before, without hesitation. But now, watching her command such overwhelming power, could he really say he didn't envy her even a little? "Oi, don't go getting any stupid ideas." A familiar, teasing voice came from behind him. Kiri strolled over, a lollipop lazily tucked between her lips, something she'd looted from a vending machine earlier. She casually slung an arm around his shoulders, pressing her chest against the back of his head, and rested her chin atop his hair like an older sister scolding her little brother. "Power's tempting, sure. But let me give you some advice. In our world, anyone who makes deals with devils never ends well for them." Her tone was light, but the warning in her words was real. "Sure, even I gotta admit I'm kinda jealous of her power," Kiri said, lazily twirling her lollipop. "But there's no way in hell I'm trusting someone who calls themselves a devil. Who knows, maybe she brought all these monsters here on purpose." It was clear Kiri wasn't exactly thrilled about Raya showing up with an army of monsters hot on her heels. Maybe the future version of Kiri, the one living peacefully in Arid, wouldn't care so much. But the Kiri standing here now? The one who had just escaped years of brutal battlefield life? She didn't like this situation one bit. And the fact that Ryaz was now casually displaying this overwhelming combat power. Yeah, that only made her more suspicious. Sure, Ryaz had the perfect excuse, claiming that her powers were being suppressed in this world. But Kiri wasn't buying it completely. After all, even someone like Tsunade, when placed in a world that limited her chakra, might have weaker recovery speed and attack strength, but her overall power reserve didn't just magically shrink. At worst, where she could once punch a mountain in half, maybe now she'd only destroy a tenth of it. Limits or not, monsters like these? They were still cannon fodder against that level of power. But right now, she's undeniably stronger than us, isn't she? Ryuji said calmly. And it's not like she's attacked us directly either. A few days from now, this probably won't even matter. As he spoke, he casually accepted the candy Kiri offered him, and noticed she handed one to Lux as well. "What about you though?" Kiri raised an eyebrow. "Without me and Tsunade around, how exactly are you planning to survive in this world, huh?" He chuckled softly. Kiri knew his situation better than anyone. "I'll manage somehow," he replied with a deep exhale, a small, helpless smile tugging at the corner of his lips. He knew Kiri was worried about him, worried because the difficulty of surviving in this world was only getting higher. Everyone could see it. If things kept escalating like this, it was only a matter of time before he'd end up trapped inside that little steel hut of his, completely surrounded by endless waves of zombies. And if it ever came to that, there were only two words to describe his fate. Game over. "You idiot." Kiri let out an annoyed grunt, gave him a light shove, then slung her gun over her shoulder and stepped outside. "For the record, I don't believe in this whole endless monsters crap," she called over her shoulder. "That Ryaz girl, while you were passed out, she told me something pretty interesting. She found a factory. One that's still running. And apparently producing zombies non-stop." Kiri paused, glancing back at him. "That place might hold the truth behind this whole damn world. When you're ready, we'll check it out together." He didn't have any reason to refuse. Especially since Kiri knew how to fix cars, They could probably scavenge something decent that hadn't been torched yet. And if there really was a factory churning out monsters, then investigating it was the smart move. Alright, Ryuji nodded. He grabbed his own gun and followed Kiri out of the steel hut, ready to resume the hunt, this time, targeting the few remaining zombie birds. But this time, things were a lot more troublesome. With how rare the zombie birds had become, there was no way they could just fire blindly anymore. It took them nearly half an hour, working together with Ryaz, just to clear out the last of the flock. By then, the sky was already starting to darken, and the ground was littered with the corpses of zombie birds. Although Ryuji and the others had survived this crisis, there really wasn't much else they could do for the rest of the day. They grabbed a quick meal, simple, tasteless survival food. During the meal, he found a moment to quietly use pure system blocks to build an extra shelter right next to their steel hut, one for Ryaz and Lux. Only after making sure everything was settled did he finally return to his bed, ready to get some rest. However, in the dead of night, he suddenly felt something straddling him. Still half asleep, he blinked groggily, only to come face to face with Tsunade and the complicated, turbulent expression on her face. Just as he was about to speak, Tsunade's low voice cut through the darkness. "Why are you always trying to play the hero?" In the dim flicker of distant firelight, her eyes were hard to make out clearly, but Ryuji could still see it. The anger. The frustration. The unwillingness blazing within them. Because. He started slowly, we need their strength. If we want to survive better. Sometimes, it's necessary. But before he could even finish his explanation, Tsunade grabbed him by the collar, her voice shaking with fury as she practically growled in his face. "Is my strength still not enough for you?" Ryuji was left speechless. Because before he could even answer, he noticed the tears already streaming down Tsunade's face. And in the next moment, she threw herself into his arms, her whole body trembling. What he didn't know was that there was one thing Kiri had deliberately kept from him. When he had recklessly charged out into the horde of zombie birds, Tsunade had actually regained enough strength to move. She had seen everything, seen him swallowed by that terrifying tide of monsters with her own eyes. Originally, he wanted to say yeah, it's not enough. But Tsunade didn't give him the chance. The distance between them vanished completely, anger, worry, relief, heartbreak, all tangled together. And soon, so were they. Meanwhile, outside. Knock knock. With red, slightly swollen eyes, Kiri stood at the door of the small house Ryuji had built for Ryaz and Lux. "Hey. Mind if I crash here tonight?" Chapter 54, A Great Harvest of Energy Points. Early the next morning. "I can't believe I got this much energy." Ryuji lay in bed, his arm wrapped around Tsunade. One hand lazily kneaded her soft chest while the other stroked his chin, now rough with stubble. Last night. Well, things had gotten pretty crazy. Probably because Tsunade had nearly lost him while he was saving others, her emotions completely broke down. Instead of sleeping, she ended up venting on him, over and over, in all kinds of ways, and being ridiculously aggressive about it too. She was on top for almost half the time, moving so fiercely that he was pretty sure his pelvis had gotten slightly dislocated by the end of it. Not that he was complaining. Honestly. Totally worth it. But what surprised him even more was something else entirely. Every time he did it with Tsunade, he'd gain energy points. But this time, the gain was insane. Not a small increase, a massive one. He hadn't really paid attention to the first wave of points last night, but when he finally opened up his system interface, he froze. 1,680 energy points. In one night, he had blown past all his previous efforts combined. Not only did Tsunade now have enough energy points to return to her own world, but he was also dangerously close to earning enough for Kelly's return trip too. It was straight up shocking. But he understood why. TCH. You really are something else, woman. Ryuji squeezed Tsunade's soft chest, sighing helplessly as he grumbled to himself. Yep. Last night, right at the peak, when Tsunade was slamming her hips down mercilessly onto his poor pelvis, the name that escaped her lips was none other than Dankato. That almost killed the mood right then and there. And to make things even worse, after Tsunade had burned through her strength of 100 technique, becoming overly sensitive and finally collapsing onto him, completely defeated, she actually whispered into his ear. Dan. I'm sorry. Leaving Ryuji totally speechless. Like. What was he even supposed to think about that? Did she have feelings for him or not? Was this love, nostalgia, or just using him as a stand-in? Hell, was he technically being cucked by a dead guy right now? He rubbed his temples, a little mentally broken. There's that saying, right? The person who takes a girl's first time leaves a special kind of imprint on her heart. One she'll never forget. And guys always remember their first love too. But even if that's true, Isn't this effect a little too intense? And what about Tsunade's ridiculous body constitution? Thanks to her strength of 100 technique, every time he fully pulled out during their activities, that delicate barrier inside her would instantly regenerate, only to be shattered again the moment he thrust back in. It was intense stimulation for him. But for Tsunade? Pure agony mixed with pleasure. Honestly, if it weren't for his own body being reinforced by some mysterious power, he would have been done for ages ago. Meanwhile, Tsunade, someone with a secret love for playing a little rough, seemed to actually enjoy the constant tearing and healing cycle. If anything, the regenerative powers of her strength of 100 technique just made it easier for her to go all in with her unique tastes. But just as he finished his long, tired rant in his head, Tsunade's eyes slowly fluttered open. This time, she didn't slap his hand away from her chest like she usually did. Instead, she quietly, without a word, reached down, grabbed something that had slipped out of her body, and firmly stuffed it right back in. Then, without hesitation, she straddled Ryuji once more, grabbed him by the collar, and glared daggers at him. "Huh? You dare complain about me?" While slowly rocking her hips, Tsunade's sharp, golden eyes burned into his. "And what about you? Weren't you the one shouting out Arena Nakiri's name last night?" Ryuji froze for a second. Then, with a dead serious expression, he shot back. "That was my first woman." But that only pissed Tsunade off even more. "Oh yeah? Then what about my Shire Anui? What about Tifa Lockhart?" He was instantly speechless. That. He had nothing. "Save it. You absolute bastard. Hurry up and get me enough energy points to go home. The sooner I leave this cursed place, the better. I don't want to see your stupid face anymore." That's what she said. But the way her hips moved, faster, deeper, more demanding, completely betrayed her words. And in that moment, something suddenly hit him. Wait a minute. Wasn't Tsunade supposed to have hemophobia? Afraid of blood? Yet through that hazy, pulsing gap of white light flashing before his eyes, Leek's gaze drifted downward, toward the very place where the two of them were connected. Sure enough. There it was, a messy blend of red and white, mixed together without the slightest hint of hesitation. Last night, she had clearly been terrified of the sight of blood. But now, just as he was lost in thought, Tsunade followed his gaze and looked down at herself. The moment she realized what she was seeing, her whole body went weak, and she collapsed right onto Ryuji's chest. That soft, warm sensation pressing down on him was, well, pretty wonderful, honestly. He let out a helpless sigh. If Tsunade could somehow overcome her fear of blood just by constantly losing her virginity, wouldn't that actually be a good thing? Unfortunately, that wasn't how it worked. Even after all that, she still hadn't gotten over her hemophobia. Getting scolded yet again, he carefully lifted the now unconscious Tsunade off his body and gently placed her down on the bed. To be honest, we've already gathered enough energy points, Tsunade. Back when he entered her, Ryuji had even mischievously poked that non-pregnancy pathway of hers. He'd been curious to try it out, sure, but he knew full well that Tsunade would never agree to that sort of thing. Besides, without the right tools in this world, that would basically just be stirring up a mess for no reason. So in the end, he kept things normal, straightforward, gentle, nothing fancy. After all, the girls in front of him were all proper, decent girls. He couldn't bring himself to treat them too roughly. But, as he was lost in that thought, his hand accidentally slipped, right as he was adjusting Tsunade's incredible, mountainous curves, and was just about to enter her again. Bang! The steel door was kicked open with a deafening crash. Standing in the doorway, with a terrifyingly cold expression on her face, was Kiri. "You said," she growled, voice low and dangerous, "you've gathered enough energy points?" Chapter 55 Tsunade gets sent back. He stared blankly at Kiri, who was standing there fully armed, an M60 machine gun in her hands, several grenades hanging from her belt, looking like she was about to charge straight into a battlefield. He couldn't help but tilt his head in confusion. Meanwhile, Tsunade, still lying face down on the pillow, let out a weird, miserable little whimper. "Seriously, could you maybe pick a better time to barge in?" Ryuji couldn't help but complain. This woman, Kiri, had an uncanny ability to show up at the most ridiculous times, in the most ridiculous places, and somehow, she always managed to catch some part of the conversation that involved her. At this point, it was honestly beyond ridiculous. It was almost like a twisted kind of luck. "Ha! Like I'm the weird one here? Look at you two, acting all lovey-dovey like nobody else exists. Do you even know what time it is? It's way past time to get up and start grinding for skill points and rewards." Kiri flipped him off without hesitation, looking absolutely fed up. "Wrap it up already. I'm waiting to see how you're planning to send Tsunade back." With that, she spun around and stormed out of the room, slamming the door shut behind her. He stared at the closed door in silence. He gave Tsunade's perfect, flawless backside one last squeeze and let out a long, helpless sigh. And then it hit him. He hadn't heard any footsteps when Kiri came. And when she'd burst in just now, her face had been bright red. Which could only mean one thing. Kiri, you damn eavesdropping snake. You were listening from the start, weren't you? His furious roar echoed through the room. Half an hour later, Ryuji stood by the campfire, a lollipop in his mouth, staring at what could only be described as pig slop, lovingly prepared by Kiri, who, among the remaining three, was supposedly the best cook. Sure, he was going to have to eat it too, but he would gladly call himself a pig if it meant he could complain about just how atrocious Kiri's cooking was. This stuff. It wasn't meant for human consumption. Glancing at Ryaz and Lux, who were both nervously eyeing the bubbling horror in the pot, he clicked his tongue. With a casual flick of his wrist, he pulled a piece of roasted meat out from his inventory and placed it on their makeshift grill. But really, no one cared about that right now. After setting the meat down, he looked over at Tsunade, who hadn't said a single word since earlier. Sitting down on a wooden stool they'd made together, he pointed at her with his lollipop. I can send Tsunade back, sure. But the thing is, Ryuji took a deep breath. If he was being honest with himself, he really didn't want to send Tsunade back. Even if she couldn't fight here, Tsunade's skills in basic infrastructure and medicine alone made her incredibly valuable to their little group. Not to mention, her body was also a very effective stress reliever for him, in more ways than one. Yeah, he wasn't shy about admitting he enjoyed that curvy, mature figure of hers. And it wasn't like things between them hadn't already gone. Well, pretty far. But ironically enough, if he really cared about Tsunade, then the right thing to do would be to send her home. But the thing was, Ryuji wasn't even sure if he could trust his own system. What if this so-called return function ended up being a complete disaster? I mean, I honestly don't know if it's reliable or not, he admitted, crunching down on the candy in his mouth. The first time I used it, I didn't even get a chance to check. Arena just disappeared. Back then, I didn't exactly have the time or energy to worry about her situation either. So, yeah. That was his biggest concern, not knowing what really happened after using the function. Don't worry about that. Tsunade suddenly cut him off. There's no need. This is my decision. Even if something does go wrong, that's my responsibility to bear. She turned her gaze directly onto Ryuji. But let me ask you this, are you sure you don't need me here anymore? There was a strange glint in Tsunade's eyes, complicated and unreadable. Ryuji crushed the candy between his teeth, deliberately avoiding her stare. The sudden spike in his system's energy readings told him all he needed to know about her current mood. But it wasn't just Tsunade whose feelings had changed, his head too. With Ryaz around, our combat strength and healing abilities should be covered. And I can barely manage to build basic structures like iron shelters now. Even if you leave, it shouldn't affect our chances of survival too much. He took a deep breath. So yeah. I can send you back right now. Tsunade fell silent. She stared hard at Ryuji for a long moment before finally speaking again. Are you being serious right now? Huh? I mean about the energy thing. Dead serious, he replied without hesitation. Last night, the energy between us spiked like crazy. Then why didn't you just lie to me? Tsunade raised an eyebrow. After all, you're the only one who really knows how much energy there was. Ryuji chuckled bitterly. I'm done living a life full of lies. His tone was calm, but unmistakably sincere. Flattering demanding clients, admitting fault when it wasn't mine, pretending I didn't mind working overtime even when I hated it. And then going home, forcing a smile, telling myself everything was fine even when I felt like crap. Or running into trouble, knowing someone else could easily help, but watching them just sit there quietly, refusing to say a word. I've had enough of that kind of life. With that, he casually tossed away the plastic stick from his candy, his expression nonchalant. I'm sorry. I like you. Both your personality and your body. I really do. But the truth is, you don't belong here. No one does. This place is hell, and things are only going to get more dangerous from here on out. That's why I can't keep you here. He took a deep breath. We might have gotten a little intimate just now. But facts are facts. The best thing for you is to go back, the sooner, the better. Hearing that, Tsunade clenched her fists tightly. She already understood what he was implying, the factory. If there was any chance of finding a way home, it would be there. But the odds weren't good. And even if they did leave her here, there was another problem. Her safety. God only knew what other horrors this world still had in store. Leaving someone behind to protect her wouldn't help if they weren't strong enough, and if they were strong enough, then they wouldn't have enough people left to explore the factory. There was only one real option left, survive through another blood moon and recruit more newcomers. But just thinking about facing that nightmare again made Tsunade's heart clench with fear. Her whole body felt weak, powerless. She couldn't even imagine how she would endure something like that a second time. Still, she forced herself to speak. "I can stay until after the next blood moon," she said quietly. But Ryuji rejected her without hesitation. "No. Absolutely not. I'm afraid you'd really lose your mind." His voice was calm, but firm. "Ask yourself honestly, Tsunade, with your current mental state. Do you really think you can survive here? Even for a few more days?" He could see it clearly. Tsunade was struggling, barely holding herself together in this hellish place. The constant presence of corpses, the relentless waves of monsters appearing every few days. For someone like her, it was crushing. Overwhelming. Especially after the blood moon. He had felt it. After that night, Tsunade's mind had become dangerously unstable. Otherwise, she wouldn't have thrown herself at him like that. Wouldn't have lost control of her emotions so completely. If she stayed here any longer, sure, maybe her fear of blood might recover thanks to their little activities. But her mind? Her willpower? Those would be utterly shattered. And this world was nothing but danger upon danger. There was no telling what other horrors or taboos were still waiting out there. Besides, Ryuji said softly, "We agreed from the start, didn't we? I was never meant to be anything more than a passerby in your life. We made a deal. Once you had enough energy to go home, I'd send you back." Tsunade took a deep breath. Then slowly nodded. "If you really don't need me anymore." "I really don't." He stood up, walking over to stand before her. Staring at that beautiful face of hers, he couldn't help but feel a little complicated. Such a perfect partner in bed. And now he was about to send her away. After a brief pause, he acted on impulse, reaching out with one hand to cup her soft breast near her heart, while his other hand slid down to grab her firm, shapely rear. He kneaded both slowly, deliberately. Is this supposed to be part of the return process too? Tsunade's expression instantly shifted, eyes narrowing dangerously. Ryuji, completely unfazed, nodded with a dead serious face. "Of course it is. It's probably the last time I'll ever get to touch you, after all. Just a little something to remember you by. Since, barring some miracle, we probably won't meet again. So, 1, 2, 3. Time to send you back? Do whatever you want. 1, 2, 3. When he counted to 3, he opened the interface and clicked the return option. But just as he did, Tsunade suddenly leaned forward, gently pressed her lips against his for a brief kiss, and in the next moment, her body began to fade like a mirage before his eyes. Tsunade staggered slightly, her body passing right through his like she was nothing more than a ghost. The world around them began to blur and distort, taking on an illusory appearance completely different from the harsh reality of this world. Ryuji turned around just in time to see Tsunade do the same, their eyes meeting across the shifting illusion. She instinctively reached out toward him, but once again, her hand passed right through his body. Her lips moved, as if calling his name, but he couldn't hear a single word. That dreamlike vision lingered for a full 3 minutes before slowly beginning to fade away. He simply stood there, watching quietly as Tsunade was reunited with the people on the other side. He even saw her being hugged tightly by a small, black-haired girl who seemed overjoyed to see her. This time, he could clearly feel it, standing within that illusion, there was a strange sensation of dislocation. It was almost as if he could control that feeling, use it to step directly into Tsunade's world. But something was still missing. Something wasn't quite right. Still, as Tsunade's figure completely disappeared, Ryuji realized something else. So that's how it works. Arena was like this too, wasn't she? He murmured to himself. That means she really watched me blow up that stockpile of gunpowder? No wonder she thought I was done for. Thinking about it made him feel a little complicated. But then he remembered, there were only 2 more girls left to send home before he could go find Arena again. That thought instantly lifted his spirits. Turning back, he looked at the 3 girls standing behind him, all of them watching him with serious expressions. So, the return process is real after all, he said casually. Anyone interested in going next? Although he phrased it like a question, his gaze was clearly locked on to Kiri. Kiri's lips twitched. She could tell this bastard had been itching to get his hands on her for a while now. He had never exactly been subtle about how his eyes would always linger on her long, shapely legs or the way she dressed so boldly. And honestly, to be fair, of all the girls he'd spent time with, Kiri was the one he got along with the best. Not even Arena could compare. Kiri's personality was just that easygoing, wild, free-spirited, and fun. Still, after a brief pause, Kiri slowly raised her hand. After all, she did have a reason to return. And truthfully, a part of her was curious to see what this whole return process actually felt like. Chances were, once she went back, she'd die on the battlefield anyway. So she figured, why not try something crazy at least once before that happened? As for the idea of not going back? Impossible. Not unless the war in the celestial realm somehow ended, and that wasn't happening anytime soon. Even so, the look on Riji's face, that smug, "I've totally got you now" look, seriously pissed her off. That's why Carrie had already made up her mind. She was going to play hard to get, string him along for a bit, build up his expectations. And then, when things got steamy, pull out a little something special from her arsenal to teach this guy a proper lesson. She'd show him, messing with a ranger gunslinger wasn't something you could do without consequences. Besides, why should she be the only one getting fucked? Why was it always the person that fucks got to have all the fun? That wasn't fair at all. She wanted to fuck Rigi too. She was just about to fully raise her hand, just about to lay out her own terms for the deal, when suddenly, a clear, earnest voice cut her off. "Please use me. And send me back to my world, Mr. Rigi. I have something very important I must do. I'm begging you." It was Lux. Kiri froze mid-motion, her raised hand hanging awkwardly in the air. Rigi blinked in surprise, turning toward the blonde girl with a serious expression, completely different from her usual gentle demeanor. Looks like the order just changed. Chapter 56 Kiri and Lux Rigi? Kiri? Kiri was completely stunned. Wasn't it already decided? She was supposed to offer herself to Rigi, mess around a little, and use that chance to test whether his claims about sending people back were true. And now? The experiment was basically confirmed to work. But then this little girl who had just shown up yesterday wanted to cut in line? Hey, little girl, Kiri rested her M60 on her shoulder, feeling utterly speechless. Sure, I get that this place sucks and everyone wants to go home, but there's gotta be some order to this, right? I've been away from home for way longer than you. Shouldn't I go first? For Kiri, nothing was more reassuring in this crazy world than heavy firepower. After all, repairing guns here was ridiculously simple, a bit of duct tape, some iron ingots, and boom, good as new. And since items could physically manifest here, spare parts and tools were everywhere. Even that old cement mixer from before? She fixed it using parts scavenged from a repair kit. So yeah, she didn't bother sticking to her usual revolvers anymore. The M60 was way more convenient. In fact, she actually appreciated a lot of this world's quirks. Just yesterday, she'd even passed up some gun rewards to get blueprints for a forge and a chemistry station instead. If it hadn't been for that zombie bird incident, she would have already started blacksmithing projects by now. They had so much raw ore stockpiled that their storage boxes were practically turning into walls. But when faced with Kiri's question, Lux's expression twisted with pain. She stood up and bowed deeply toward Kiri. "I'm sorry. But Miss Kiri, I must return to save my homeland. If I stay here any longer, those people, my people, will have no choice but to turn to Silas for help." Huh? Kiri raised an eyebrow. Sounds like there's a grand story behind that, huh? But I'm gonna have to stop you right there, Miss Lux. See, I've got people waiting for me too, people that I need to save. Kiri waved her hand dismissively. The only reason she'd let Tsunade go first was because Tsunade's mental state was unstable, and besides, it would still take the enemy some time to prepare their attack. But waiting any longer? That was no longer an option. Unlike Tsunade, Kiri knew she wasn't the type to let emotions cloud her judgment or get too attached to someone like Rigi. Sure, she thought Rigi was a good guy, maybe even worthy enough to be the first and last man in her life, but that didn't mean she'd abandon her comrades for him. Even if those comrades once doubted her. Even if, when she saved them, all she really wanted to do was flip them the middle finger afterward. Still, a fight was a fight. And Kiri wasn't about to miss hers. She'd already gained powerful abilities from this world, abilities that could genuinely help her friends and old teammates. Which meant it was time for her to leave. Lux opened her mouth, wanting to say something. She could tell Kiri was telling the truth. But still, she was desperate. Time wasn't on her side. Because ever since Silas, the fugitive persecuted by Demace's anti-magic laws, had killed the king and sparked a rebellion, everything had fallen apart. Countless innocent Demacen mages were forced to flee their homeland, lest they be hunted down or even executed by their own kingdom. And at the root of this entire tragedy was her own foolishness. Her sympathy for Silas. She'd pitied him. She'd trusted him. She'd even taught him how to absorb and wield other people's magic, the very power he later turned against everyone. Worst of all, because she'd sympathized with him, because she'd cared for him, Silas had drained the magic from her own body. He'd slaughtered countless people. He'd waged a bloody rebellion. He'd even killed her supposed fiancé, Jarvan IV, Crown Prince of Demacia. Her brother, Garen, had nearly lost his life because of it. Since then, the entire kingdom of Demacia had fallen into chaos and fear. Even those mages who had carefully hidden their abilities were forced to flee. The once proud and orderly kingdom had turned into a place where everyone was suspicious of each other, a land ruled by fear. And Lux blamed herself for all of it. That was why she desperately wanted to restore Demacia to the peaceful place it used to be. She had found other mages, people Silas had abandoned because they had families or ties he didn't care about, and led them, along with their loved ones, out of Demacia. She hoped to help them rebuild normal lives. And maybe, just maybe, use their strength to one day change Demacia for the better. But if, at this critical moment, she couldn't protect these people, then there was no doubt in her mind, they would turn to Silas for safety. And if that happened, Silas would lead them straight into a war to slaughter everyone who stood in his way. If Silas had been a reasonable man, maybe Lux could have lived with that. Maybe it wouldn't have been the worst ending. But unfortunately, Silas had simply gone from one extreme to another. Now, he wanted mages to rule over ordinary people, to enslave them without mercy or regard for their lives. Lux couldn't accept that. She refused to accept that. Which meant she had to go back. As soon as possible. Rigi scratched his head awkwardly, struggling to respond under Lux's intense, pleading gaze. In the end, he could only raise his hand helplessly. Well, as you can probably tell, Lux, my stamina, and my body, do have limits, he said honestly. And more importantly, the energy I use to send people back to their world. It doesn't come for free. He sighed. So far, the only way I've been able to generate that kind of energy is by doing what married couples do. His words hung heavily in the air. And the amount I get each time? It fluctuates depending on things like emotional connection, feelings. In other words, even if you did join in right now, there's no guarantee I'd be able to gather enough energy quickly to send you back. He spread his hands helplessly, trying once again to explain the situation. Off to the side, Ryaz couldn't help but shake her head, her voice soft as she spoke, the motion causing her almost absurdly large chest to shift slightly. As expected. For you, this really is quite a tragic ability, isn't it? Ryaz didn't say everything she was thinking, but if what Uji said was true, then this ability was honestly pretty pitiful. No emotions? Then he'd have to keep doing it endlessly. But with emotions? The moment feelings grew deep, those people would leave. That kind of life. Honestly, it sounded like its own kind of torment. But what none of them expected was that Carrie had completely underestimated Lux's determination. I'm willing to do anything, Ms. Carrie. Lux suddenly declared, her voice firm. I'm not trying to take your place, I understand that feelings matter in this. But if I join as well, wouldn't that help you return faster? If the energy gathered from me happens to be greater, then, if Mr. Rigi keeps using me to gather energy, wouldn't that help you return quickly too? Her words left Carrie utterly speechless. She stared at Lux, wide-eyed, completely unable to believe what she was hearing. That determined expression, the faint blush coloring her cheeks, and the tears glimmering at the corners of her eyes. It all said one thing very, very clearly. This girl was dead serious. Carrie opened her mouth, glancing at Rigi. He, too, stared back at her, mouth slightly agape. Carrie could understand it. Rigi could understand it. But still, this was just way too crazy. How should I put this? Is this what they mean when they say as expected of a noble lady? Carrie couldn't help but complain with a bit of exasperation, but very quickly, she found a way to strike back at Lux's overly earnest resolve. If it's about saving your country, Miss Lux, then all the more reason for you to stay here and properly study this world, Carrie said, crossing her arms. This world has all kinds of things, stuff that can help you get tens of thousands of tons of steel in a single day, and even teach you how to make the weapons we use here. Wouldn't that make saving a country a hell of a lot easier? So why don't you spend some time here learning how things work first? As she spoke, she dug around in her pockets, looking visibly irritated. She couldn't find her cigarettes. Rigi nodded in agreement beside her, though honestly, he had his own ideas about all this. He wouldn't mind mornings with Carrie, nights with Lux at all. After all, there was one thing he knew for sure, Carrie's stamina and endurance absolutely wouldn't be able to match someone like Tsunade. And him? He was someone who could spar with Tsunade when she had her Byakugan seal fully activated. Granted, that had a lot to do with how overly sensitive Tsunade's body tended to get. Most of the time, she'd tap out and surrender after just a few rounds, but still, unless Carrie had some freakishly low sensitivity, there was no way she could match Tsunade in that regard. Which meant, in every sense of the word, Kelly was bound to get completely wrecked by him. That said, Kiri wasn't wrong either. If Lux could properly master this world's systems, tools, and technology, then things like arming every soldier with iron pipe machine guns, having an endless supply of steel, and stockpiling absurd amounts of gunpowder. Forget saving Mesa, Lux could straight up establish her own kingdom if she wanted. Of course, that depended on whether abilities gained here could be taken back to her world. But regardless, learning this world's knowledge could only help her. And more importantly, Kiri casually walked over to Rigi's side, resting her elbow on his shoulder like they were old drinking buddies. It's about this bastard's safety. Rigi. Chapter 57, People who share the same struggles. Although Kiri was eager to return and help her teammates, there was no doubt she didn't want Rigi to end up dying a pointless death in this world either. If both she and Lux left, then what would happen to him? What if that Damon woman kills him? What if more trouble showed up during the next blood moon? There were too many possibilities to ignore. Even though considering all this was probably useless, especially after seeing the overwhelming power Ryaz displayed, Kiri couldn't help but worry. Because no matter what, she cared. Kiri didn't want him to just randomly drop dead the moment she left. You don't need to worry about my safety, Ryuji replied casually. Of course, he knew Kiri didn't realize he could travel between worlds. If the energy cost for doing so wasn't too high, he could easily leave this place anytime he wanted. There was no need for him to stay here waiting for the blood moon to descend. You say that like it's nothing, but I really don't want to come back and find you turned into something weird, Kiri sighed deeply. Not far away, Lux tightened her grip on her staff. She instantly understood what Kiri was trying to say, that she wanted Lux to stay here for a while longer. For Lux, this was like being stuck in a trolley dilemma. No matter which option she chose, it felt like the wrong one. But Rigi didn't give her the chance to struggle over it for too long. Well, it's not like we have much choice anyway, he shrugged. The 5th day is the blood moon. When that time comes, even leaving might not be an option. So let's not waste time talking about stuff we can't change. He stood up, stretching his body casually. By the way, Miss Lux, Miss Ryaz, you've both reached level 50 by now, haven't you? He looked at the two ladies, and both of them nodded in response. After all, with how many zombie birds they had fought, there was no doubt both of them had already reached level 50. Ryaz even spoke up, directly revealing her current level. I'm at level 78 now. Does this level actually do anything? And those skill points? Do they really make us stronger? She sounded genuinely curious. They do increase your power, he explained. Right now, I've got stamina and recovery speed about 10 times that of a normal person. But it's not a simple, direct boost to your strength, it's more like a percentage-based enhancement. He could feel it very clearly, probably because he was still weak compared to them. I see. Let me give it a try. Ryaz tapped the air in front of her, interacting with the system. In the next moment, the expression on the beautiful redhead's face shifted slightly. It really does make me stronger. But just like you said, it's not purely physical. It's like a conceptual enhancement. Ryaz focused on sensing the changes in her body. She had always been someone deeply attuned to power, so she quickly grasped what Rigi meant, even more clearly than he did. When she used what felt like half her strength, her arm responded with a force equal to what used to require her full power. Yet, strangely enough, it still felt like she was exerting herself completely. It was a bizarre sensation, as if this power wasn't truly coming from within her, but rather being supplied by the rules of this world itself. Curious, Ryaz tried adding a point into endurance. Instantly, she could feel her mana, stamina recovery rate, and even her body's natural healing speed double. Interesting. She raised her slender fingers and casually conjured a fireball. What surprised her was that even though she only used half the mana she normally would, the fireball still formed perfectly, no weaker than before. Under the gaze of everyone around her, Ryaz casually tossed the fireball in her hand. The next moment, they all watched as the fireball exploded brilliantly in the distance. Its power doubled. And the source of that power, it just appeared out of nowhere. It's like I've become the ruler of this world. Ryaz let out a small, admiring sigh, then turned her gaze toward Rigi. These skill points are ridiculously powerful. But considering the dangers of this world, I suppose having this kind of strength is only natural. Rigi looked at the massive crater left by her attack and couldn't help but nod. He could more or less guess what Ryaz had done. But clearly, even though he had also spent points on his stats, the effects weren't nearly as overwhelming as what Ryaz experienced. I think I'm starting to like this world, Ryaz said with a soft laugh. Without hesitation, she dumped all her remaining points into strength. And just like that, she summoned another enormous fireball in her hand, even larger than before, and hurled it into the distance. Boom! The fireball exploded on impact with a force at least 20 times greater than her usual magic. And yet, she had only used the same amount of mana as she would for an ordinary fireball. A violent shockwave swept across the area, rippling through the surroundings. And it didn't stop there. Her mana and stamina were now recovering at twice their original speed. This was completely different from Riji's experience. Sure, he had added points into endurance too. He could feel it. Tasks that used to take all his strength now only required half the effort. But the problem was, his strength itself was still limited by his human body. For people like Ryaz, however, those who wielded supernatural energy, it was a whole different story. Having her energy consumption didn't just mean less strain. It effectively doubled both her output and her ability to sustain herself in battle. And after adding just a few points into strength on top of that, her destructive power and burst strength practically doubled again. Ryaz had only spent 2 points so far, and already, her combat potential had skyrocketed by nearly 4 times. This world is fascinating. If I max out both strength and endurance, Ryaz mused aloud, then assuming a single spell normally has a power level of 10. The final multiplier would be 10 into 11 into 11, that's 1210 times the original power. That's insane. At that level, even a basic fireball spell could completely obliterate everything in its path. And if she added her power of destruction on top of that, wiping out an entire continent wouldn't even be a challenge. Such exponential growth could easily elevate her to a level comparable to her own brother, a being of overwhelming might. And the craziest part? It all seemed so simple to achieve. All she had to do was keep hunting zombies, do a few straightforward quests, and steadily rack up more skill points. This world really is something else, she said with a smirk. Riji had no idea just how ridiculously powerful Ryaz had become, especially with the added factor of magic in play. As far as he knew, he was still just that unlucky office worker who happened to have strength about 11 times greater than an average white-collar worker. Honestly, if Ryaz hadn't mentioned it, he would have kept thinking he only had about 10 times normal strength. After all, the increase near the end didn't feel all that noticeable. The truth was, with Ryaz here, the balance was completely broken. However, Ryaz clenched her hand, the joy on her face slowly fading away. This power comes with a price. She looked down at her palm. Thanks to her familiarity with contracts, she had noticed it immediately after spending her skill points. A new contract had quietly settled onto her body. The more I use the power of this world, the weaker the mark of my original world becomes. If that mark disappears completely, I'll no longer belong to my home world. I'll become a part of this world, and I won't be able to go back. And her eyes closed slightly as she focused, sensing what Uchi could not. As a devil accustomed to dealing with contracts, she could clearly perceive the contents of this particular one. This world is broken, that's why it's become so twisted. It's crying out for help, desperately seeking a new ruler to guide it back to stability. But unfortunately, it's already beyond saving. This place is saturated with malice, soaked in the aftermath of countless tragedies. The original powers meant to help humanity overcome their crises have all been destroyed by that damage. What we're using now are just leftover fragments, remnants of what once was. Her voice grew quiet, tinged with a hint of melancholy. And this power, once we leave this world, it will completely disappear. Ryaz opened her eyes, calm yet unwavering. In other words, as long as I stay here, I can keep growing stronger, perhaps even infinitely so. But if I choose to return to my original world, everything I've gained here will vanish without a trace. She turned to look at Uchi, her gaze clear and resolute. This is the price of power. To gain strength, you must become a part of this world. And if you want to leave it all behind, you must be prepared to lose everything you've obtained here. When Ryaz finished speaking, Ryuji and Kiri exchanged a glance. Neither of them had felt anything like what Ryaz described. He figured it probably had something to do with Ryaz being the current strongest master of dimensions. But the more he thought about it, he realized that when he had become a master of dimensions himself, he'd never felt anything like that either. Maybe it's a level thing? Ryuji wasn't sure. But in the end, he guessed it was probably because Ryaz had climbed to a level of power far beyond his own. That's why I'm not really interested in spending skill points anymore, Ryaz said with a relaxed smile. If I fully accept the power of this world, I'll be stuck here forever. But doing quests together with you guys should still be fine. Better to be prepared, after all. Ryuji didn't want to dwell on complicated stuff like that either. So, without further thought, he led the group to the nearest store to pick up and share a few quests. The quests were ridiculously simple, so simple that he didn't even need to lift a finger. The moment they encountered zombies, the hyper-motivated Ryaz and Kiri had already taken them down effortlessly. Meanwhile, Ryuji happily teamed up with Lux to scavenge supplies from nearby rooms. And then, ha 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 ha. Look at these three dumbasses. Carrie burst out laughing without holding back, leaning on her rocket launcher like a queen of chaos. The reason? One of them was holding a roll of duct tape, another gripping a magazine, and the last one clutching a first aid kit. Carrie howled with laughter like she'd just seen the funniest thing in the world. Chapter 58, The well-behaved Miss Lux. Ryuji was suddenly in a much better mood. Because this proved one very important thing: he wasn't the one with bad luck. It was just that Carrie's luck was absolutely insane. This woman was clearly blessed by Lady Luck herself. Her background and life might not have been anything lucky, but right now, among everyone present, she was hands down the luckiest. How depressing. I actually lost to a human when it comes to luck. Ryaz was visibly surprised. She stared at Carrie with disbelief in her eyes. She had always thought herself to be among the luckiest of demons. Yet even she couldn't compare to this woman. What a pity. Ryaz sighed quietly in her heart. It was a real shame that someone like Carrie couldn't become a member of her peerage. Luck that defied the rules like this could bring an endless stream of treasures and good fortune. As for superstition? She was a devil. What did she care about superstition? To possess luck that rivals the Greenery family. Carrie, you must have been someone important in your world, right? Ryaz couldn't hold back her curiosity. Someone with such ridiculous fortune couldn't possibly be a nobody in their original world. But Carrie's answer genuinely surprised her. Of course not. I'm just a nobody, someone who wouldn't even stand out in a crowd. Anyway, enough talk, let's finish the mission. Carrie laughed it off, brushing aside the question. The four of them quickly regrouped and got back to their tasks. Thanks to their speed, they completed all 8 missions in under an hour. After that, they returned to their construction efforts. Even without Tsunaid, Ryaz was still capable of short bursts of flight, enough to help with the steel structure they were building. Carrie, meanwhile, went off to set up simple defensive measures to protect their relatively vulnerable front gate. And as for Ryuji, he began mining with Lux. The mining work was monotonous and exhausting, but Carrie had built a new forging furnace, which let them immediately process the ores into useful materials. He also had a new crafting station blueprint, which allowed them to forge steel bars into even sturdier components. While feeding materials into the furnace, he happened to glance over at Lux, her body covered in dust, and a stray thought crossed his mind. We're almost ready to leave. He looked at her. Even though he tried not to let his gaze linger on her body, Lux still visibly shivered when she noticed him looking. But it wasn't his gaze that made her tremble, it was her own thoughts. Because of what Ryaz had said earlier, Lux had deliberately chosen not to invest any skill points into the in-game system of 7 days to die. That meant all the work she was doing relied solely on her real physical strength. So far, Ryuji had made multiple trips back and forth, and yet this was the first time he'd caught a glimpse of Lux. That alone showed how hard she was struggling. Right now, she was already close to exhaustion. She had only come to the furnace area because she was planning to take a short break. But seeing Ryuji still working with full energy, his shirt only slightly damp with sweat, made her wonder something. Something very real. Just how many times can Ryuji do it in one night? It wasn't a question she had ever considered before, but clearly, now she had to. Her voice trembled slightly as she stammered out the question. Mr. Ryuji. Your body, it's fine, right? You work out a lot, don't you? Her bashful tone and flustered expression were undeniably adorable. And Ryuji instantly realized why she was trembling. Huh? Oh, well. Not to brag, but this kind of work doesn't really wear me out. He tried to keep his tone as casual and non-suggestive as possible. As for working out, it's been a while since I did it regularly. But honestly, the way we've been living lately, I've gotten into pretty decent shape. That part, he was confident about. He had been forced to cut weight and exercise every day just to survive in this world. He hadn't quite reached six-pack territory yet, but the belly fat was almost gone. If he kept this up, he'd probably have full ABS soon. I see. Lux's face turned an even deeper shade of red. And just as the conversation started to lapse into awkward silence, the roar of a motorcycle engine echoed from the distance. Not long after, Carrie appeared in front of them, wearing a leather jacket and jeans, her sunglasses gleaming. Hey, Ryuji. That pond next to the gas station was packed full of zombies before, so I'm not drinking from it. Come on, we're going to fetch some water. Lux, I need you to keep an eye on Ryaz while she's flying around. Since Ryaz had to fly sometimes to finish construction on their steel fortress, someone needed to keep watch for danger. Lux didn't hesitate. Of course, Ms. Carrie. She gave a sweet, obedient reply and trotted upstairs without question. Once she was gone, Carrie turned back to Ryuji with a grin, pulling off her sunglasses with a flick and using them to lift his chin. Come on, pretty boy, give this lady a smile. He had a pretty good idea of what she was planning next. Chapter 59, Kiri's turn. The water in this world was quite fascinating. Rigi had filled several buckets and found it eerily similar to the water mechanics in Minecraft. When he used a systems bucket to scoop up a load of water and poured it onto the ground, a water block appeared. And from that single water block, an endless stream flowed forth. It wasn't just the flow itself that was strange, it was the fact that any pipe or container placed in it could draw water endlessly, and yet the jelly-like blob of water didn't diminish in the slightest. This is seriously messed up. Kiri scratched her head in disbelief as she stared at the miraculous water. Strange phenomena were no rarity in this world, but every time she saw one, it still made her stop and marvel. But this actually makes things easier for us. Just need to bring back a few buckets. Rigi looked at the constantly flowing river. If it weren't for the absence of unbreakable walls and the very real danger of zombies digging through the foundation, causing the system's structural framework to instantly collapse, he might have seriously considered building a house here and using the flowing water to deal with the undead problem. Unfortunately, that was out of the question. And while they had access to an infinite water source, setting up a circulation system like that back at their base would be suicidal. What a shame. He sighed, then noticed Kiri had already taken off her jacket and was laying out a full set of bedding nearby. She even placed several system-generated blocks beside the river. Rigi's spirits lifted instantly when he saw her peel off her socks, revealing her delicate feet. It was a bit of a surprise. By all logic, someone like Kiri shouldn't have particularly pretty feet. After all, she was constantly on the move, running, fighting. In such harsh battlefield conditions, even taking a shower was a luxury, let alone washing one's feet. So he had never held any expectations for how her feet would look. As long as those long legs of hers stayed beautiful, that was more than enough. But what she showed him instead were stunningly well-kept feet. Not as petite as Arena's, perhaps, but perfectly proportioned for her height, elegant curves, soft pink toes, spaced just right. They looked like sculpted art pieces. And when Kiri tested the water's temperature by dipping in a foot and instinctively curled her toes, it added a touch of unexpected charm and playfulness to this otherwise bold and gallant woman. Is this another quirk of a different world? Rigi fought back the urge to reach out and squeeze those adorable toes, but he knew, unless Kiri explicitly invited him, he wasn't allowed to do that. So, he decided it was best to head off and wash himself somewhere else. After all, Kiri had made her intention quite clear. Not cleaning himself up first would be downright impolite. Just as he was about to turn away, though, she suddenly spoke. "Where do you think you're going?" She turned her head slightly, placing her jacket neatly over a wooden frame while unbuttoning her jeans. Her full hips and long, toned legs were exposed to the fresh air. Kiri stood tall, an impressive 180 centimeters. But it was her legs that truly stood out. Compared to an average earthling's body proportions, Kiri's legs were just a bit longer. Not only that, they were remarkably well-shaped and slender. Her thighs, however, weren't the skinny type. They were full, clearly the result of hard training. Yet there was no heaviness or bulk to them. By Earth standards, she was still considered slim. It's just that, compared to the naturally tall and slender build of people from the celestial realm, Kiri's legs might seem slightly thick. Feeling his gaze, even though she had prepared herself, she couldn't help but blush. She had always felt her legs were on the thicker side. Living in the wastelands did that to people. Even the most naturally beautiful women couldn't escape the scars of war. There were times she envied the lives of women, those who stayed home, dressed prettily, and devoted themselves to family. But that kind of life wasn't for her. The more she thought about it, the more she realized it would have been too boring. Maybe someday, when she was tired of adventures, or had no choice but to settle down to survive, she might consider that path. That was Kiri's line of thought, but she didn't pull down her underwear. Because Rigi was already beside her. He wrapped his arms around her slender waist, fingers brushing along the lines of her toned ABS, sending a ticklish sensation that made her giggle uncontrollably. "I was just going to find a place to wash up," he replied casually. Kiri chuckled softly. "And now?" "Well, obviously." He smirked. "Taking a bath with you sounds way more fun." Rigi's hand slid from her toned abdomen into the last piece of clothing she still wore, fingers brushing against a dense patch of soft curls. Like Tsunade, Kiri was the lush type, but not in a messy, unkempt way. There was a unique, captivating charm in the way she was naturally grown, neat yet wild in spirit. His other hand slipped beneath her upper clothing, seeking the firmness of her breasts. He cupped one in his palm, gently toying with the already stiffening nipples. Kiri's breasts weren't overly large. Though they appeared quite full on her tall frame, by ordinary standards they'd still be considered generous. But Rigi, who had just that morning been grappling with Tsunade's huge breasts, couldn't help but feel a slight pang of regret at the difference. And yet, Kiri's breasts were incredibly firm, so much so that even with age, sagging seemed like a foreign concept to her body. That does feel good. Kiri let out a soft moan under his touch, her hand reaching instinctively to grip his arm. She wasn't scared of these feelings. In fact, she welcomed them, had been curious for a long time but never found the right moment. Until now. Let me think. She tried recalling how the women at the tavern used to move, wanting to mirror them. Her body shifted, trying to turn around. But Rigi held her tightly from behind, burying his face in the delicate curve of her neck. That single action made her freeze. Not the touch of his hands below, not even the teasing of her breasts, none of it had drawn such a strong reaction. But having him so close behind her, brushing his lips and breath against her neck, made her shudder uncontrollably. Because she didn't like having people behind her. Chapter 60, playing in the water. Perhaps it was due to her years spent on the battlefield, or simply her natural instincts. Whatever the reason, Kiri didn't like having people behind her. Especially not people who posed a threat. Or carried weapons. And right now, Rigi was exactly that, armed, both in his inventory and his so-called action bar. Guns, blades, explosives, you name it. But right now, the one weapon she couldn't ignore, the one pressing hot and insistent against the curve of her ass, was very much real. Even through his pants, she could feel the gradual stiffness, like a waking beast brushing up her rear, testing, nudging, asserting its presence. She didn't understand why, but her heart, which was already pounding fast, started racing even more. A strange, unexplainable emotion surged within her. A mix of anxious anticipation, and something else. Are you planning to accidentally fire your gun? She muttered, feeling him constantly pressing his bulge against butt, feeling his heartbeat thudding harder against her. Her mood and courage gradually improved. She wasn't someone to back down. So, boldly, she reached behind her and slipped her hand into his pants. Oh? She blinked. That wasn't what she expected. Hot. It twitched in her palm, pulsing with restrained hunger. The size alone made her legs tremble instinctively. She imagined that thing inside her, and winced, her mind flashing with an almost phantom ache. Her insides tightened. Still, she didn't stop. Fingers wrapping around his length, she slowly stroked him, the soft skin already feverish against her palm. His breath hitched. And when he pressed closer, his hand finally sliding along her soaked thighs, nudging at her slick folds through the already soaked lace panties, she gasped. Her cunt, already flushed, already needy, throbbed as his fingers found it. Pressed. Rolled and gave it the lightest pinch. Her knees buckled. Fuck, she grabbed him tighter in reflex, squeezing. Rigi's body tensed. He hissed in a breath, and she felt his nose graze along her neck before his teeth gently caught her earlobe. Is that disobedience I feel, he growled, or just inexperience? His hand moved again, bold, calloused fingers parting her folds beneath the water, sliding between her lips, rubbing slow, deliberate circles. Why you tell me, Kiri let out a chuckle. Mimicking the sultry barmaids from the roadside inns, she twisted her wrist skillfully. The response was immediate, a sharp, breathless exhale from Rigi. It was a feeling too strange to describe. But for Rigi, the line between restraint and action had already disappeared. Definitely disobedience, he said. And then, he acted. In one swift motion, he released her chest, reached up, and yanked her collar. The force was enough to lift her shirt up to her neck. She instinctively performed a sharp motion that left her upper half exposed, her clothing tangled awkwardly by her pinned-up hair. Her chest bounced free, untamed and trembling, was now bare. He didn't wait. His hands found her breasts, cupping them, squeezing with hungry reverence. She moaned, the sound embarrassingly loud in the quiet night. And then, before she could react, he spun her. One hand yanked her panties down, white, soaked, clinging, pulling them past her knees, down her long legs. They dangled briefly at her ankles before he kicked them away. He caught her in his arms, a gasp escaped her, but it was swallowed by his kiss, deep and consuming, his tongue chasing hers with hungry precision. She moaned and flung her arms around his neck and dragged him into the water. Water splashed wildly as they rolled over the wooden decking by the river, limbs tangled and skin soaked. Kiri laughed joyfully, her head thrown back as she sent glittering arcs of water into the air. But it wasn't over. Even after their skin had been cleansed of sweat and dust, they tangled again. Back in the water, Kiri finally pinned him down, straddling him with the grin of a victor. Ha. Ha. So eager, are you? Falling so hard for your big sis's charm? She teased, leaning close and lifting his chin playfully with a finger. Her voice was smug, but her body welcomed his hands without complaint, especially the one that resumed kneading her rear. Her laughter was soft and high-pitched, spilling into the river air. Ryuji lay flat on the wooden planks, water barely touching his ears. He smiled, gave her lips a kiss, then smacked her backside. You laugh like a little hen, but you move like an eel. Eel? How am I like an eel? She said, mock offended, tweaking his chest playfully. The sensation made him tense, and he pushed himself up slightly, dragging his hands along her thighs, fingers tracing her slick entrance again. I meant. You're delicious, like grilled eel. He kissed her again. I've never tasted one, but I've always wanted to. Same with you, Carrie. Since the first time I saw you, I knew I had to make you mine. I wanted to see you fall apart under me. To make you cry, not from pain, but from how deep I'd reach. You can doubt everything I say, except that. He spoke his mind, and every word of it was true. Whether it was the urge to fuck Carrie, or to fuck her until she cried, he hadn't been able to get those thoughts out of his mind since their very first meeting. She blinked at him, a little stunned. What Carrie didn't know was how deep it ran. She always thought Ryuji was just a bit of a pervert, always staring at her legs, her chest, with that familiar hungry look. She'd noticed it, of course. But she never imagined that from the very first second he laid eyes on her, he'd already decided he had to have her. Not just flirt. Not just touch. He wanted to make her his. To fill her. To break her composure. To make the bold, brash Carrie tremble and cry out his name, completely, utterly his. All right then. Carrie laughed, punching him lightly in the chest, her grin white and wild like a storm ready to roll in. Then, without warning, she shoved him back into the shallow water, her whole body pressing him down with a splash. Water erupted around them, but she didn't care. Her damp hair clung to her cheeks, her eyes gleamed like a cat playing with its prey. Sounds like Big Sister needs to interrogate you properly, she purred, smirking as she straddled him. Chapter 61, Carrie is interrupted. Carrie's body had been more than ready for a while. So when Ryuji picked her up and tossed her gently onto the blanket he'd prepared nearby, it didn't take much effort for his fingers to slide into her. And damn, she was tight, easily the tightest he'd ever felt. Even though she clearly braced herself for it, the moment his fingers started to explore deeper, it became obvious how tense she still was. Her entrance clenched up almost defensively, resisting even his slowest, gentlest movements. Ah! She cried out as he pushed in. Her legs snapped together instinctively, trapping both his hand and his head between her trembling thighs. Sorry. She mumbled through flushed cheeks, then slowly spread her legs again, revealing her thoroughly soaked pussy to him. Unlike Tsunade's golden hues, Carrie's dark patch was messier, wilder, but it only added to her allure. He reached out again, intending to softly tease the sensitive clit and help her relax. But just a few precise strokes was all it took for Carrie to suddenly arch her back and, a sharp gasp tore from her lips as a sudden gush of liquid exploded from between her thighs. Water splashed over his chest, soaking him all over again. But he wasn't even mad. What left him truly speechless was the way she collapsed immediately afterward, lying there like a rag doll, breathless and completely out of commission. Looking at the dazed, twitching mess sprawled before him, Ryuji stared in silence for a moment, then finally muttered, "How the hell did you finish even faster than Tsunade?" Tsunade was quick to climax, sure, but at least she could last until he got some satisfaction. But Gerer. I was nervous, okay. She stammered, turning her head away, clearly mortified. Her voice was barely above a whisper. It's not like I've ever done this before. I didn't know how to hold back. She clutched at the sheet under her, her knuckles white. Her cheeks burned crimson, the shame radiating off her like heat waves. She'd always mocked the men around her in the wasteland, always teased them for being too quick or not lasting, but now she knew exactly what that felt like. Her eyes flicked downward at the thing still throbbing between Ryuji's legs, and she visibly flinched, shrinking into herself. She was still scared. Still tense. But damn it, she wanted this. She'd looked forward to this. Carrie. Come on, girl. Get it together. You can't wimp out now. You finally got this far. He watched her squirm and sighed, half exasperated, half amused. Honestly, this was what a normal first time should look like. He'd known plenty of guys who, during their first experience, barely lasted a few strokes. And girls, especially the ones who'd never even touched themselves, often couldn't handle even the lightest pleasure. Considering how long they'd been teasing and touching each other, it was no wonder she had hit her limit so quickly. Her body was already on edge. That sudden jolt of real stimulation must have just overwhelmed her. Still, it was kind of adorable. Arena had her break down because of cursed food. Tsunade snapped from an emotional meltdown. And the merchant woman? She didn't even have a soul, and there wasn't even a trace of a hymen involved. But Carrie, she was different. She was his first real chance at truly exploring someone untouched. Though, clearly, virgin girls came with their own set of complications. "It's all right," he said, gently brushing his fingers down her thigh. "We'll take it slow. You just focus on feeling good, I'll guide you through it." Ryuji really wanted to take his time with these legs. They were too damn perfect to rush. He made a mental note, gotta find some thigh highs or stockings for her. Bare legs were beautiful, but there was just something about that stockings. He didn't think about the old pair of socks she'd tossed at him the other day, those were way past usable after the incident. Since Kiri had already climaxed once, he gave her time to rest and breathe before slowly starting up again. Unlike Tsunade, she didn't have superhuman recovery, so he couldn't push her too fast. After a while, once her muscles loosened and her breath steadied, he started again. Gentle touches. Whisper-like caresses. Slowly easing her back to that edge, guiding her body toward acceptance, trust. And just when she finally relaxed, legs parted, hips tilted up, she was ready to have him inside her, her gaze meeting his with hesitant excitement. A bone-chilling scream cut through the air. More screams. Female. Desperate. Close. Ryuji's head snapped up, and then he saw them. 5. No, 6. Pale white Sadako-looking zombies were charging straight at them. Mother. Without hesitation, a heavy M60 machine gun appeared in his hands, and he opened fire on the Sadako-like zombies without mercy. In a single, blistering burst, the scorching bullets shredded them to pieces. But it was already too late. From deep within the forest, a chorus of grotesque noises erupted. He saw it clearly, countless zombies from all directions were stampeding toward them like maddened beasts. He stood up immediately, and beside him, Kiri pulled out her twin revolvers, unleashing a storm of bullets at the charging undead. Dozens of zombies were reduced to twitching corpses under their relentless firepower, hardly a threat by now. But by the time Ryuji and Kiri cleared the incoming wave, the sultry atmosphere that had lingered between them earlier had completely vanished. The stench of rotting corpses and thick, cloying blood filled the air, making them both nauseous. Even when he noticed the shimmering glow between Kiri's thighs and the faint trace of silver strands trailing from her body, neither of them felt any urge to continue what they had started. The mood was gone. Replaced with filth and gore and exhaustion. The fire had been doused. Damn it. Kiri realized it too. With a scowl, she turned her revolvers on the Sadako zombies that had ruined everything, unloading bullet after bullet into their shredded remains. She had made up her mind. She was ready. She had even prepared herself to give everything to Ryuji. And then, zombies happened. The sheer frustration drove her a little mad. But after that whole mess, all desire had vanished. Completely. And honestly, there wasn't time for flirting or messing around anymore. They exchanged a glance, one that said we'll deal with this later. Dressing quickly, the two of them hopped on the motorbike and, still burning with frustration and fury, rode back to camp in silence. And started cooking. Lux, off to the side, had no idea what had happened to make Kiri and Ryuji look so sour. She didn't even come close to guessing what the two of them had been about to do. But Trias sniffed the air delicately, and instantly understood. Still, she was curious. If the two of them were ready to go all the way, why did it end like this? Was it because being with Kiri didn't generate as much energy? Ryas pondered it deeply. Although she had her own plans for returning home and wasn't relying on Ryuji, she had mentally prepared for the possibility that, if it came to it, she might have to do something intimate with him. So, she was keeping an eye on things. I'm full, Ryuji muttered, barely picking at the stew before getting up. Gonna sleep. I'll go tune the workbench, Kiri said shortly, setting her utensils down. She was in a foul mood tonight. So, she was going to mod some guns, get ready for a killfest tomorrow. Might as well make herself useful and prep for the battlefield. As for doing that kind of thing with Ryuji, that could wait. She had confidence. One day, just one, was enough to get the job done. And with that, she walked off toward the workbench area. What a goddamn shitty world, Ryuji muttered to himself as he sank into his warm bedding. He closed his eyes with a bitter grunt. Kiri would probably be working until the merchant closed shop, which meant he couldn't even go find the merchant lady for a distraction. And doing it with Kiri here? Not happening. She'd never agree. So now, thanks to those damn zombies, he was stuck sleeping alone. But just as he drifted off, half asleep, he vaguely heard someone calling his name. Groggy, he mumbled a reply. And then, something warm, wet, and soft slid over his little brother. Ryuji snapped awake instantly. There was a person down there. He bolted upright, thinking it was Kiri, and instinctively pressed down on the head beneath the sheets, already planning to return the favor with a mouthful of Kiri's, but then, he caught a glimpse of golden hair. And then, he saw Lux's face. Chapter 62, Lux's move. Ryuji found the situation deeply unsettling. Lux had always struck him as a reserved girl. Whether it was her role in the game, her public persona, or the impression she left on others, she was the picture of a demure, innocent white lily. But this. Looking at her face, flushed red with embarrassment, shyness, and a strange sort of resolve, he could only cover his own face, speechless. Miss Lux. What are you doing? This wasn't something he ever expected from her. His first instinct had been to suspect Carrie. That woman would pull something like this, whether out of curiosity or simply because she felt like it. And honestly, he wouldn't have minded. In fact, he often imagined Carrie kneeling before him, lips wrapped around him, as he gripped her head and lost himself in the moment, ignoring whatever objections she might have had. But Lux? This shouldn't have had anything to do with Lux. At the very least, not like this. Not under these circumstances. It was too much. Too out of character. And yet, even though his mind screamed this was wrong, his body told another story. The warmth of her mouth, drenched in saliva. The faint, teasing scrape of teeth. The soft, wet friction of her tongue swirling around him with shy but deliberate movements, it all overwhelmed him. It was unlike anything he'd ever felt. And when Lux obediently began bobbing her head, sucking gently with growing rhythm, he nearly lost control then and there. The fire coiled at the base of his spine, threatening to explode and permanently defile this so-called pure princess. His hand rested on the back of her head. The feeling of dominance, of conquest, was almost addictive. It was a satisfaction that struck both mind and body, a dual thrill that many chased for a reason. And then, as if finally realizing what she was doing, Lux pulled back slightly. She released him from her mouth with a soft gasp, her lips slick and parted as she caught her breath. The faint strand of saliva connecting her to him stretched and then broke, landing on her chin. She looked up at him with that same strangely calm, obedient gaze, and began to speak. I want to return home sooner, she said. Mr. Ruji. You haven't done anything with Miss Carrie yet, have you? Otherwise. Her walking posture should have changed. She was panting slightly, her hand still holding his dick, lips glistening. As she spoke, her saliva and a translucent string of fluid trailed from her mouth down onto the ground. And somehow, despite the obscene nature of the scene, her tone remained gentle. Polite. Almost eerily proper. I also wanted to see whether this method counts as a form of emotional exchange. If it does, then the energy gathering should be much faster. Ruji was stunned. In his mind, Lux had always been the sweet, proper girl, the quintessential White Lotus. She was supposed to be the magical girl of justice and hope created by Riot. And now, she was saying this? No, wait, do you even realize what you just said? That's completely out of character for you. But her warm breath, her small tongue's delicate movements. She clearly knew what she was doing. She wasn't naive. Far from it. Her words earlier had already shattered whatever innocent image he had of her. Nobles are required to study these things, Lux said. I may be a daughter of the Crown Guard House, but once married, I must serve my husband and fulfill my duty to the family. Again, she spoke with such poise, such certainty. And yet, everything about this was off. Something wasn't right. The look in her eyes. The tone of her voice. It was the same strange intensity he had once seen in Tsunade. The same quiet madness he occasionally sensed from Kiri. That feeling of, I don't care about anything else, but this one thing, I will see through, no matter the cost. Then she said something that made it all make sense. Lux took a deep breath. Her silk-gloved hand traced over his dick's tip, sending a jolt through his spine. And then, looking into his eyes with a strange, unreadable expression, she whispered, also. Please forgive me, Mr. Ruji, but I wish to preserve my body as much as possible. If I fail, I still have the chance to marry Prince Jarvan as the daughter of the Crown Guard House. I want one shot at this. Just one. So please, pardon my selfishness. And with that, she swallowed him again. Her lips closed tight. Her teeth nipped softly at the base. And then, her tongue began to move frantically, swirling and massaging, while she sucked with intense focus. It only took a moment. Ruji's hand reflexively tangled in her golden hair. His body shuddered. He released his cum in her mouth. Lux tasted something bitter, thick, and fishy. The sudden rush at the back of her throat made her gag. She tried to pull away, and succeeded, but the mess still dripped from her lips, mixing with spit and pooling on the ground beside her. Ruji, panting, took a glance at his system panel. The energy bar, it really went up. Chapter 63, the skilled Luxie had 680 energy points before. Now, it was 880. Just like what happened with Tsunade. Despite the lack of affection, despite the emotional distance between them, the surge in energy was undeniable. So, did the increase in energy have little to do with his feelings at all? Lux's face still held a trace of discomfort. She clearly disliked what she was doing. Yet, for the sake of her own beliefs, for a mistake she wanted to atone for, she forced herself to change her image, her behavior. Ryuji was increasingly convinced that his so-called golden finger was deeply flawed. If that's the case, then the fastest and most efficient way to gain energy is to force women into emotional extremes? He felt a bitter taste in his mouth. It was absurd. Obviously, building trust and connection didn't generate as much power as being hated, deeply hated. If energy was directly tied to emotional fluctuation, especially the kind that pushed someone to their psychological limits, then hypothetically, a woman who despised him to the core, yet was bound to serve him regardless, could grant him a massive burst of energy in one go. It was a disturbing thought. Mr. Ryuji? Lux's voice broke through his thoughts. She coughed lightly, clearing her throat, then looked up at him with hopeful eyes. Did your energy increase? She asked with a seriousness that made it clear, whether he lied or not, whether he used her or not, it didn't matter. She was willing to do anything, if it meant returning home faster. If it meant fixing what she'd broken. I'm a little surprised, honestly, he muttered. But yes. You helped me gain 200 points. That's not a small amount. Lux lit up like sunlight breaking through heavy clouds. That's wonderful, Mr. Ryuji. Let's work together and keep going. She almost bounced with joy, eager, determined. She reached out again, her gloved hands no longer hesitant, and began repeating the motion she'd struggled with earlier. She wasn't refined, but she wasn't clueless either. She knew what she was doing, even if her actions were clumsy with inexperience. Ryuji exhaled slowly, sinking back into the bed. Maybe this isn't such a bad thing after all, he thought, closing his eyes and gently running his fingers through her soft, golden hair. At least this way, I won't have to act like a stallion going door to door. Lux was giving it her all, more than she probably should have. All in the name of gathering energy quickly, for herself, for Kiri, for some distant goal neither had clearly spoken of yet. But not everything could be solved by effort alone. Still, when she pushed herself past her limit, pushing his dick deeper in her throat, suppressing her desire to vomit, and kept going until he felt sensations he'd never experienced before, Ryuji released his load again. But this time, the energy gain wasn't quite as much. This time, only 80 points, Lux. Ryuji scratched his cheek, a little embarrassed. It felt like he was running a scam, telling a girl she was doing it wrong just to get more. But Lux didn't flinch. She simply brushed her messy golden hair back, cheeks flushed and lips parted as she caught her breath. Maybe because I wasn't as desperate anymore, she muttered. Truth be told, she was exhausted. Holding her breath that long, moving her tongue tirelessly, adjusting the angle of suction and pressure. It was very tiring. So this time, after getting Ryuji fully hard, she decided to switch up her approach. Instead of softly nibbling or teasing like before, she pushed the full length of his cock into her mouth, like brushing her teeth, slowly, evenly, letting him feel every ridge of her white teeth, the plush gums underneath, and the taut pressure of her cheeks as they puffed out like a child with a lollipop. It was obscene. And adorable. Her expression was so sincere, so determined, like she was solving a difficult problem in class, but with her mouth full of his dick. Her pale, beautiful cheeks bulged just enough to accentuate that innocent, doll-like look. Her eyes shone with unyielding concentration. Ryuji couldn't help it. He reached down and gently stroked Lux's golden head. She responded instantly. A playful glint lit her eyes. She gave a tiny bite to the tip of his shaft with her molars, just enough to make him twitch. Then she began to rotate her body, carefully shifting until her soft, tight rear was facing him, presenting herself like a cat stretching out, subtle and unspoken. She'd been trained for this. Is this okay? She whispered between movements. She wanted him to touch her. To grab her thighs, spread them, feel her hips, anything that would trigger a more intense response from him, and maybe, just maybe, make him finish faster. He understood that. And it made everything twice as absurd. Kiri, rough, wild, and hardened by a harsh life, was unexpectedly awkward and shy during their daytime tryst, like a girl at her first school dance. But Lux. Sweet, clean, picture-perfect Lux, with her elegant air and royal upbringing, was this skilled? This eager? It was intoxicating. He touched her slender legs, a smaller and tighter rear than even Arena's, and felt, for the first time in a while, like royalty. No, not royalty. A king. After all, Lux was basically a princess, a noble in Demesa, destined for political marriage to Jarvan. And now? Here she was, on her knees, cheeks stuffed, ass up. Yes. A king. The thought alone sent a thrill up his spine. And just then, as Lux locked her teeth gently around the tip again, knowing the moment was coming, the door slammed open. Kiri walked in. Wearing nothing but lingerie. She saw everything. Lux's bulging cheeks. The perfect, obscene posture. The long, hard object that clearly didn't belong in her mouth, now half hidden between soft lips and flushed skin. Kiri froze. Then she smiled. Clapped slowly. And casually lifted her M60 machine gun. "What the fuck are you two doing?" A storm of bullets shredded the bed frame beneath them. Splinters and smoke erupted in every direction, and Lux, startled, accidentally bit down. His whole body jerked violently, his voice breaking under the tension that had been coiling inside him for far too long. And then, he came. A torrent of blinding white comb erupted, slicing through the air in a smooth, almost elegant arc. It twisted midair, reshaping itself as if dancing through the atmosphere, a glistening stream guided by some invisible will. Kiri, standing by the door in nothing but her underwear, watched it all unfold in slow motion. Her combat-honed vision caught every frame, every flicker of light and motion, yet it still wasn't fast enough. The moment she processed what was flying at her, it was already too late. Splashed. Right across her face. Right into her eyes. Kiri froze in place, drenched and momentarily blinded, her mouth twitching with disbelief. Silence. Absolute, suffocating silence. Then. 11 times, Ryuji muttered blankly, still trembling. The speed. And the volume. Both boosted 11-fold. It had been a subconscious trigger, a system response. The instinctive recognition of an ambush had activated a full combat output, unintentionally launching a magical counterattack. And Kiri? She just stood there, wiping her face slowly with the back of her hand. She blinked. Once. Twice. Then she smiled. It wasn't a warm smile. It was the kind of smile you give someone right before they die. Still dripping, she pulled out her revolver with a terrifying calmness, cocked it with one hand, and tilted her head slightly. "Now then," she said sweetly, her voice as soft as sugar and twice as deadly. "How exactly would you like to die?"